Warcraft 3 on like a PlayStation or something.
That makes me think of defeating StarCraft on 64.
Was it on the 64?
Yep, I remember playing that at your place and like feeling like I was going to have an aneurysm.
Some serious lag, like going down to one frame a second,
and like using the like stick to like draw the square around you to select them. You held like the trigger, and then use the thing to like draw the box around the units to select.
And you're like, I didn't select them all.
Like, damn it, I missed my ultralisks or whatever. Like
that was terrible.
That was painful.
Disgusting. Yeah.
That's genuinely like my gaming achievement, defeating the last mission on the 64. So we've been live the whole time. It's been a great start to the podcast, apparently.
And that's why you don't inbreed.
That's a message for everyone at home.
Yeah.
Stop doing that with your sister, please.
Sisters not for fisting.
You and the missus are writing Christmas cards to the same grandparent. You done fucked up.
Oh dear.
You should never be able to call your mum your aunt.
Are we ready for some D&D instead?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, we've got all the minis. Everyone got their mini. Good. All four. And what did you name the owl in the end?
Hermes.
Hermes, that's right.
Oh.
Oh,
His first thing he did for us was deliver a message.
Pretty much.
oh,
Very nice.
little Hermes.
You kind of used him for stuff in the combat and bit all that, but yeah.
We're looking past that.
I like it.
Hermes is good.
Ripper. Well, guess I'll do the intro. Hello, folks. And welcome back to more Dungeons and Nerglings. I'm Nergy. I'll be your DM. I'll be the guide through this wonderful world that we are adventuring through. Around the table I have this lovely bunch of coconuts. Here they are, all standing in a row. This one.
Barris Mark, the rogue.
Mm-hmm.
Third and Silverbeard, the half-orc paladin.
Gimrick, a rock splitter, the dwarven bard.
Makes me sad that you have to read off your sheets to know your own name.
I didn't even look at it.
I don't want to get it wrong.
I don't want to get it wrong.
I can't even see where my class is on my sheet.
Sorry to
Oh,
interrupt.
it's right there.
And Brother Kincaid, the
That's
total cleric, death cleric.
Total of Death. And we will be picking up from last time. Now, I haven't gotten around to editing the last session yet. I've been a little bit busy. Oh yeah, remind me, after this session, I want to show you guys the video I made from Tassie.
Ooh.
It's all edited. But yeah, that's taken all my time. So, I will get around to it one of these days. But we are testing out new audio setup. Hopefully it sounds good. Hopefully it's delightful. If it's not, let us know. We won't be reading chat while we play. Obviously, I'm a little preoccupied with DMing, so if there's anything, try and send it in the Discord or something. Maybe a mod will pick it up and let us know. But other than that, sit back and enjoy the show because it's going to get interesting. Hopefully. So,
Just 9 hours of buying pie.
isn't it?
Peepo, we're coming.
The whole session is just
Oh shit. I've got to roll up a table of different pies. Alright. So last time we left off, would we like to do the one-word recap or is it just too much effort? It sounds like too much effort. So last time, you guys went on down to Broadaxe after being accosted by the shaded folk. They destroyed one of your carts and stole something.
Chest of mystery.
Nondescript chest. And it was lost into the wilds of Glendoltha, a massive forest expanse. Broadaxe is cut into Glendoltha, and it is a farming settlement, food and the like for most of the continent. Now, you guys delivered it around 2, 3 in the morning, somewhere there. And you dropped off your goods, you went back to your room and attempted to sleep, finding little luck. You then were awoken by the town defences and were summoned out to help out. helped repel invaders or thieves or the shaded from the forest edge, and went back, tried to sleep again. In shortest terms, to sum it up, some of you slept, some of you did not. In the morning, your owl returned from Stonebreak with message from Ostran to return to Stonebreak, as there was nothing else to deliver. So you sort of saddled up in the morning, settled up your bill, and were on the way. So as you rattled out of Broadaxe atop a cart, some of you having to walk, take it in turns, some of you sitting inside. 4 people on the outside of the cart, 1 driver and 3 guards. Who would like to go where? Because we had Boric, Glenn, Alf, Gil, and you 4. So
I was in the cart because I literally can't keep up with it.
this is true.
Also, I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
I'm in a very similar boat.
I think we were both exhausted, so we
Yeah.
went in there to sleep.
Yeah, we were hopefully going to sleep on the way back.
I'll ride on the back of the cart if I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm walking.
Okay. So I'd say probably
Probably get Boric to drive.
Oracle drive because he's short.
Yeah.
Glyn can probably keep pace with you, and
Did they
Alf and Gil.
Did they, like, the 4 of them, obviously Glenn's an elf, so that's a bit different, but the other 3.
I don't think
Are they, like, exhausted? And
You'll have to find out.
I
We
can't,
never-
I couldn't remember if we
No,
asked
yeah,
them or
yeah,
not.
check.
I just immediately jumped on the cart and then that's where it ended.
Yeah.
We didn't get to chat to them.
I remember Gil was like absolutely smashing down Choppy. I think.
Just like Isaac right now, getting the choffee in him.
Getting the delicious.
Dare I
Dare
Dares wins.
Hopefully, we'll use all of the dare puns by the end of these games. Yeah, I know. Delightful. Now, so you're walking, Glenn's walking, you are on the cart,
On the back. Yeah.
front or back?
Back, preferably.
On the back, okie doke.
We're inside.
You're
snoozing.
inside, just tucked up.
In the shell.
Yeah. Now, eventually, you and Glenn could probably squeeze into the cart as well. There'd probably be enough room, it'd just be a bit cramped. So once I've had a little kip,
Yeah, because
Might be alright.
It's emptied out.
it is emptied
Like,
out.
None of the trainers, sacks and tools and
You
stuff.
dropped everything off
We are the
at the baggie
tools.
and the Drinko. And so, as you set out, who would like to strike up a discussion if you would like to ask them any questions? Sleep. Sleepy, sleepy, sleep. So you're walking with Glenn and you're on the cart.
Who am I sitting next to?
So you would be sitting next to Gil at the back and Alf would be up front with Boric.
Gil was the gnome.
Yep, the
Yeah.
fighter.
Yep, there he is.
Been notching in there.
Oh, I've got a meat for you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Not that we have any cameras for it or are using him, but
It's
there he
there.
is. Now you can look at him.
Little ranger.
Like a little Gil.
That's
He's
exactly how I pictured him, but
No,
that's
he has shaven head.
and a beard or like a little goatee kind of thing.
Sure, why not? He does now.
You can have whatever we want him to have.
Uh-huh.
He
looks like my kid.
I was about to say.
I very intentionally painted them. They're hobbits.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings
In my head,
minis.
he looks like Ed Norton in American History X,
Oh yeah.
but like less racist.
That's good.
And a bit shorter.
Yeah. No, he's a giant half.
It's a giant.
Or you're picturing Ed Norton as tiny little Ed.
Getting Ed Norton and Elijah Wood mixed up.
Yeah. Yes. So would you like to speak with
yeah, Gil, how did you guys go with the sleep last night? Did you have any troubles? Not enough?
Yeah. I think Alf slept. I did not, really. It was strange. I had the most vivid. Couldn't tell if they were memories or dreams or what was going on. But yeah, I did not. I did not sleep well. I feel knackered.
Do you remember much of the dreams? Was there any?
My dream. Well, this part I know happened for sure. It was well back when I was a youngster. I actually, me and a friend were out, you know, doing whatever kids do. And we saw something massive fly over. Used to live outside of Midhome. And we saw this giant thing fly over us. And you know, the halflings, they're... Well, I'll put it bluntly, they're superstitious folk. And they saw it as a dreadful omen. I don't know, some portent of death, something like that. So, much to my dismay, and my parents' dismay, the town leader had me try and find it. I was 8. I survived, which is good, but I was not allowed anyone to come with me for some reason. I don't know if that part was true. Either way, I was gone for 2 years. That part definitely happened.
It's like a Pokemon game.
Exactly. I caught a Pikachu. It was great. when I got back to Midhome, my parents had died and no one wanted anything to do with me because I didn't find anything, so they saw fit to, you know, kick me out of the town. So, there I was, wandering the wilderness at 10. I made do. I met some people. They helped. But, yeah, it was strange reimagining. There were some details that were blurry. I don't... Yeah. Either way, it was quite distressing to relive. I woke up in sweat. And then we went and shot some mind things. That was weird.
We did
But-
that too, though. Yeah.
Fun.
It was enjoyable.
Yeah. I can't speak for Alf, but yeah, I did not sleep well. At all. Really.
Fair enough.
And you?
I think it was mostly nightmares. Just, you know, terrible dreams of sadness, pain, all the wonderful things.
Yes, I've discussed that with Alf. It seems strange that we're not reliving happy memories.
No. Yeah. Well, so far the people I've spoken to, it does seem to be events of significance, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You're not wrong. That was a significant part of my early days, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Haven't been back to Midhome since. I don't really want to face the people.
Far from Midhome is here.
It's across the basin, basically. Take a good few weeks to get there, probably.
Okay.
But you could go across the water. Maybe. I'm certainly not seeking it, but anyway.
Oh, fair enough.
So as you guys are sort of like rumbling along the path at a fairly slow pace so the others can keep up, you've left mid-morning. Sun sort of streaming through the trees as you head back up the half towards the steep climb back up to Stonebreak. Keeping an eye around, the horses seem fine. No issues, no, snorting or stamping or looking around. They seem fairly placid. Borok happily keeping the reins. Glenn's keeping up with you. He's got a good stride. But would you guys like to do anything else? Any other discussions or?
I'm just walking alongside, lost in the thoughts of the dreams from the night before, just thinking, not really paying attention to whatever's going on, just keeping pace with the caravan.
Yep.
Yeah, just pop Hermes out
Mm.
and just have him fly above us, sort of thing.
Oh.
Just keeping an eye out.
A nifty trick. Is he part of you?
No, just a magic spell,
Oh, a son.
sort of thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Cool.
You know, no mess to clean up. Don't have to really feed it unless I feel like it.
I'm sure it's capable of hunting, right?
Probably, but I'm not sure if it ever gets hungry. It doesn't seem to
oh.
mind when I feed it, though. So.
So happily, okay. So it's not a normal animal? Not a normal animal.
No, it's more of a spirit sort of bound to the
Material.
form.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't entirely understand it.
Interesting. I'm not sure how you've managed it, but I'm glad you have. He looks like a wonderful companion.
Yeah, he's a good pet.
And he's sort of flaps up above the trees, probably 20 meters up to get to the roof of the canopy. And you see a few other carts come by. You guys settle in the sway of the cart and the comfort of, not having to walk or
Shell's
sit up.
just like rocking back and forth.
Now, how are you staying away from this shell?
I'd say I would, even if it was on his side, use it as a little pillow. Almost.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's
a big pillow.
it's flat. It's not like I'm a beach ball.
Flat.
Yeah,
Like actual turtles aren't like they're not shells in Mario.
Yeah.
Like, they don't go like that in real life. They're kind of
Quite flat, aren't
discs
they?
Yeah.
more than like
Mhm.
spheres.
Yeah. So you just snuggled in, the two of you, and you do sleep. And it's quite a few hours journey, especially with a slower pace, keeping you guys walking. And you make your way sort of to the base of the climb back up, and you all kind of have to squeeze in because it's fairly steep and the horses need to keep going. They can't just stop and start. But Boric, a little bit stressed going uphill. Visibly, you can hear him sort of like groaning as he's trying to keep the horse on the track well. Bless you.
Bless you.
And he's doing okay though. They're well-trained horses. And you make it over the rickety sort of bridge. Well made, but still, it never feels comfortable crossing a bridge that you don't know that well. And you make it to the top, and you would get a fantastic view. You guys still snoozing away. You'd be afforded that fantastic view back out over the green sea towards the actual sea. Way down southeast, you'd be looking. And just sort of pause for a second and Gil, don't get sick of that.
So from where we're looking, can we see like both sides of the green sea, or is it like one side blocked off and you just see like a large portion of the
you'd
park?
come up onto it. Sort of the mountain range goes off to your right, so off to the west, and it's a huge expanse of forest. Like you can see the broadaxe sort of cut out of the center of it, but yeah, you can't really see the edge of it because the trees are enormous.
Yeah.
So it kind of blocks out anything else. It just looks like it melds with the sea.
Why they call it the Green Sea?
Mm-hmm. So you guys can probably comfortably just stay in there if you're tucked up well enough, and you rattle your way back towards Stonebreak.
Just double checking. Is it Varda today?
Jeez, where were we at last time?
I think we're on
Merida?
Merida.
Yeah, Merida. We
But I
started
can't-
Merida, but that was when we were coming into.
So is it
Which I think is still the same. as
so it'll still be Merida, right?
No, because
Because like, did we didn't
we rolled in and we slept, but we went to sleep real early in the morning.
And we
Yeah.
slept-
And we
in the morning.
slept for like most of the day.
No, I think we slept. We got like 15 minutes sleep.
Yeah.
we got 15 minutes,
And
we
then-
defended, and then we came back and slept properly.
Tried
and then
to sleep.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. Yes. you
So
did.
we would have headed out back
So
to
it's-
Stonebreak.
Yeah. It's the day that you arrived into
Yeah, wow.
Broadaxe.
Just
Okay,
just
so it's
it's been a
still
long night.
Merida then.
Like
Yeah,
what
it's
time? So it'd be like late though.
Yeah, by the time you'd get out of the haft up the mountain onto the plateau, probably 2 in the Arvo, maybe 3,
Okay.
and then you got a few more hours back into Stonebreak. So yes, this is why you're exhausted. It was a
Yeah.
big night.
it's all happened at once.
Yes, so you sort of rumble your way through the forest. You do notice the chill in the air as you're much higher altitude. Probably gone up 200 meters, 250 maybe. So the plateau up in the mountains, you get a bit more of a chill breeze than you had in the nice warm forest. And as you're sort of approaching dusk, sun's starting to set, and you can first see the 2 moons twinkling through the canopy. Beautiful. And you hear wildlife and all animals and that sort of stuff. You begin to approach the gate to Stonebreak, and you hear like up ahead on the gate, you'd hear it from outside Varys. You hear voices sort of at the gate, talking, shouting out, and you hear sort of a halt, and Boric brings the cart to a stop. And through the gates, a small figure is approaching the cart. And Boric's sort of like, all right, can we help? And the voice, familiar, comes out. I have business with some of your number. You lot, you on the back, I can see you, dark-skinned one. Varys, was it?
Yes.
Could you please exit the vehicle? Any the others in there?
Yeah, that's patting on the on the back. Get up your mouse.
Did we manage to get a decent enough sleep? Or
Yeah, you got enough rest.
Long rest.
Yep.
Where's the table?
But yeah, flying down off the back of the car.
Yep.
Walking up.
And so approaching
Oh, that guy.
The short man that's giving us commands.
the figure, as she comes into view, it's Tessora, the one that let you out of jail,
Captains.
the captain of the Anvils. And the rest of you louts, as he put it, sort of stumble or tumble out of the cart, and you form up. And she's sort of, all right, you can go off your pop. And Glenn and Boric are like,
wait,
Yeah.
you can go. And Boric's sort of like, bye. Mushes the horses on. And so they rumble through the gates, and Tessora's out. You may be 50 meters from the gate. So out in the darkness a little bit, like it's getting twilight. And she looks at you. She sizes you up. Being of short stature, she's in her full plate, as you've always seen her. And she's gripping her, her shield and hammer. And you can see her hands flexing on it. And she's sort of, what the hell have you done?
We went to the Broadex.
We took supplies to Broadex and for old mate Ostran, and now we're coming back to get our pay.
We dropped them off at the bake place in
I don't care about this.
You asked us what we do.
Yes. Remember that, little thing that I asked you to do?
No.
Oh, me.
Well, yes, but all of you.
I haven't gotten around to it yet. Well, sort of.
So, I get you out of prison for no punishment. You disappear without a word, and then one of my lieutenants goes missing. What am I to make of that?
I can see how this looks bad. Understandably. Alright.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
This is my fault for not explaining this. I think I might have vaguely...
I think you vaguely
covered it with the team.
Have we even met her?
No.
The rest of us?
It's just him.
It's just me. Did she walk me out of the jail, or did she let me out of the room we were talking in, and then she went deeper into the station, and then someone else led me out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Nobody else.
knows you.
We spoke to one of the
we went in
lieutenants.
and we chatted to the dude who and then met you.
Yeah.
I don't think we've even met her.
We didn't meet this.
We might have seen her around.
Yeah, man.
Like,
We didn't meet
Excuse, I don't think I know who you are.
Wonderful.
My name is Brother Kincaid, and
Who are you with angry?
Pleasure to meet you. So you see the insignia of the Anvils.
I mean, I can
Adorning
context that she's an Anvil person, but like I don't know who she
No,
is or
you
like
don't.
what is happening, and I've just woken up. Like I'm like half asleep, haven't had my coffee.
I am Tesora Elaine. I am the, captain of the Anvils in Stonebreak. Kind of the head honcho.
Pleased
And-
to meet you.
And
And someone with great cousins.
yes, I expect better from you.
What?
Yeah.
Well, you can speak to Ostran. The arrangement we were doing with him was already pre-arranged before our arrangement with you.
What
And so-
arrangement do we have with you?
The corruption.
And you didn't think to let me know
Captain,
that you were leaving town?
Captain, if I may.
Yes.
There was a reason why I asked for a method to discreetly contact you when it would be necessary, sort of thing. I wanted to keep contact between us to a minimum to avoid arousing any suspicions of the people that you are rightfully afraid of.
Fair.
Not to mention that working with Ostran, as you would well likely know, he's a very well-connected man with probably access to information all over the town. We are trying to build a kind of relationship with him that we may use to our benefit, and that includes doing errands and that sort of stuff, as well as I'm quite poor, I must eat.
And also,
We're
wouldn't it look way more suspicious if we're like, oh, we need work and money, here we help you with carts, and then we're like, oh no, and start poking around in sewers and stuff.
Yeah.
Just bail on previous job that we were so keen for, and then suddenly start looking in suspicious places.
Not to mention, Captain, I
That
have
not raised
been
eyebrow?
thinking about how we're going to approach this situation as delicately as we can to avoid any unnecessary unrest, problems, sort of. And yeah, so that's kind of why I didn't directly communicate my plans to you as far as leaving the town for a day. I think it may have been planned for a few, but I also don't think that should be too terribly necessary, as you also didn't stress a specific time frame on this investigation. And not to say that I don't think it should be handled in a timely manner, but all the same, you must give us a little bit of leash if we are to be your sniffer dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what else for
Hold on. Make an insight check.
That one.
It's a -2. It's 11.
advantage because we're all
bad.
being so persuasive and chipping into this conversation with excellent points about cousins
It
and
has nothing to do with you guys. This is just reading her body language. Like her, while you guys are all just speaking and like filling in after each other, her jaw is just sort of clamped, and you can see her still wringing her hands on the hammer. On 11, stress maybe
Right on.
is what you'd read.
And now you bring me to the final point. Tell me about your missing lieutenant. Have I met him?
How do I know who you've met?
I don't know anything about him. I assume that you didn't mention him for nothing, that maybe you want some assistance in finding him or something.
That was the whole point.
But that's why I'm asking about him.
Okay.
What does he look like?
His name is Grindus Silsaran.
Can you spell that last name?
Sylceran.
And
I'll
sorry, cousin.
just count on Kincaid, right? That one.
Yeah, sorry, cousin. That was
Grindis.
Grindus.
Grindus.
Grindis. Lot of G names in this type of world.
I don't see the connection.
Gil, Glyn, Grindis. Is this like a control thing?
You've named 3
Gimrick.
people.
Gimrick.
He's
I'm a
not
G.
from here. I
didn't
don't.
know that.
Anyway,
What
I-
what race was he? Like a human, an elf? Or...
he's a half elf. He went missing the other day. It was kind of, around the time that I let you out of prison, and I'm just trying. I'm trying not to assume, but he went missing when I let you out, and you disappeared.
Do you know where he lives? Maybe there are some clues there.
I
as to
know where he
He
lives.
went.
I'm not a new person at this job. I've been doing this for
Captain,
2 months.
just I know you don't know me very well, but I can't help but feel a little insulted that you think I would go from trying to catch some child pickpockets to supposedly murdering a lieutenant or having something to do with his disappearance at any rate, just for being let out of jail.
She puts her hammer down. Did you say murdering?
Well, I assume that if he's disappeared, that's part of one of the
Tell
possibilities.
me you haven't killed him.
Well, no. Apparently, I haven't even met him.
Why would you jump to murder?
Because you are the one that has come out here all aggressive, like we're responsible for some man's disappearance, and you think that I'm the one that's being unreasonable for jumping to conclusions. You're the one that's come out here accusing us of having a hand in his disappearance, so don't take that attitude with me, madam, thank you.
She just said he was missing. You're just filling in the blanks for her.
No, she said disappearance. She said disappearance.
You said murder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I have just said he's drunkenly laid down in a well somewhere?
Hey, he could have gotten pissed and fallen, like, off the roof.
That's why she's come out here gripping her weapons and angrily accusing us of things, because she thinks he's fallen down a well.
She didn't accuse us of anything.
What's the roll for?
Persuasion.
Okay, that is...
She made no accusations. She
Four.
made a...
We didn't have anything to do with him getting his head bashed in by a hammer or whatever happened to him.
I wrote Grinda Silsarian was the guy we turned into pudding in my book.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Does he have gold canine teeth by any chance? And live in the poor part of town?
I reckon that's just where his little hideout is. He probably has another house somewhere, which is where he knows.
Yeah. Also, that's
Or it might
why
be a whole other thing.
that's why I put a big inflection on grin. This.
Grin this. He's not grinning anymore.
So,
Might be.
what do we say?
So why don't you tell us where he lives? Maybe we can investigate. This one's
You
good
want us
at
to look for him, we can look for him.
We have already investigated his premises. No trace of him.
So what
Do you have any
want us
enemies that you're
to
aware of?
say? So you don't want us to look for him.
We've done due diligence. We did what we needed to do.
Alright,
So
so
maybe
maybe standing out here
to-
with the angry
I'm
because...
not angry, I'm stressed. I'm trying to find my lieutenant.
Had you have spoken to him of this corruption
No.
before?
No, this is the whole point.
Maybe we need code word. What about herring? They
Heresy.
talk about the herring that is big problem within the guards.
Sure. Whatever.
So tell him about this fishing for herring.
Fish?
No. This is why I came to you. I can't trust the guard. I don't know who's in and who's out.
So it's
Where-
possible that he may have overheard your conversation with old mate Varys here, or maybe someone who is part of this herring. see?
Anyway,
Who's part of this herring maybe overheard your conversation. Maybe he's a part of it, or maybe he's a victim who's been kidnapped by
Maybe
these
he just ran off
herrings.
with nice lady that he met. Maybe he wanted tree change and he's building happy house in the Glendolphin.
Highly doubt it.
Do you think
checked?
I know the man.
could he have been a victim of this school of herrings? Sure.
I don't know. I don't know where he went.
Cousin, listen. We don't want anyone wondering why we've been stood out here for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hug it out. This was a family welcome. I appreciate you welcoming your cousin and his friends back. We do have a wage to go collect at the end of that cart,
Excellent.
and we will now, I guarantee you, be fully committed to looking into this herring. And
We will investigate your herring.
and we'll make sure that that missing lieutenant is a top priority within that.
Okay, and if you're going to leave town,
Bring it
just
in.
let me know. You know, don't just disappear.
Yeah, blame this one.
I'll send a note with Hermes.
But
next
also,
Thank
did you know that we didn't have anything to do with it? Whatever it was. Because we weren't here.
I don't know when he went missing.
Arms are not long enough to reach from broadax.
She cracks a little bit.
It's so ridiculous.
Okay, I may have overreacted. I am
Give her a big
stressed.
hug,
Thank you.
Ruffle her hair.
Don't do that.
Pinch her cheek.
Brett, I'm the guard. Captain, please. Professionalism. She sort of straightens her. Okay, if you find anything, let me know. We've already looked at his house. I don't know what else to do, but he's gone
We've
missing.
got it.
You okay?
Is there a reward?
No.
Justice.
The
shall
reward-
be our
Have you
reward.
considered a reward?
The reward was to let him out of jail for nothing.
No, that was to look into a herring. Reward for missing lieutenant. No missing person, only milk carton.
I think this is related.
How do you know it's related?
Look, I'll give you a gold piece.
Hey,
Will that make you happy? Good.
Yes. It's a good start. It is the beginning of negotiations.
He's sort of like stress blows
You
the
don't have
little
contractors
flyaways.
where you are from?
No, we have guard. They pay a
No, but
wage.
we are contractors.
Yeah.
We are independent contractors.
All right, we could discuss it if you actually find something.
Brilliant.
So, which part of town did you live in? Maybe we can ask around and see if anyone saw
Can
him
you
wander
tell us
off
yet?
or
Where you live,
have some strange visitors during the
friends,
night.
He
hangouts.
had a residence as you're sort of walking back towards the gates, and she sort of waves, and the gates are opened up. She points back off towards the stockyards and the market. Just past the marketplace in the the western side.
So, is that the complete opposite side of the slums?
No,
Or-
that is right at the slums.
Oh,
So pointing
Raggy.
pointing towards where your very familiar Kanuna lives, and also very close to where.
It's where we murdered him. Is that kind of where? Is that kind of where she's pointing?
I caught it all on tape.
What's the M-word?
Yes, though. Yes, so she's pointing in that direction. You could.
Friends, family,
Employees.
siblings.
He has. Oh, I can't remember his name. He talks about a cousin in Broadaxe. I can't remember.
Mystery cousin in Broadaxe. That sounds very suspicious.
Why does nobody know his name? What is he hiding?
Do you know any
It's been a long day of travel.
any letters come out?
She's just
A,
baffled
B,
looking
C.
at him. Just like almost
Is he
smirking,
for
but
real?
it's- yeah. I've had a big day too. Okay. You know where I live, cousin? You know where the
We know
Yeah,
the secret
guardhouse
knock at the back
is-
door.
please just come and find me if you find anything. I need to try and rest. I've been on since you guys went missing and he went missing, and it's been a big
We'll
day.
find him.
We found ourselves.
Good.
Can you
Yeah, I
remember
don't have to
anything
work.
about this relative? Like even just the start of the first name, maybe a TRS, maybe.
I'll make an intelligence check for her.
Timbo, versus
No,
Agam,
no, that's not helpful.
Jean,
Please. Vin? Wait.
Vin,
Diesel?
It's about family.
Paul.
Vin, maybe. I think Vin.
Apple Ponytail works for Agam in Broadaxe doing
I don't think
question mark.
I don't think I've met him, but that name sounds.
Maybe Vin.
Maybe.
Two half elves. It's a good place to start.
What did
Grin's
Grindis look,
cousin
what
Vinny.
did Grindis look like?
Hold on.
She said he was a half elf.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
did-
Did he have gold hands?
What did he look like?
Any
So
defining features?
she sort of like pulled you into an alleyway, out of clear view and earshot. Slick back hair, very prominent, regal sort of jawline, golden fangs.
Is that a common thing around here?
No, he just liked the ostentation.
Oh, it's just him, okay.
To be honest, he's a bit of a weasel.
Yep, sounds
Wait.
What do
He's,
you mean by weasel? As in he'd easily get smushed under a cart
I don't
or
know.
with a hammer?
He just rubbed me the wrong way. Felt slimy.
Oh, yeah,
So you-
slimy.
Is
Like
he,
a herring.
Is
Like
he
a-
Like a herring.
like a herring? Is he part of the herring? Is that what you're
I mean,
saying?
that is,
we'll
you,
find
that is what you seem to think, so I mean, it's plausible if his weasels and herrings go together, famously.
I'm not following. But
They hunt. Weasel
he definitely went.
herring.
It is
No, I'm thinking of otters.
classic.
Mix up.
Classic mix up.
So, it is suspect that he did go missing after we talked about it. So you definitely didn't tell anyone else.
He barely even told us.
Yeah, I barely remembered to tell them.
Very barely.
Good.
Like, no,
Practically didn't.
no, he filled us in very, very well.
Make a deception check.
16.
Ooh.
Not the bad.
Not the bad boys.
Natural 20. I know you. That's bullshit. That's fine. It's in the past.
But you also know me that minimal is enough. I'll get the job done.
Yeah. I mean, so long as you guys trust each other, that's important.
Well,
Don't have to worry, Captain. We'll investigate his residence and have a little look around for him.
So, I guess future lesson. If you are in business with somebody on secretive things, don't just go vanishing, please. I nearly died. My heart can't take much more. Don't salute me, you idiot.
Yeah, I'm gonna just hold my hand up and have Toby's just and say, if this is my Al. If you see him, got a message from me.
Table and go,
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Excellent. Okay, that is good. That's, discreet.
it's the best part that she's my cousin because I'm just taking the piss out of her. She's trying to be all serious. I'm like,
it's gonna pull a dead bullet society on her.
Undermining her.
Hey, remember that Christmas when you were 6 and you threw up because you ate too much chocolate?
Classic. Okay. I'll keep looking discreetly from my end, but
So she didn't pull any names, did she?
Like
Vin.
friends and fan. Yeah, she thought
thought maybe
Vin
Vin,
sounded
yeah.
familiar, but she wasn't sure, and no other like main friends or family that he like hung out with.
it's a bit of a loner. Already a bad sign.
well, yeah. I mean, people. Not everyone has family around here, though.
Well, they do S. Remember his note said like 2S
Yeah.
or something.
I should have it here.
Are you saying that to each other?
No, I'm just this is out of character.
Okay.
Yeah, to my dearest S.
Yeah. This is definitely not.
Definitely just
I found
that blood stain. What? No.
we found it in his house after we murdered
I mean,
him.
You didn't find any, so you found nothing suspicious in his house.
It seemed untouched,
Very strange.
which ties in with what you saw of the upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't really move my friend, did we?
It was
You
just
did
the water barrel.
prestidigitation anyway.
Yeah, we tidied up after.
Yeah,
So
like
You
prestidigitation.
did clean up well.
Yeah, because there was something with there was a spill of charcoal out of the
Yeah.
fireplace or something.
Yeah,
So
because we
cleaned that up.
searched through the camp.
Nothing out of place.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
like,
It still looks lived in.
when they did a thorough investigation of the premises, you guys had covered it pretty well. I made sure to listen to how you covered your tracks, and you did. They didn't find a thing.
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Good. Good night.
Okay.
You know how you have a
Wait,
locate object
is this in
thing?
front of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
saying
she's
this
still
to
there.
Kincaid. I'm like, oh, you know how you have a locate object thing? Do you have one for people? Maybe we could try it on him.
I do. If I have a good sleep, I can just whip that up.
Okay, so maybe from tomorrow we can we can try
I mean,
that.
technically, you just had a long rest, didn't you?
Oh, I did. So I could have changed my spells. Actually, I did think of that.
But
I just
no.
got rid of the.
You can, in hindsight, if you would like.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, maybe we can try that
I
out.
don't-
If it's still in town.
I don't have locate person. I do have locate object.
Is
Alright,
there
I
much
thought-
point?
It's locate
Well, I'm
object
trying to
and
play it
hold,
up.
Okay.
hold
yeah.
person.
I know it's not gonna do
Gotcha,
it.
gotcha.
Conversation
Yeah.
performance.
No, I thought so. Hold person and locate object are kind of next to each other, so I thought I had locate person.
no.
but
Can you locate
Any-
much?
Any significant objects he would have always kept on his person, maybe?
what about some gold
His
teeth?
fangs.
He has golden teeth.
gold teeth? We can
Yeah,
try that.
perfect.
Leave it with us, cousin. Don't worry. You
We
go.
will find the mystery resting place of your man with gold fangs that we have never seen before.
Why do you say resting place?
Because he said he was murdered, didn't he? Or did I mishear the conversation? We're looking for a murder suspect, no?
Make a persuasion check or deception.
Why is he talking about anything else?
Fucking catch up.
She's trying to figure this out.
like 7 fucking times.
Yeah.
She's trying to figure this out, and you guys keep
Why have we
saying little
not let her
things.
walk away yet?
What was it? They're for the same 8. Persuasion.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. If you can get me answers, please. Just,
If you're playing me, keep it on the low.
I am keeping this very low. You're the only people that know this. If you murder anyone, please let me know, because, you know, I can help. If it's warranted, if it's not, probably should leave town.
Not to worry. We won't just randomly assassinate people
Good.
in general.
That's good. Without asking any questions, just, you know, try and get information that's more useful.
No, not a problem.
Either way,
Murder hobo.
I'm going to go. Leave you to whatever it is you do.
Yes, we need to go get
Not
paid.
murder.
Good grief. I hope.
Definitely believe.
And
The death cleric with the skull mask and the, like.
Not murder, that's what we will do. We definitely don't murder. We'll go and keep not murdering guards.
she turns and
I
is just like,
cover the dried blood on my hammer.
Yeah, as you pull out your book that's like death journal.
One guy is
Literally
He's literally right.
This gold teeth.
Now you can make a
An amendment.
yeah, you can amend it. You can have it. Yeah.
just like, oh! She said, book, read this! Hang on, where did I put my book?
as she's walking away, you hear her, what have I gotten into? Who are these people? And it's just like walking away, shaking her head, muttering. So she heads back off into the town, and you guys are left alone in the alleyway.
All right.
I just want to say, we'll see how ready he got when he was on his tirade.
Well, yeah, I was not inhaling and probably raising my blood pressure a little bit.
You went like tomato.
What? That's fine.
Varys got offended.
Uh-huh.
Well, I was being accused of all sorts of
And
very
coming straight
improper.
from the underground.
I thought we had an understanding of people of high class.
Young buck, I've got a plan.
Yep.
Right.
Someone of nobility
Would be easily
Genuinely.
offended.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
Being just, oh, you went missing, so you must have had something to do with this crime. Well, you.
Exactly.
We should have asked them, hypothetically, what counts as warranted.
well, that's what I almost was going
When she was like, if you didn't kill anyone, was it?
I was gonna.
Obviously we did not do the murders, but hypothetically, what would count as warranted?
I was
Perhaps mind control and saving yourself from mind control?
Let's think of this a bit further though. Whilst, yes, it was self-defense, what about the mashing of the body afterwards? Is that warranted?
The thing with that is, no one has to know about that unless they find the corpse. If we, later on, we set this up, we go and do our investigation and so on, and then during our investigation that no one else is present for,
I love it. We found the
get
thing you
attacked.
missed. Some mystery people broke in and we're just so clever. We found the way in.
we use magic. They didn't. They're idiots. We're not.
Ignore the scar on his hand that's shaped exactly like the doorknob.
and also ignore the job we commissioned Kanuna for to get to exactly this safe. That we only just found out is here.
On an unrelated note, we have just.
They're not pick you up.
By the way, and it's just like a 1-to-1 fit.
And she's like, hey, you know that safe with the dials and the thing?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, we're like having a She's like, so it's that lock-up safe I made to practice on, but
I'm glad you picked up on how suspicious this all looks.
And I drew like the diagram of it.
Again, no one else has seen any of these, but yeah,
Boy.
we go. He attacks us while we find
we
his
found him
all
dead in
this
the
terrible
pile of
stuff.
mush.
Well, we could go with that, or we could say, blah blah blah. If we have a good way of getting rid of the mush on whatever state of decay it's in.
Well, he was.
We just say we got rid of the body. Don't worry. There's really nothing left.
Getting rid of the body is
just
very
empty,
suspicious,
an empty plot.
What about
We
what about
found his fangs.
He is trained warlock, and when we hit him in self-defense, he just gets blacked into mush.
He tried energy. He's summoning some great demon that he couldn't control, and it appeared in front of all of us. We all saw it, and it smashed him into the ground as a little puddle, laughed at him, and then vanished back into the ethereal
He's
plane.
like
There was
Obi-Wan
nothing we could
Kenobi.
do.
Remember how he got?
Yeah. When
With Darth Vader,
just flashed him
turns
and
to
just
clothes.
robes.
Okay, counterpoint.
Paste.
Counterpoint. We dispose of the body, and then later come upon this big old pile of blood in this secret basement he found. He's in the wind.
He
We'll
must be
never
dead.
know if he's dead, if this is like, is this his blood?
Yeah,
Because
I
we
was
leave
heard
behind
someone
fangs.
Wait, guys, we got to go one at a time.
As you deal with life and death a lot, Kincaid. How advanced is medicine? Like, would if we left to dead, if we found
broad words.
here's the follow-up. If we did find his remains, would someone be able to tell, yes, he died 3 days ago, or would it kind of be like exactly when we got let out of prison and all that jazz?
Probably not that exact. You'd be able to tell roughly if they had good medical examiner. You can tell when bone was broken, starts to re-heal a bit. You can see from the rate of healing. So when the bones were smashed up because the body was still alive, well, just dead. Some of that and rate of decay. There's bugs and stuff that only live for a certain time. Well, this bug is only lived for 3 days.
Yeah,
Therefore, I've watched a lot of bones.
Follow-up. I do know spells like Speak with the Dead exist. We should definitely remove his jaw. If we're going with the corpse found.
Like, is the jaw
Is his
still a
jaw
change?
even still?
Well, I mean, as far as I've witnessed,
Well,
the jaw just needs to be intact.
Yeah, well, maybe we just...
It's not really intact because we did break every
Right.
single bone in
What's-
his body with
Yeah,
one together.
I was kind of out of the room, so that
Yeah,
how crazy did you guys go in there?
Well,
Really?
Let's just say you
Turn him
can
into
put
jam.
him in a burger and it'll be just as flat as a patty.
Yeah. Like,
We
can say
turned him from a solid into a
scrape him into a
condiment.
pile and set that on fire just to sort of kind of hedge our bets against magic.
He's the fourth state of matter, which is plasma.
What about, like, if we try to get a dog or pig or something and just take it down there and no more body?
Pigs are good for eating.
Yeah,
bodies.
something. I mean, then is separate problem how to sneak pig in.
Yeah, that's...
But, or maybe we
challenge.
sneak body out. Maybe bring body to pig. Probably easier than pig to body.
Is there a pig pen?
So as you guys are sort of discussing away in this alleyway, the sun is still setting and it's light's fading slowly. A small figure clutching sort of a bag, like a woven bag of goods, comes around the corner, sort of head down, and then starts as they see the lot of you and tumbles all these things out of this bag onto the ground. So apples and all sorts of food stuffs hit the dirt. Oh, I'm so sorry. And she
Bend down. So I like helping you pick the apples back up.
really gave me a heart attack.
So sorry to scare you. When
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're still wetted. Oh, you look like
the
the...
skull. Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, sorry, my heart's racing. Wow. Can I ask for some help? Sorry, I've dropped all of my things. I can't quite see them.
I'll get
Yeah,
out.
I'm picking her up and putting it
I'll
in
light
the
my
basket.
lantern.
So you
as well.
light
It's
a
probably
lamp.
about that time.
Oh, thank you. That's much better. I'm Marla, the housekeeper for Master Borfus. Your names?
Do we know that name? Master Borfus?
Make an intelligence.
All of us? Or just
I'll give him advantage if you're all...
Yes, thank
Yep.
you.
yeah.
That's a bit better. Straight intelligence. That's going to be 15.
You won't remember it,
Orphus.
but you would know it. The rest of you might remember it. You were given information from Ostran. That's where the name is connected.
It was like way back.
This was back when you asked for information from Ostran.
Yeah, so like the
Yep.
2 years ago.
What do you tell us?
So I'll give it to you from your perspective.
Yep.
You would know the Borfus family are a fairly lengthy line of dwarves, and they've always owned a beautiful manor in Stonebreak, closer to the walls. And looking around, you would actually probably recognise that you're in sort of the walkway out to his manor.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, you probably wouldn't know the current Borfus attending the residence, but by the sounds, this woman is the housekeeper there.
Marla, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say, pleasure to meet you, Marla. I'm Ricky.
What
Lovely.
does Marla look like?
So she is a human, brown hair, average height, mousy, sort of meek, and easily scared apparently. Although you are quite an imposing figure. She'd probably be in her 30s, 40s. Yeah.
And I'll kind of just say, I apologise, Marla. I didn't even realise we were blocking the entryway to
That's
the
okay.
Orphus manor.
It's fine. It's not like it's restricted property. Yeah, it just... Oh. And her hands are still a little shaking. She's... Okay. What a chance encounter. Do you have dinner plans? Master Borfus loves guests, but if you have plans, I've just got the stuff. Go.
Can we kind of tell what she's going to be cooking from the stuff?
Make an insight check.
Would this be proficiency with not proficiency with cook's utensils?
You're not belch bag.
I'm like, oh wait.
Wow.
Straight 16.
Yeah, you'd probably be able to tell. Some sort of roasted meat and vegetables. Looks like
Sunday
hearty.
roast.
Yeah. Or a Merida roast.
Merida roast.
Love the Merida roast.
I'll put it to my credits. I'm happy to.
Do we? What time is it roughly? So the sun was starting to set, so like does. It's probably. Do we want to see Ostran tomorrow then? I don't want to bug him if he's like closed up shop.
It is
for the
getting
day.
late.
Yeah, we'll see him in the morning.
That's the only thing I was thinking of. Trying
Like,
to do. So we want to see him tomorrow.
Well, he visited him like 6 in the morning, so he's an early riser.
We do need to get our wage at some point.
And also just give him the full story. Although probably
Yeah.
Glenn and Gillen have already assumed, but at the same time, it'd be good to just check in with him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if we think it's if we think it's too late, or we could,
So-
it'll take her a minute. Like it
Dinner-
takes like an hour to cook a roast, doesn't it?
I can cook pretty quick. Would be
I'd say
20
I'll be able
minutes.
to-
Yeah.
The Borfus manor has extensive housekeepers and servants, so I imagine they got a team making that roast.
It's quite the manner.
My
I'm just
beak
getting some
starts
extras.
watering.
You're all welcome. The master will be very pleased, I'm sure. Excellent. Well, come on up if you're ready. If not, dinner will be served relatively soon, so
After you.
thank you. Mr. Turnip, over there. Thank you. Both of you. Have nice.
We have that.
Team.
The hands touch, the eyes lock. Oh, this is where the campaign's going.
Just that lady of the traffic.
I mean, it's very fitting for you.
Turtle in red.
No, it starts like Lady in the Train, and then it's just the turtle being like. What? Never mind.
That's less romantic than I thought. So you head up the alleyway, which turns out into sort of a fairly well manicured space. It is walled off in sort of behind other buildings, and flush with the wall, the eastern. So if you went through the gates, the eastern side, and it's quite a big manor. It's probably one of the only two-story buildings So similar in size. Not quite as big as the Greystone Manor, but second in size. And you sort of head up well-kept steps onto a veranda, and you see a figure sitting in a rocking chair, casually just going back and forward. You can see wisps of beard hair flowing as the figure rocks. And Marla speaks up. "Ah, master, we have guests. Would repast if master?" And he...
Is that you, lady? Oh, yes. Yeah. And, did you get me pastries?
"No, I didn't get you pastries. You're not to have them. You know this."
No pastries. What? I'm sorry. What did you say?
And looking at him, he's well on in his years for a dwarf, in the 200s mark. Very old, pretty frail. And she sort of, "Come on then, come inside before you catch your death."
No, I'm fine. Don't.
Farm off the pot buzz.
And she sort of helps him inside, and he's very old and doddery. And he goes inside and sits at his big favourite chair, right next to the fire, sort of at a big dining table.
Lady, there's people. There's people. I don't know them. Help me.
And she sort of, "I've invited these guests. Please don't make them feel uncomfortable. They're guests, master. Guests!" Like loudly in his ear.
Guests. Yes. All right. We don't speak. No. All right.
Good evening, Master Borvis.
Aye.
I'm Gimrick.
Let me look at you in the light. Stand in the light.
You sort of step into the
Ostran,
it is a well lit room, but standing by the fireplace, his eyes.
Yeah. Oh, you're a dwarf, are you?
From the Rock Splitters up north.
Splitters. Oh, yes. Yes, I know them well. I remember them back in there.
A pleasure to meet you.
Hello,
Wait,
Mr. Borges. Brother Kincaid. Step into the light.
Yeah.
See me.
hey, what? Hey, you're a big one.
Well, from the... This is just total size.
From where I am, you look like the Reaper.
A little bit.
Are you here to take me to,
I mean, I can if you want, but no.
no.
I'm not on the clock right now.
Yes, not until I've had my dinner. Where's my dinner, lady?
And she's, "It's cooking."
Yes. How do? Didn't even see it. Yes.
Step into the light.
Oh.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Master.
Thank you. Yes, it is my lovely mother. They sort of
Opens his squinty eyes.
We're inside, but yeah.
well, the living room, lovely, and
My name is Varus. Nice to meet you.
I do. Right. Yeah, sorry, I didn't note it off. What brings you?
Your
Dinner.
housekeeper invited us for dinner.
Oh, lady did she? Oh, yes, of course she did.
Yes.
That's okay, I like company. Did I ever tell you about my grandkids?
No.
I don't have any shit. It's a terrible story.
And Marla's like, "It's almost ready. Be seated."
Yeah, it's about time. She takes her time, doesn't she? She's half our good help. Unless it's someone... Did you say rock splitters?
Yes, sir, I did.
can you remember off the top of your head your parents' name?
Yes. Barman is my
Salmon
dad, and Grinwin
Grinwin.
is my
Yep.
mum.
Okay, good.
More G's.
Grin. What's her name? I know a name. They were missing many. She did. It was before. It's the rock splitters. No, I know them. That's for sure.
We're a good folk. Hard workers, a lot of us.
I remember the days you left. I was here. When they left. Where are we? My house. No, Grey, not Greystone. Stonebreak. Yes.
You're in your house in Stonebreak.
Yes. I remember when the rock splitters left. It was quite a time.
Many seasons ago now.
There's a good few. That was after the wars. That was after the war, wasn't it? I remember the power.
And he sort of tugs on his beard. And dinner is slowly brought out and placed around the table, pre-chopped and like mashed up into edible chunks for him.
What do we got, lady?
Got your favourite lamb and some nice turnips fresh from the market. And would you like anything else?
Ale.
I can't give you ale, sorry.
Ale, me woman.
Just okay. Obviously, a very common discussion between the two. And he just sort of he doesn't make conversation. He's very, very distracted. But yes, as you're talking to him, you do recognize the name. Grildur Borfus is someone that you were told to seek. It's actually Gruhl. Grildur, Duhr.
Is Borfus B-R-F-I-S?
Fus. Yep. Yeah, so most in the town you would know. Most in the town know him as Grumbledorf because he's old and grumpy.
Yeah, we did have Grumbledorf.
And yeah, you sort of it is quite nice food. Obviously, they've got some chefs in the kitchens and that sort of stuff. Not an ostentatious house. Like there's not big ornaments and decorations flouting, anything like that. But you can see ancestral portraiture, pride in the family line, is what's most apparent.
So why were we meant to seek him out? Do you?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. I definitely remember being told about.
I can tell you. So Ostran. That was in regards to whoever.
Speak to Grumbledorf, the oldest dwarf in town, about the rune/picture. Austrian information, Spuddle. Got nothing on the rune/picture.
Oh,
Arrow.
Spud's question.
Go speak to Grumbledorf, brackets, oldest dwarf in town.
So this was for Spud's quest.
Yeah, it was. I think
For the mosaic.
The mosaic and the rune that was the markings or whatever that was on his stone.
But you're holding the stone now.
Which you have. Yeah, the markings on that stone / the mosaic. Yep. See, I take notes.
Good. That's what we like to hear.
I just have to
You just
look
have to
back
find them.
and then understand my own handwriting.
Yeah, decipher. Yes. So Marla's sort of like. So.
Food is delicious, Marla. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Baking it down.
What do you all do?
Well, at the moment, we were most recently caravan guards.
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
exciting.
wandering priest.
And she's sort of sitting next to the master and sort of cleaning up as he spills stuff into his beard, like big chunks of gravy and stuff. Just. Oh, you're making a mess. Sorry.
Wandering priests. We tend to the dead, the graveyards, but just take odd jobs You know, to
Ooh,
keep
marvelous.
shell and skin together.
Well, he's probably not far out. Don't worry, he can't hear me. Can you, Master? Hey, buddy. You can get more. That one. There you go.
He's happily munching away, oblivious. And sort of goes around the table and, you know, polite dinner conversation.
So, Marla, I can't help but think old Master Borpus here wouldn't have cared either way to have guests. I mean, he doesn't really seem like he can hear us or hold conversation very well, so...
He has his moments.
Yeah. Any particular reason
Can
you
I be
decided
blunt
to
with
invite
you?
us? Of course.
I get lonely. I just like to have people around that
Yeah.
can look me in the eye and speak, you know, nice words instead of barking orders. But it pays, so it is what it is. And I mean, we cook all this food, might as well entertain.
Holla got to get that dollar.
She seems to like.
Like that. I might use that.
Is that what the portal folk say?
That is old total saying.
How incredible! And you? Are you from Glendotha, I assume? No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm from out east.
What, Dirkley or? I know my maps. Not Dirkley.
Was it? What'd you call? Is it here? What you
Yep.
called? Yeah. I originally come from the Red Ridge Mountains in here.
Oh. Oh wow. You're
I just started looking around the room.
You're very far from home. Is it impolite of me to ask why? It's a long journey.
You got nothing to go back to.
Family matters. I understand. I haven't really left Stonebreak, so tell me more.
It's a lot of cool stuff out there.
Sounds
You
it.
travel up to Fonmouth. If you like dead people and whiskey and vodka,
I do. How could you
best dead people and vodka in all of Veshara.
not? Dead people.
Well, I mean, they still, do stuff. Dead.
Interesting.
Spirits,
Scary.
zombies,
You've
that
got
sort of
spirits and
thing.
spirits, would you say?
Yeah!
Oh, where are my manners? And she goes to get like goblets of wine and sort of pour some out.
Took the hint finally.
And it's and it's
I'm a thirsty total over here.
good spirits too, not skimping on the crappy stuff. The polite dinner conversation. You fed a meal, and Groldur does have moments of like clarity compared to the vague, distraction that he normally has. He sort of, you hear him mumbling about, you hear the phrase Alos at one point. He sort of,
Yes. We did. We did. I was there. I was there. When he took him down. That was it. That was the one. Yeah, it was
You fought the Elos. Is that what you say?
No. We can't fight this.
Well, that was going to be a follow-up question.
No, I'm not.
How are you still living if you fought the Elos?
I fought alongside. Yes. I was one of his number. Well,
That's
there's
a
many.
chakra god.
Yes. That's the name. I haven't heard it in a while.
And the Brodax war. My god.
It-
You are a real veteran.
Yes, I am. I have done my rounds. I've done my service. And this is where I rest. This is the part where I rest. It's not the same without a goodbye. Somebody you just need it. I just
Need the people.
and lady comes in with like a tiny cup of ale for him.
What is that? No, more. Come on. Bring me more than
Oh,
that.
night kick,
That
Like a
is
shot, or like one of those.
A shot
like a
of
night,
ale.
Like what are they called? The little like
Like a
sipping like
thimble?
liquor. No, like the where you mentioned like a port glass
Ah, yeah.
or whatever. Where you're just drinking like
Like a
a
tasting
really
panel
small-
almost, but
Yeah.
just the
Yeah.
one glass.
So she brings him out this tiny serving and hands you out all some nice wines. Fireplace is crackling. It's delightful.
Good.
Now, you have no business here. You can leave whenever you'd like.
Do we want to ask him about thingamajig?
Mirror.
So, yeah, I was gonna I whisper to Ricky that Ostran said that this guy might be able to tell us more about the markings and stuff on the stone that you now have that Spudorn eventually had, or used to have. Sorry.
Okay. Master Wolfus, do you have eyeglasses at all? There's something I think we'd maybe like you to take a look at.
Glasses. No, my eyes are fine. I just.
You can see all right.
And it's just purely wrinkles. Like, he's just so old and baggy.
And I'm imagining like the big bushy eyebrows. like,
Great
Can you
big
see
bushy
under
Like a
beard.
roly poly
Ah,
doll.
very big bushy beard.
I'm picturing the dad from Cloudy with the Chance of Meatball.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the stone, and be like,
That's the best scene.
Um,
Yeah. Okay.
yes.
So I'll kind of ruffle in my bag and pull out the stone and go. What can you tell me about that?
You sort of. And he reaches out and.
Did you get this?
Well, I
Be
mean,
truthful, boy.
it was originally a gift from my mother when I left, but we did some things with the crystals in Broadaxe, and it transformed.
And for the first time, he's like, you can see the lights on behind his eyes. He's sort of like eyeballing each of you, just giving you a good look.
I was gonna say there was. Yeah, I wasn't with them at the time, but there was something with these lot and my cousin about some collapsed mine shaft.
Darling, we went to was it number 2, I think? We went to rescue some miners. Orandus and Jenny contracted us to rescue some miners. There was spiders and we ended up in strange ruins, which is where we originally found the stone.
You found it.
It's Spudorn.
Not me, yeah, my cousin.
I mean, we all were
Great
there and
stone.
found it, but Spudorn was
Great
the one
stone.
who... Yeah, yes.
Steve.
But it's, somehow found its way into my pocket.
Interesting.
And I
Last time we saw him, he had it, then other
Yeah.
day, boom. with
and I did
Ricky.
not steal it. I had a weird dream in Broadaxe that led me to check on the heirloom in my bag, and this was now it.
And he begins sort of one hand sort of crooked underneath his beard, and the other one stroking it like it's. It almost goes to his feet, like he's just beard at this point. It's kind of like a big blankie. He sort of, you see him get lost for a bit, looking around, trying to recall. Yeah, yep. He sort of snaps out of it.
Must be quite worthy. Quite worthy indeed. It's
No, he's Ricky.
worth. You have some traveling to do. It's time for that. And it's time for my nap, I think. Good.
Oh, you can't leave
To
me.
meet you.
Finish on that cliffhanger.
It's time for my bed. I will sleep and good luck. You will know what to do. They will approach you.
Nay.
And I will.
You need some
Good
chocolate
night.
to stay
I
awake.
use command on him and say explain.
Okay.
I was going to just produce the choppy shroom, but I still
yeah, that's what I was gonna offer.
So he'd probably have a heart attack.
He would probably kill him.
No, I use command and tell him and say explain.
Okay. Is it Constitution? Or is it Wisdom?
Wisdom, I think.
I think it's wisdom. Yeah,
Wisdom.
I think it's 13 DC.
It's so nice not having to like faff around with the like not having
Yeah.
to like
I know.
like always like knocking it and like you do this and you'd be like
That's
like
why
wearing
I
a seatbelt.
have done this,
Yeah.
because it's just simpler. I'll wait till Keegs gets back.
Did he fail?
I'll let you
I
know.
hope this man doesn't have guards.
The first thing I've said to him is just explain. I've just been lurking there in the background.
I know. I love that. Like,
Not
he
wanting
didn't-
to talk to this old dwarf.
He also didn't even ask you to introduce yourself.
I just stayed in the shadows,
Yeah.
like cross-armed.
Leant against a wall or
Yeah.
something. Marla tried, and it's just like,
But no, we're moving on.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever got his. Like, we definitely got told, yeah, go see Grumbledorf about the stone, but I don't, and it was. I think it was like, go see Grumbledorf, and Spud was like, oh, I know who that is.
Yeah.
And the rest of us were just like, okay.
Okay, great.
I just helped to fill in the blank.
Yeah.
So that you're not completely lost, because Spud would have that info, so
Yeah.
All good.
He would know who it was.
Alice
Yeah,
good
Ricky
again.
would know who
So
it was.
Spud's was to see Grumbledorf, mine was Green Sea. What was it for your one again?
Looking for
It was
the
it the
book-
town?
the books. It was well. It wasn't necessarily to go. I'm looking for
Yeah.
like it's the
But I mean,
holy
the
tomes.
clue
And
that
it was
he gave us.
from Ostran was going to see some contacts in Ashara.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The Ralazarius family?
Ralozeros.
Right, sure.
Hey, you gave it a stab, and I'm
Well,
happy.
especially when you're like saying stuff, and I'm just like scribbling.
I'm going to write it
And
however
My
that...
spelling is horrible.
Oh,
in my notes.
fine.
the wiki is like just that's how it's spelled.
That's
now.
how it sounds.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's very phonetic. And then yeah,
Uh-huh.
the Vassalor Reluzerus.
Ralozeros.
Yep.
Dinosaur?
Vassalor R family. Vassalor was the
Are
person. I
you
was
are you
told
sharing
to.
this information? Like,
I think
you
we
guys
talked about it.
We did
before.
talk about
I
it.
think it's just like out of character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
It was going to.
Because Ostran already told this to all of us.
Yes, but also remember that you have a new member in your party that
Yeah.
was not there for all of this. So sharing this info with him.
Which
Yeah.
3 days ago / 2 years ago.
I feel like we
Yeah.
wouldn't have this conversation as he's about to do the big revelation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. All right. Where were you?
I commanded him to explain.
What? Explain what?
He's excited. He is very wise because he's old.
I use command
old
again.
as the hills.
Explains.
Can
I've got
you-
3 slots
Can
in
you
there.
use it twice?
Yeah.
It's a spell.
I've got-
But
it's
you
a-
can't spell as much as you want.
I mean, like,
Is
if
it one of
you
those
try it
ones
once
if
and
you
then
fail?
yeah.
if they get like.
I mean, if I burn all my spell slots, I guess.
Yeah.
You can't cast it. No,
I've
no.
got
mean,
3
that
spell
time
slots, so I can do it 3 times.
Yep. All right. That. What is it? 13.
13.
Yep. That is a fail. Okay. So you said explain,
Yes.
and what was the information that he gave you before that?
He just said,
She said, "You must be worthy. You have a lot of traveling to do. They will find you."
Okay.
And then he was like, "And then I'm going for my nap," and we were like,
I'll end on that cliffhanger.
Give me read me the spell if you could. It'll be in your
I
handbook
got it.
or
You got it there? Yeah.
just so I know the
Speak.
parameters.
You speak a one-word command to a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. It doesn't have any effect if it's undead, if it doesn't understand your language, or if the command is directly harmful to it, so that you can't tell it to like look into the fire or something like that. Some typical. Then there's just
so,
some examples.
so we have to explain, but technically only for like 6 seconds.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just says he has to follow it.
Yep.
Unfollow the command.
6 seconds of speaking.
Well, translate. Write that down.
What did he say? We got 1 word out of him. We'll come back tomorrow and try it again. So sort of stops for a second and goes,
We tucked it away, in the cavern until someone worthy would bring it back. And, yeah, that was my job.
Given by who?
he
Is
sort
it
of
something from the wall?
He sort of comes out of the effect of the spell after 6 odd seconds of explaining. He sort of, you can see like he's starting to lose the thread of what you were talking about. So if you can think of a way to help nudge him back.
From the stone, you hid it away. They told you to hide it away, but why? What is it?
It's part of it all. The Yalos.
What did the Alos do? Why did he tell you to hide it?
What's his name?
The Alos?
Axidor? No. It was his father. Aximand! Got one. Aximand. I was instructed to protect this piece. Yeah.
What does it do? What is it? Part of all what?
This is something ancient. I don't actually know what it is.
Songstone?
Yes, something.
What's the relation? Well, what's the relation to the mural in the mine? What is that?
Oh, that's there. What was their name? Someone. No, wait, was that me? Yes. That was a long time. 30, 20 years. Either way, it was a fresco of the. It's meant to represent the Alos. Perhaps I'm aware. That's what I was told to make. And
But it looked very old and not dwarven.
Well, the Alice is an elf.
But then when we looked at all the rooms and stuff, your level was like definitely doesn't look cool. Looks super different.
Yeah.
But he's saying he did.
He said it was something like 20 to 30 years ago, but that doesn't. Yeah.
Now, you are kind of both history buffs in the game.
And I read the full. Remember, like that book, all
History
that
of
history.
Stonebreak.
That's why when he was like saying that, and I was like, oh, that. And
You'll remember.
I don't know what this is like. Even by my handwriting standard, that's bad. But it's like when I was like, oh, the Shoggoth like versus the Aloth, like, that whole book on the history of Stonebreak.
Yep. So I'll get you to make a combined history check. So both of you roll a 20, and it's with advantage, basically.
Each of us with advantage.
Nope.
Just one each.
One each.
Oh wait.
So I want to do advantage that way. If you're giving advantage to kids,
to help
you
them
both
to-
roll and then take
yours
the
is way
highest.
Okay.
Yes, 17.
17. 20, 30 years ago was when Shothragot was in power and when the wars were raging, basically. So
yeah, that's what I've got. The,
coincidental with
Rorax
that.
War 30 years ago.
Yep.
Shothragoth bracket in charge in the north versus the Aloth.
Okay. Well, I'll kind of just say that like, oh, okay, when timelines kind of match up there with the war. With...
it was after the war. Was it before? Oh no.
Around when? Doesn't matter if before or after.
Was it then? It was
Rodax before the war against Shotragoth.
was it after? Either way. Somewhere there. 20, 30 years maybe. That was a long time.
And Marla's like, very sorry. It's a lot for him.
Yeah, no, that's right. Thank you for your help, Sporpus. It's that's extremely helpful. That points us in the right direction.
Always good to see you, fellow rock splitter.
Hello.
Fellow.
You're all
brother.
cousins.
Yeah,
like-
yeah, we're all cousins.
And my best to Grinman and
Roller? No, what was his name? Tharman and Grinwyn.
give my best to the two of them.
Yeah,
Send my
of
love.
course.
Always. I'm off. To the bed. Take me, Marla. I mean, woman. Okay, let's go. I'm sleepy.
And she sort of, all right, you can leave whenever you want. Front door's there. Come on. And then you can hear them sort of shuffling off down the hallway.
Well, that was pretty good.
Well,
that's sort of.
So it's
We
part
got a
of
key name there.
part of some ancient artifact that kind of came out of the Brodex War against Shothragoth.
and he was fighting on the side of Alos, which didn't think otherwise. But
So the
And
the war itself was across Falador, the whole continent,
yeah.
not just Broadaxe.
The
But
Broadaxe
that's
was
what it
mainly
was
between
called.
Shaded.
the shaded and Broadaxe settlers.
Oh, I thought that was just the name.
No, this is like a full-on war in Falador
Yeah.
to like take control.
Oh, they're two notes next to each other. Glendolfa versus Broadaxe is like right there, and then war. I see.
Yeah.
Doing anything,
Two
Varys?
separate.
The war's like was it a north and south deal?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cutlery or anything.
Shot right in the north.
Yeah,
You could
it's
steal
there.
him
I
somewhere.
could, but I just yeah.
Do you want to sneak?
I'd
and
feel
find
kind of
this-
bad about
I'm
it.
just I'm like, well, then all
It's
I've
not
got is
gonna
some
use
extra cutlery. Like, what?
Damn, you've
we're
got
gonna
some
sell this to
fine
Ostran for,
foods.
like some copper.
And I think we probably minced the fence in town.
Yeah.
You could search through his house.
All right, so yeah,
Maybe.
you hear them sort of
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
down the
happy to
hallway.
I'm happy
fill
to
ourselves
help.
out
Yeah.
if we're all good in here.
Thanks, Marla.
All right,
Much appreciate your hospitality.
not the problem. That's no, not there. That's not your bed. And you can hear.
No.
Why did we get wicked chamber pots?
Is that Black Book?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
And what were you thinking? A wicker toilet. What was going through your mind?
His face hasn't stopped. No, I
He's-
can't remember it
These
well
kids
enough.
are
It's been
surprised. Kids are always like that. Everything's new to them.
I just leave 2 silver on the table for Marla, and then
That's very
make
nice
our
of you.
way out.
All right, so you head back out.
Yeah. And
I would like to attempt a sleight of hand one of those silver pieces.
All right, perception stealth.
If you went
Or
out
sleight of
last,
hand,
you'd probably just like
Yeah.
we all go out and you're just like
Well, maybe.
Yep.
Nat 20!
oh. Yeah, you just go out last and
What did you roll?
I rolled 11.
Okay, so you have no idea.
Yeah.
He's just, yep.
For a single silver.
a single
Yeah, do it just to make myself happy.
yeah.
I don't care about the material gain.
It's for the joy of
You're a kleptomaniac in a manor. Why don't you just like search around for a bit?
Less hassle.
He's busy cleaning his chamber.
That's why.
He's scrubbing off the wicker.
Yeah.
As
Beautiful.
we're going to exit the manor, how long were we at dinner? How late is it?
No more than an hour.
Oh, okay. Well,
About
do we want
7:30.
to still maybe go try and pay
Yeah.
Ostran a bit?
Let's
Get our
see.
pay?
Yeah.
Did when he said the Aximent, was that the Alos?
Axeman is the one who told him to protect the stone.
Yeah, but is that the Alos? Because he was
Do we
like, because he's like, No, that was his father. Axeman, that's who it was. Does that name ring a bell? Like, is that
Roll a history check. As a
actually that one?
book learned turtle.
Ooh.
21.
Whipped up the bing bong.
Absolutely. Alos Aximand and Axidor.
So
Was his
Axidor
son?
was his. So Axeman is so Axidor is the current Alos.
Yes.
Yeah, so Axidor current Alos. Because he started being like Axidor. Wait, no, that was his father. Like, yeah, so
Yep.
Axidor current Alos, and then Aximand was his father. So the Alos during the time of
Yeah,
the
you'd be
war
like-
against Shagragoth.
Shoth Rogot.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Shagragoth. That's alright.
Shiagura.
Yeah, the
Shelob. Yes, so you head out into the night.
Yeah, I think it's not as late as I thought it might be after dinner. I think it's still worth going to see if we can get our pay off Ostran.
It took you most of a day's travel to get there, but yep, you arrived there with no
oh, wait, yeah, he
daylight.
doesn't live in town, does he?
Who?
Ostran.
Yeah, he does.
Does he?
You guys don't know where he lives?
He's got the store.
Well, like
we don't know where he lives,
but the
he does have
warehouse
the-
sort of deal.
Well, there'll be someone there to pay us wherever we left the depot.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Is there a name for that war? Like, you know, the war of the whatever.
It's the Shothel War,
Shuffle.
named after Shothragot.
Sure.
Yeah, so you can make your way towards there. I would assume you would light a torch.
Yeah, I'll
that
have
it's
my
dark.
lantern still,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Because I know that's a law, isn't it?
It is a law. And you make your way wending through the town. It's quite a brisk sort of night. Like the wind is fairly cutting. It goes straight through what you're wearing. And you're sort of like, oh, that's cold. Blowing straight off the basin. And you head towards Ostran's, the trading section. There is a light on in the office.
What was Ostran's
But not much
partner's
active.
name again? Because it was Ostran mixed with someone else's name, but I can't remember.
I don't know that you've ever gotten that information.
No, we
Did
did.
we?
Did you?
I swear I remember. That's the only reason why I know, because
Okay.
we were told it was like the mix of
Yeah,
the two
yeah, it
partners.
is.
It's Austrans or something like that.
Ostran
Yeah, that's the one, but I don't know. I don't.
is the name of the...
But it's a mix of
Establishment.
Ostran and someone else's name.
Yeah, Ostentines, Ostran, and Salentine, who is
Good note-taking.
he mainly does the security and like protection side of things, and Ostran does business.
Yeah, I lost my book that had last year's notes, so
Oh, no.
all of that stuff is like.
I just need to organize it because it's
No,
just
no.
like
Hey.
That's why we
You got
the
there.
wiki set up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yes, Ostran and Salentine. Ostentine. Beauty. So you heading in?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Loud knock.
Doors open.
Australian.
Like the handles.
Yeah.
There's a light on.
Well, I'll say I'll knock before
Ah, okay.
going, but then
Yep.
like,
And he's sort of reclined, smoking a small pipe.
oh,
Good evening.
Yes. Hi.
apologies about the wares that were stolen.
I mean,
I'm sure you've heard the recounts by now from the others.
I have.
Will and the rest filled you in.
He sort of like slicks back his hair a bit. And did you make any attempt to recover the losses?
We did, but this druid just turned into a big old wolf, grabbed it in her mouth, and just got out of there.
Chased after her for a while, but you go in after it, sure, but you don't come.
Yes.
He was just too fast for us. We tried to keep up, but she lost us, went right into the deep.
You were right not to go in. You would all most definitely die.
Better not to lose cargo. Lose cargo plus us.
Okay. Well, I mean, the losses have already come out of your payments, so I will not be paying you the other half, as only half of the goods were delivered. Same has been done for the other hire-ons. As your duty was to deliver the goods, you delivered half, I will pay you half. Is that fair?
Was to guard goods, we guarded goods.
That's debatable. Because now I am left with the beautiful task of sending someone to get that back. Roll persuasion. Who's the ringleader? You're a little bit of a ringleader.
More the front face.
18 plus.
Many.
What's persuasion like? Plus 3, 21.
Well, obviously, not ideal to lose what was meant to go to Ashara. If you had lost what was to go to Broadax, that would have been acceptable. Slightly more valuable, what was in the back cart.
What was it?
Was there any
I'm not
way?
going to disclose that information to you.
Just is speculation, but they went straight for it.
They didn't even bother with the
I
other
don't-
cart.
They literally
They knew
straight
what it
for
was.
it, cracked the doors open and ran. Did not even try to fight.
And
us.
she went out of her way to grab that and escape.
I don't
Left
know.
her friends to die in order to get that chest.
I don't know who else you told about it, but just saying.
Somebody else.
It seemed very organised and targeted. They knew exactly what they were going for.
Straight for chest.
On passive insight, you guys would see anger cross his face. like just a big flash of it, and then he sort of masters himself a little.
If it was just fight them off, we could have done that. We killed a bunch, but
Now I am.
they didn't even care about fighting.
He's not even listening. He's just like blank, million mile
You
stare.
can see that he's got the meme of the chick with the formula.
Yeah.
Like he's just like,
Who's the leak? Who's the
yeah, like
I will not be able to trust that. Contact her. Okay. Well,
So I feel like if it was a setup, we shouldn't miss
we
out on
can-
our wages.
it was taken either way. It's costing me. It's going to cost you. You were hired to protect it. You didn't protect it. This is black and white as that.
Also,
you let
what's
us
the
into
name
it,
that was
set up.
given to them again, like those people? Do you remember?
The shaded.
No, not the shaded. It was something. There was something else.
Oh, the tribe and the specific
Yeah,
tribe.
yeah.
Well, the
Oh, you got that, didn't
yeah,
you?
oh god,
I couldn't read my writing.
The needlebark tribe.
it was the we caught one, took one of them, interrogated one of the attackers. It was the Needlebark tribe. I don't know if that means anything to you.
Really.
One
They're-
of the shaded tribes.
They are all very. They roam around. They're nomadic, if you don't know. So, it doesn't really matter who the tribe was. It's just that it's gone, which means that someone fed information and has let me down massively. That is going to cost me a lot. But this is what we do. We move on. It is purely business, nothing personal. However, how would you like to redeem yourselves?
I was going to ask you the same thing. Why do we take more jobs from you if the next one, we know the next one isn't set up as well?
Well, this one has just come to me. How would you like to get it back? With a guide. You will not survive by yourselves, but
Well,
How dangerous are we talking here?
and
Are
also
we underleveled?
We've been told repeatedly to stay out of the dens.
and also
But we also
sidebar.
cheesed them, except for the one that ran away. So if it's more like that, but more not, maybe just larger numbers. Who knows?
okay. So let's just not have the conversation that you can't have in front of him.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
Well, I mean, I'm sure we would love to, and we would love to continue working with you. But at the moment, we are currently engaged with business in town that we would like to have concluded before we head out again.
Okay. Let me
When were you planning on
let me convey the delicacy of this situation. I will pay you each 50 gold now and 50 later if you recover what was lost. This is important.
Kind of time frame.
Mm.
are we talking
Sooner
here?
rather than later. If it surely is not in the deeps already. If it was taken back into the forest, it would still be circulating in the shallows somewhere. But my sources tell me that not many head to the deeps these days. Do you know which direction they went?
It was
We could
Actually,
yeah, we could make a start.
does not matter. I have a person. Actually, have a person in mind.
Would we be able to meet with the guide and talk to them a little bit about what we could expect before we give you an answer?
I personally believe these people who took the cargo directly related to, the ones you mentioned a few days ago, when I asked about information about the seers. I believe these people may be related to the information that you gave me. I just blow away
Epic missed, folks.
Aaron takes out a long Gandalf pipe.
Standard.
Okay. See, the problem is I would have to summon said person. Your guide would, by magical means, would be transported here. Once they are here, there's no... I'm not just going to send them back on their way if you say no. I would need your word.
Could we sleep on it? Come talk to you tomorrow morning.
Sure.
We're not gonna be setting out straight
Sure.
away, irrespective.
Yeah, we need time.
We need to prepare and everything.
I was gonna say,
Obviously, if
could
you're,
we
if you're
even,
heading...
like, I'd be happy to agree now, but like give us a few days to try and conclude our business here and prepare for this trek.
He's sort of like, again, the 1,000-yard stare, just trying to... The only shortfall would be that the longer you wait, the further they would travel. But that's on you, I guess, so long as you bring it back. Or deliver it on to Ashara. Up to you. Either way.
Could you tell us what is so important that you'd be willing to risk so many lives to take back?
Absolutely not.
Nature of the business.
You understand?
Yep.
It's not my secret to keep.
Fellow smuggler.
Well, yeah.
Hello.
Should we sleep on it and discuss?
Maybe we go away, talk tonight, we come back.
That sounds agreeable. It is getting late.
Like, it's not like we're going to head off.
What did you smuggle? I'm just, you know, surprised I haven't heard of you.
Yeah. Oh, what? Very small time. Very small time. Spices, alcohol, people. You know.
Small children.
Well.
You laugh, but nature of the business.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
Needs
was
a need.
a smuggler in my prime 30 years ago during the war, smuggling people out of cities in lockdown,
Absolutely.
smuggling them out of war-torn,
Being conscripted,
places,
people wanted out. No shame in it.
and they paid a pretty penny to get out.
You provide a service. That is absolutely correct. I mean, I've smuggled a few people myself. They're fairly well established, but when the need's there, there's a market for it. No shame in that. Interesting. Did you have a ship?
Yes.
Keep an eye out. Oh, are you not any longer smuggling?
Oh, well, I lost my ship, unfortunately.
Guards or...
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
tread no further. That's fine. I understand.
Long
That
story.
look. Well, if you ever need another job doing it, you know where I am. But I am on the straight and narrow at this point. Knowing people is part of my trade, and I will not betray their secrets. I'm very sorry, as curious as you may be. But if you can come back to me tomorrow once you've mulled this over, that would be agreeable. Okay?
I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
sounds like a plan.
All right. Good night.
Also, I have a proposition for you. Now, do you know of Canuta? Our resident wacky turtle?
I'm one of the most connected people on this continent. I know Kahuna. I know what she is capable of.
Now, she's come up with this creation that we found to be very helpful during our travels.
I'm sorry. I should maintain my decorum. Continue.
Anyway, we were looking to sell or possibly get is that okay? To get some orders.
Oh, did that camera go off?
Yep.
When did that camera go?
I have no idea.
Why?
And because I was just saying too, that's the noise that we've been hearing.
That's
that
the fridge.
Carl's
That's
at
a
the
fridge.
That's
I
a different
thought it was a speaker.
So, you know that dude, like when you get up in the middle of the night.
Also,
Yeah.
since we're having our intermission, well, not an intermission, but a little break, we got a raid just before.
Oh, did we?
We got a raid.
Hey, Raiders!
Hey, Raiders.
Right on, right on.
Welcome to the channel. Hold up. Let me just fix tech issues.
What's a raid?
I mean,
Raid.
someone sent all their viewers to us.
Yeah, like end your stream and you just sort of.
They transfer over
Yeah.
to your channel.
Yeah.
Raiders, thank you so much. Consider chucking a follow. Check out the YouTube channel. All the episodes will be up on there. I hope you like the table, as I saw someone say very briefly. It's a great table. Thank you. We're still working on the audio, making it sound good, but I really appreciate that rate. Okay, now that the camera's not balked.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you reckon it was that, like, turning off that you heard?
No, it's
It's definitely
always there.
Okay, that's fine.
So that's it's all
That's
good. As long as we know what
fine.
it is and it's not some loose cord or something some
Yeah.
way causing issues.
Okadoka.
Oh, you did coincide with that.
Yeah.
It could be related.
Are they on the same thing?
Yes.
Maybe
It's like
try to
maybe
get out,
it's circuiting,
Mm.
and so then that's it trying to express cool because it's gotten warmer.
Yeah, possible.
I don't know enough about fridges.
That's all right. If it's,
Thermodynamics.
it's sharing a power,
Is box that make cold.
it's cold box. It's sharing a power board, so it's potential for it because it does just randomly ask turn off.
Yeah.
None of the
Yeah,
others do it.
I wonder if we were
That's weird though.
swapping PowerPoints and seeing if that makes a difference. It
Could be too much in the
because, like,
same board.
It
I don't know,
should.
my kettle doesn't
No
randomly
way.
switch
No,
off
they're,
like
they're USB powered. Nope,
Ah,
that's not even that.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's really weird. Anyway,
Just coincidence.
back to the story.
So
Fridge things
All the
aside.
same. Fridge notwithstanding.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Arnold. Arnold.
Grid is still zero.
Yeah, there he is. I've got golden teeth.
A picture of like bits.
it's like Ditto.
You thought it was Ditto, but you're wrong.
It's just like a pub meat tray.
Minced beef.
Some minced couple of lamb shanks.
All right.
We're
So-
explaining the Kunu's thing.
Yes. Sorry.
Yep. Do you want to open it up, Darius?
Sure.
So Arcana. Very nice. So you make this delicate hand motion, sort of like flicking thumb and finger together in it. Arcane sigils sort of, and then you see this tiny little rift open up from where your fingers go to, and yeah, you've got this little space open in space again. He can't see it from his side of the table.
I pull the cursed warhammer off my back and just drop it in.
Okay. What were you doing?
I
Sorry.
just wanted to reach in, grab the bloodstone, pull it out,
Oh, okay. He's like,
and then throw it back in.
Smuggler's wet dream.
She's wanting to market these and sell them to the public. So,
interesting.
what do you think?
As a merchant, thought you might have use for it.
Thank you for coming to me.
Wait,
Sorry.
You can have use of it, and you can.
Normally, when Kanuna brings something to me, it's you know,
We know, but
you understand.
this is very different to what we've
She
seen.
has stepped her game up. That is an actual useful tool.
This is a very marketable thing. It's more
It
like
is.
Your grandmother's
when you're
knick-knack.
So, how does it work? Could you show me? So you've got it open, and he comes around the deck. Oh,
Just kind of a portable
portable.
It's a carry-on.
pocket dimension.
If you
thing.
look at the
A porta pocket.
engravings on his hand,
we
that's
call
how
it?
you
Porta pocket.
Do it like point it.
That would be
barrels.
Kanuna's how we we're called.
Kanuna's carry-all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Kanuna's
We haven't
carry-on.
ended yet, but
I like the porta pocket.
I almost feel like we're about to get.
Yeah, it's not like
He's a big
yeah,
business
it's
guy.
right now.
See, Kanuna has a line of creations coming out.
Okay.
So, this could be one of.
So this is a proto.
This is a prototype.
This is the,
Okay.
this is the what's it called, like the
Alpha.
The floor model.
That's what I was thinking. Like the
Proof of
display
concept.
model,
Yeah.
like
Proof of concept.
A genuine
It's the
prototype.
prototype.
Yeah.
So this is
And-
the prototype. It's only going to get better from here.
May I?
It can't be transferred between people. Another benefit is the security aspect to it. But
yeah.
one
True.
person can't take it off him, he can't give it to someone else if he gets a
So what-
better offer.
you can cut the hand off and it'd still be useless to you.
Going to
Quite
say,
literally
what happens if
magically
your hand?
sewn into the fingers.
Interesting.
And it doesn't.
So I
body-
see a leather thong sort of around your wrists.
No, right.
So you've got like a little leather thing, and then the wire sort of melded with your fingers and skin.
Yeah.
Is there a way to get rid of it?
Not that we're aware of just yet. But
Okay.
again, it's a
Needs some work,
prototype.
but
These things still need
Interesting.
workshopping. But it's a
Coming in.
useful concept and can be done.
are you at all worried about not being able to take it off?
Not yet.
I wasn't.
I hadn't thought about that. Understandable.
Unless it goes like a black hole. or
Okay.
something that-
That is a concern we can bring forward, though, for future models.
Absolutely. If I were to sign on in any way, I would want to see a removable.
These are things that she's working on to try and make a
Interesting,
better
though.
product. This is just the first prototype.
Okay.
It's only going to improve from here on.
And I think the problem with removable is that opens it up to theft, whereas how it currently
This is anti-theft.
Or
Yeah.
maybe you want two versions, you know, secure version for your sensitive cargo and then general purpose.
I can see the
Like
market for it.
Briefcase with handcuffs, briefcase without handcuffs.
I don't know what. Oh,
What's a briefcase?
yeah. Anyway,
I mean,
yes.
chest with manacles?
Yes, that is something that they do. They manacle themselves to chests.
Famously, the old chest
The
manacles.
chest manacles.
It
That's what they
seemed
do.
like the best idea, but we've just never improved.
This is a
Surely there's a way to make this better. Nope, this is it.
this peak performance. Interesting. You are very welcome to bring. Once she has refined it a little, it seems. Can you close it, or is it just tear? So you just. And the space just closes in.
And then I just wave my hand through the air where the hole was, like nothing, it's gone, no trace, no nothing.
She has come a long way.
Ostran, I know, like, you know, you do have some valid concerns and maybe don't want to place any orders at the moment, but it would go a long way if someone such as yourself would even write or even just write an expression of interest so that she knows that
We could take
that there is value in developing this product further.
If we take
So-
something back to her saying, you know, the fit, like, this is what you like, this is what you would like to see in a newer version. That's what customer feedback for.
And I'm sure that you have many, many contacts who you can discuss this with and who can, explore their interest in it further.
Indeed. Would she be open to selling only to me? Corner the market before it's released.
Well,
We could have a chat to
Yeah.
her.
For the right price, I'm sure she would be
Everything
happy to make
costs.
something exclusive.
So you were mentioning R&D, she needs funding.
Well, yes, obviously, yeah.
As many developing projects.
Exactly. I'm
Little indie dev.
impressed that she has made something this... it's unique
Function.
and functional. Sorry, could you open it again?
Oh, please. That one.
14. Like I said, work in progress.
Prototypes.
I'm unable to open it. It's sort of like, it just doesn't feel like the spark is there.
Yeah. Can't grab this.
It's still very much a prototype.
Definitely needs some work, but promising prospect.
Yeah,
You've
it-
seen
this
the concept,
simply-
you've seen it
Here,
does work.
simply created to promote and garner expressions of interest.
I mean, you have my interest, that's for sure.
This is the demo.
Yes, as you've said, prototype. I understand. And you see that look again. But this is more of calculating and thinking like how he could sell it, and
How rich this is about to make him.
he sort of grabs some parchment and scribbles away, folds it up for you, along with, and he hands you a pouch of 50 gold and this note. Give to Kanuna. I've expressed my interest, but I would like to see a more functional
Of course.
version. I would also like it to be just me, if that's possible. That is one of the key points for me being involved.
That
Only
is something
me.
we'll definitely
that clear?
discuss with her, yeah.
Well, yeah, for this particular product, if exclusivity is what you desire, I'm sure you can find an agreeable price for that.
Absolutely, because there is a market for this.
I'm sure there's many.
In the right hands, this could be lucrative for not just myself, but I'll cut you guys in.
Yeah, it's
You
definitely
brought it to
saved
me.
us in a pinch already.
Just
Even
from-
with just
just from
the
picking
prototypes.
With its flaws.
Yeah.
Yes, I could see.
Wait, Your hammer's still in there,
Yeah, put the hammer.
and you can't reopen.
No, it's the cursed one.
Oh,
It's not his actual main hand weapon. Hand me the hammer.
No, it's the cursed one. The cursed one that we don't want anybody to use is in there.
I just had a thought. I was like, wait, now you're without a weapon until we can get it open.
No.
Until tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like we get one per day and then the rest.
And I assume you put the
Yeah, I
Bloodstone back in?
like a baseball and then just put it back in.
Yep, cool. Just keeping track of what is in there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Ostran. A pleasure.
That took took rather quite a different turn than I was expecting. Come back to me in the morning. I look forward to seeing what you bring back,
Me too.
because that has piqued my curiosity. Anyway, Rufus, come on! And the big bloodhound with his big flopper ears, he sort of hops up at his command. See yourselves out. I will get in contact with my tracker, the person that would accompany you into the wilds. Please consider it. It's quite vital. That's all I'll say, though. Enjoy your evening, fellas. Lock the door on the way out.
And cheerio.
Ta-ta and farewell.
Good night.
TFN.
And he goes back to like
TTF.
reclining and smoking his pipe, just like looking up and away.
What kind of time is it
Yeah, I
now?
was about to say.
Probably 8-ish.
So it'll be too late to go to
you-
the
you
Canooners.
Let's go straight to
It
Canuna.
was only 7:30 when you left.
Yeah, we'll walk up to Canooners' joint
Mhm.
and give a little knock on her door when we get there.
Yeah. So walking through the town, you see a few other people about
My lantern.
with their torches lit. You see a couple of guards. All right, you. Keeping out of trouble.
Always.
Good.
Always.
Sorry, we're on high alert. The guards have gone missing. We're new in town, maybe.
There's more than one guard gone missing.
Yeah.
Oh, we'd heard about the one.
What guards went missing?
A
Lots
number.
of guards went missing.
A few.
many guards?
I think we're at 4 at the moment.
Oh, all except 4.
Have left their posts.
Oh, 4.
4 have not shown.
Over the span of how many days?
Oh, in the past day or two, just haven't shown. So we're tightening up a little.
I met some charming gentlemen on the force the other day. Were Thormund and Hjolgern among the missing?
Have to go check.
Do you remember any names of who was missing?
No.
Dave the Night Guard does not.
Surely they even like
Not
people
off.
they work with.
Not off. To,
I guess it depends
Who
how
went
many are
missing?
on the floor.
It also depends of like freedom of information. Maybe it's just, hey, a few people didn't show up to their shift and are missing.
yeah.
You need to step
Also,
up.
rotation of shifts and stuff. They might be on different.
Yeah, I don't know
yeah.
everyone at my work.
Yeah.
And if it's like an
Yeah.
investigation.
It's a fairly expansive guard as well. Like it's a big place, a lot of guard presence. So
I was going to say, once we kind of move on to them, from them, I'll kind of say, I'll be like, you know, either the corrupt guard force just like, you know, knows that they were found out and are trying to leave Yerskip town, or it's a bit of like a hostile takeover sitch, and they're like, hey, a high up in the corrupted people has gone missing, the lieutenant.
the
Let's
herrings.
yeah,
The hair.
the herrings. Let's hostile take over the whole guard
The
force.
alpha herring has gone missing, so the rest of the shoal. There is a power vacuum, and the
Turns on each other
second biggest herring
Yeah.
takes the role. But the herrings that were loyal to the previous alpha herring, well, they're first on the fisherman's knife, if you know what I mean. You don't know the new alpha herring doesn't know where their loyalties lie, so off with the otters.
They'll sleep with the fishes.
Go down where the lobsters spend their winter.
Now the guard is still with you. He's sort of like, I'm
We
sorry.
fish a lot in
You
Thornton.
lost me with the fish. Yeah, I'd need to look Someone had it somewhere. Can't remember names. But
As a
Yeah.
guard, is that
keep your
what
eyes
you
open.
see?
What?
Not knowing names. Not being able to remember names.
Not really.
They remember faces.
Would have thought that's like pretty crucial.
I could picture them, but I don't necessarily know names. I'm terrible with names. Sorry. But,
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't ask your name. Not that I'd remember it. Anyway, nose is clean. Keep your eyes peeled. Let the guard know if anything happens.
Will do.
All right. He sort of walks off into the darkness with his torch, obviously.
Yeah. Like, we just keep heading on to Canoe.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. So you get towards Kanuna's and rap on the door, and it takes a couple minutes. You can hear clattering and banging and all that sort of stuff. And she comes to the door.
Hi.
We've got a little something for you. And
The letter and the voucher of 50 gold.
Oh.
it's from Ostran.
Yeah.
He is very interested in your creation.
But he wants it you
You
to
s-
sell to him exclusively.
You see like a it's called a frisson go through her, like her spine's all sort of twitch at the same time, like from top to bottom. She Ostran?
Yes. He's very interested in our little pocket dimension. However,
In the Canonos carry-all.
Canuda's carrier.
He has a few
That's what they
concerns
called it.
that I think he's outlined in his letter to you.
Oh.
He wants you to make it so it doesn't just permanently stick to somebody. Make it so it's a little bit more accessible and works 100% of the time, and also he could be your exclusive vendor.
If you can make a version that you can just put on anyone and that you can open and close as much as you want, he's really interested in doing business.
The difficulty with that is your body is sort of the anchor in space. I would have to think long and hard about a
suppose-
removable.
Otherwise, I think his main concern was the leather arm piece and the bit around the thumb. If you could almost make it so no one would know you're wearing it, I'm sure that would be a bit of a benefit as well.
Oh, the leather was purely just to hold on to, so I
You can
didn't.
take it off.
You can take the leather off.
Well, yeah, you can take the leather off.
Yeah, you can absolutely take the leather off.
Then at least it's not like visible that you've got one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apart from
Yeah,
the
but it's
marking.
like the wire there.
Yeah. So yeah, it's sort of just fused with your skin,
Yeah, sort of.
tattooed almost.
Yeah, cool. Alright, well, yeah, then I've just got the strip of leather.
Without being able to like do the,
Yes,
you know,
this
open and close it as much
this
as you want.
was a prototype.
But he's very interested.
Either way, there's some more fun.
And she like writes down the concerns and opens the letter from him.
Exclusivity. It's wonderful. Funding. Wonderful. You've done so well. You've only been gone a day.
We work well.
I
Yeah,
have not.
I told you I'd get the job done.
Yeah, I am the
We
best.
did it last minute.
I
Yeah, I feel like we're turning it from like merchant skill to like into very like merchant skill, like
Yeah.
entrepreneurial, like we're getting into
we
real
are
like
just
we're
grind
getting,
the
yeah, we're not
BBG
getting
at the end.
we're getting into real like Shark Tank like acquisitions.
Brother,
and
King
corporations,
Vegas,
like-
COO.
Yeah, like we've
Well-
got like the secretary, the company
Evil
secretary.
bitch, man. We know you need these
Company
crystals, but we've
secretary.
bought all the supplies.
Yeah, it's very like
You want to destroy the world?
Yeah.
It's going to come at a premium.
the company secretary, the like marketing reps, like salespeople.
and the hands.
Yeah, the demo, person who does
Slash, you didn't make it.
like,
Then you back
yeah.
it down.
yeah.
Yeah.
So she's obviously very excited.
I have. A prototype for what you requested.
Mm-hmm.
I have not
Yes.
started making.
The safe cracker.
not started on any more, but I will. That's safe crack can.
Yeah.
This
yes,
is-
we take the safe cracker.
Big, and a big totally frame as she's standing there. She's like hands by her side with the big pouch of money and her letter, and she's twanging on her little spines like excitedly, like
Thinking real hard about it.
like
Is the prototype for the safe cracker ready?
Can we give it a shot?
it's. Try. I cannot. Might.
Like to work on it a little more, and maybe we come grab it tomorrow.
Well, it would be helpful if you tried it now.
Sure,
so
we can give it a try.
That's fair. That makes sense.
I don't.
Has she got any? Oh, do you have anything that we can check on before, or should we just go straight now? Try.
I don't have safes on hand.
Right.
Sorry.
That's right.
I'll just
That's why it's a prototype.
put my hand out to grab it.
Take it now.
She like goes inside.
Hands us like a golem.
goes inside and like goes through her bow wall, like straight into a brick-looking wall, into a lab, and you hear her clattering around. Like sound travels through it, obviously, and you hear her clonk the big bag of money onto a table, and she's there it is, and steps out, and she's got what looks like 2 cylinders. Like looks like something that you'd grip onto. Kind of like nunchucks, I'd guess.
Yeah.
Like just side by side, no chain between them or anything.
Okay, are they joined?
Yeah, so held together. Similar idea to what I've made the hand. What did you call it?
Yeah. I think Ostran liked Porter Pocket.
Porter pocket.
He liked porta potty.
Right.
I think it's carryall. Canute's carryall.
Yeah, we said Canute's carryall with the K on the carryall.
Yeah, I like that.
We were thinking
Part of
of it,
Canuna's keepsakes.
We want to make a line of items called Canute's keepsakes, and Canute's carryall is the first one.
This is why I hired you. I would never have thought of that. That sounds. I like that it has my name in it. It's lovely.
We want you to become a home, home
Household name.
The mother's
household name.
A home.
We
want you to be a home.
We want you to be the Channing Tatum of creations. You know, the famous bard who is well known all throughout the world.
Did you know he was in town today?
What?
Today?
Oh.
He left over the basin. You must have just missed him.
Imagine. So close.
To touching royalty.
I saw him down at the docks. I was getting
Well,
supplies.
what was he doing here?
I think he must have had a show over the basin. So,
Is he as handsome as they say?
oh, I'm not one for humans, but he is a looker.
Is this the show I've been hearing about with the halfling Daniel DeVito? The world famous halfling bard? The canon?
No.
No, it's not that show. I don't think that's on yet. But I saw him. He left in a big fancy ship.
I do know that one. It's always sunny in a shop.
It's always sunny in Falador.
Even better.
Oh, damn it.
That's why we're talking, you know?
Why did I let you guys in here?
Always sunny.
The Broadway show.
Anyway, Canuna,
If you want to get in Spador's hole, you better pay your Strand's toll.
Oh gosh. If we pop out to test this safe cracking device, would you maybe write up some sort of acknowledgement of agreement, acknowledgement of exclusivity, whatever, and we'll deliver that to Ostran in the morning for you?
Yeah, that sounds Wonderful.
I mean, do we want to take that deal? We haven't even.
Well, yeah, like nothing contractually
Nothing
binding.
but just say
Yeah.
Like expression
it
of
sounds
interest
great.
between the
Let's
two.
do more.
The expression of interest between the two.
Acknowledgement of the expression of interest.
Yeah.
A memorandum of understanding.
A let's meet
Yeah.
sort of deal. Yeah. Yes.
We'll take these nunchucks.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I'll
that.
grab onto those.
And she scribbles something. Spills the ink. It's got like ink all over her hands.
With sun in colour.
And then hands it off to you. Thank you. You've done so much better than I ever have.
Well, you keep the great devices coming our way, and we'll gladly continue helping.
Oh, pardon you. That's okay. I let them go sometimes myself. Let me know how the safe thing goes.
Get in its crack safe.
We'll work on it.
All you must do is hold it on the surface that you wish to, and then
And then pull it apart.
Like Fred.
it should
Okay.
Like a passport kind of thing.
should do the trick. I hope. I haven't tried it on a safe.
So
That might be difficult.
So you're saying this would work on not just a safe, but any substance, really?
Like a flat surface, if we
Uh,
put it on a wall.
Like, let's say if we put it on a door, we'd be able to reach inside and
It depends on
unhook
the
the lock.
thickness
Like a thin
what it's made
material.
of.
Like, let's say a normal door, standard house door.
Oh, this is a dangerous thing, isn't
Well,
it?
yes.
This will have one use in it.
Uh, one use item.
But let me know if it does work. It should. I haven't extensively tested it. It's expensive.
We'll
Yeah,
go test it
cool.
now. That's
We'll
all
go
right, yeah.
give it a test. So I'll grab onto that one and
Bring it back. I might be able to
recharge it.
recycle some of the parts. Or
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Learn from what it
Regen-
looks
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
There. Thank you. What a lovely night surprise. And you can smell coming from her room just a waft of goblin leaves. Just that familiar scent.
Oh, Copland List, that
And
takes
she,
me back.
sorry, you caught me at dinner.
No problem. We just dropped in.
I love goblin.
Enjoy your
Just back to my meal, and closes the door.
So can we just take a quick bathroom break?
Go for it.
I think
Go far.
stream went down for a sec and then came back up. Because
Let me
I
check
did
on-
have stream open and then it shut off for a sec and then I got a live message shortly after.
Okay. Yeah, I dropped frames for a sec, but
Oh, we're live now,
Yeah.
but it just dropped before. I think it went down for a little bit.
yeah, I dropped 1,000 frames.
Okay.
CPU's fine now.
Yeah.
It's like it's all good.
Your internet might have cut out for just a little bit.
Oh, Heroes unrated with 44.
Oh shit!
Wildfire said audio sounds awesome today.
Yeah, Wildfire,
Yes!
my boys.
It's the friggin' dream!
Excellent.
Oh, Moffy Baby is there.
Moppy baby!
We had Kobold Sprig, Hero Zone, Wooden Emerus, Suiting Boss. Big old raid. We came to
Yeah.
raid and pillage. Follow back Hero Zone, that's for true. Oh, why can't you just follow them from the window? So dumb.
I think you need the BTTV
Yeah.
extension for that, but that was on OBS, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, OBS extension doesn't allow.
Hero Zone. What a ledge!
Cheers for the red hero.
Where is the follow button?
On the right side,
Struggling.
middle right purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Respond.
Ah.
Hey Mouse, where you be?
Where you at? Double.
Where actually you be?
What happened?
Am I not logged in? Can't follow. I'll follow you later. Here we go. It's like 40 seconds tops. Okay.
Sweet.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh, we were out for 40 seconds.
It's just
That's right.
Better than
0 kilobytes. Yes.
Have we dropped again? Is it your internet? Maybe. I mean, It's better doing it during the break than any other time. So
Yeah.
Good time for it.
100%.
Thank you. Yep. I've been busting for a
Okay,
while.
there, little computer, just having a little crack. Cracking the sads.
4 guards missing is actually like kind of a big deal.
Oh, Burger, how's it going, man?
Hey, Bergs.
The Burger Man can.
Okay.
The Burger Man can. Alright, sorry guys. I don't know.
Baby.
I don't know why it just spiked then. It's weird. Yeah, boys.
Yeah, boy.
Get the dogs. Okay.
Excelente.
Oh, Kyle's gone now.
Kyle.
Yes, I hope the stream drop didn't, like, it came back up, so that's good. OBS didn't go off. Still, that's annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did it.
These people are handsome.
That's me.
I'm really glad the audio sounds better. It's good.
Yeah. Because that was one of the main feedback I got for it.
Yup.
So if it sounds grouse, that's always good.
Yeah. Yeah. The more we can keep to one person at a time, the better it'll sound.
Yeah, sometimes we just get a little bit
Oh.
excited.
Understandably.
Yeah.
A dog hair. Thanks, Lila.
Oh, dog
You little
head,
jerk.
Always tasty.
You little jerk. Oh, it's not even 8 o'clock yet.
No, man.
Feels so late.
It's because, I guess, daylight savings.
Yeah.
But either way, we don't have
Oh.
a thing in here to even tell us what time it was.
I looked at the clock out there before we came in, and it said 6. But that clock is an hour behind. I haven't changed it yet.
Oh.
Yeah,
that-
Right.
Still
I got a free hour back.
Yeah, we still got a bit of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Ripper. G2G.
G2G.
G.
Not natural. Whoops. Down. There we go. Cool. So, Kanuna's just closed the door on your face.
Yes, so I'll tuck in my sack.
Should we?
Was it hanging out the whole
Yeah. Tuck it in.
Little green
Just
bean
tucking
bag
my-
just hanging out.
I'll tuck my sack in, then I'll tuck the
Put the pouch
device in
away.
the back. Yeah.
Excellent.
And then I guess
Happy to turn over now.
yeah, I think just keep an eye out as we're going there, make sure no one's like watching us or
Would it be worth doing it? Like, I'm thinking just in terms of it'd be a real good alibi if we're just like if we go to what's her name? No. If we go to Sora and be like, hey, can you like write us a thing to say that we can go and poke around the place just we want to double check it, and then if someone finds us there, we
You're
can be
like
hey.
3 houses down from it. There's no one there currently.
I was just thinking about like given that we actually do have legitimate business
Yeah.
from the chief
Well, I mean,
police to
we
go
should
there.
say it was. I would just say, as far as legitimate business, it's on the down low. She doesn't want the
Yeah.
other guards to know.
Yeah.
So then, if other guards are like, "Oh, what are you doing here, investigating this thing?" Oh, here's this note from the captain
I
about
was-
this.
Yeah, I was even just thinking like,
Investigation.
it doesn't have to be saying we're investigating, just something from her being like, I don't know, we're rat catchers.
You've got a hall pass.
He did tell us where he lived, so I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that's enough grounds for us to
Oh, we know.
investigate.
Yeah, but I was just thinking it'd be good to have something because then if we got caught, we'd be like, oh, got like,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I think so. We
Suppose
like a
rat
secret
catchers or
operation.
and the rat catching didn't work last time. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because that guy lived there.
Otherwise, worst case scenario, we spend a night in jail, and in the morning she comes and lets us out.
Trespass or whatever.
But also, well,
We're not far from the house right now, so
yeah, no.
we can always just all stealth
So-
towards her.
While you're out, it's sort of clouded over. Not a very bright night. There's
I got
no
my lanterns.
there's no guard presence nearby. Like you could tell it by torches.
Stretched a bit thin as well.
Yeah,
But also they're
On high alert.
on high alert, so just
Yes.
don't look suspicious.
just like
Well,
put the
yeah.
lantern
Yeah, I
out.
was going to say, do you want to put the lantern out until we're inside?
Well, it's illegal to walk around at night. with
Yeah,
it.
but
it's
it's three
suspicious.
houses. All I want is me to be not brightly lit while I'm picking the lock.
We just got to sneak to the house.
All right, I'll put it out.
What's your alignment? Chaotic now.
It is actually.
I don't even remember. I think it's lawful neutral.
Yeah, you're lawful neutral.
But even that's not lawful, like laws of the land.
No.
It's more.
It's your personal creed.
Yeah.
So you put your lamp out.
Yep.
It's real dark.
Like the Pink Panther sort of snake.
All of us can see except it is
So dark. Just walking into walls.
Yeah, you
I'll-
can't see
I'll-
crap.
I can't see shit. We can just hold his hand.
Yeah, I'll lead you.
So vaguely, like in amongst the clouds, you can see Pedox and Ukelf. The Pedox moon would be like larger slightly. So there's a little blue and red tinge in the sky, peeking through the clouds. But other than that, that's about all the light you got.
Just like to pull the hook, stealth towards his house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
Anything there.
Sneak.
stealth it up, you lot. Just do a group stealth check.
Yeah.
As a group check.
That's
That's
What do you
the
mean
way.
by as a group check?
So group, as in if
one of us
more,
fails, it's
if
not
more
like-
of you succeed than fail, then it's a group pass. If more of you fail than succeed, it's a group fail.
Natural 20.
Okay, good.
Thank
One
you.
fun.
9.
I got 11.
The total is like mysteriously dodging everything in his way, just like so quiet. And you're
It's
like,
like
Master Uguay.
no, I was thinking of who's the guy, like the force sensitive guy in Rogue One? Like he's blind, but he's just like dodging everything.
Donnie Yen's
Yeah, Donnie Yen, but I can't remember like the character's name.
either way.
Sure, in Rogue One, where he's just like sensing everything and just like.
This is the total walking through the darkness,
Yeah.
just like no
I'm just
noise.
picturing him like this Jimmy Shallop turning his eyes open. Yeah.
It's so stealthy. All right,
I got a 4.
4.
Errata.
9.
Okay, so somewhere in the middle. You don't know if you're stealthy or not.
But yeah, and then just thieves tools on door.
Cool.
Roll that.
Yep.
Is it locked? Can I
I
try
believe
Yeah,
it
crime
runs on
scene
the way
tape.
out.
It
As
is-
well as
it
the
is
storage
locked.
feedback as well, so
Yeah,
it'll lock
yeah.
up on the way out. So that's plus 6, 15.
That is a success. So you just and you feel it give, and the door inside.
Like to
I want to take a quick look around the house, make sure no one's actually in there
Okay.
right now.
Perception.
Not 20.
Cool. For a total of.
Hmm?
For a total of.
20. I don't have my extra perception yet.
Yep. You look around the room. It's as sparse as you originally saw.
Then, in that case, turn the barrel to open up the.
As we're kind of heading in the door, I'll just look up and down the street, make sure no one's looking at us.
You don't see any torches.
once we're all
Yeah,
shut
Yeah,
door.
shut the door behind us.
All right.
Twist the old water barrel.
Yep.
Yep. Open up the stairs.
And it. And as you step through, you sort of hear.
Very quiet.
Is it the kids? Like we would recognize
You would
the voice?
guess so. Judging by where the sound came from.
It's the thing Owen face,
Nori and
Holly, and
And Nori.
Ollie and Nori.
Correct.
So yeah,
Just us.
go back to sleep.
It's there. There's money.
And they're just sort of in their little nook.
Weird that they're still there.
Well, I mean, that's the.
That's-
Yeah, but with all the guards coming in and out of this house investigating, like,
Well, they're underneath. It's not like they're actually.
yeah,
well, they're like kind of
they're in the weird
Yeah.
like,
Courtyard
thing,
bit.
yeah.
Oh, they've got a granny flat.
I still would have thought the guards would have like noticed them.
or shoved.
Well, we couldn't even find
Also,
them
they
when
might
we
have
get to
not
that.
been there. They might have been like, "Oh, lots of guards. Let's leave."
I'm gonna go steal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll make our way down. I won't open the door immediately.
Good. He's learned.
Yes.
One
Like
big
try and
step.
disarm the trap? Is that something I can do with the thieves tools?
You can if you want.
Cool, yeah.
Give it a crack.
It's 23.
Nice.
Very. Now that you know how the mechanism actually functions, you're like, oh yeah, okay, that's fairly straightforward, and you sort of get your tools in behind it and pop out the blade and disarm the mechanism for when you turn it normally. It still only
blade come out.
It still only turns left to open it, but turning right does nothing now.
Yeah. Still.
And you swing the door open. and it reeks.
Oh.
Just mashed innards. It's like an abattoir.
I'll open up the door.
Like it's only been a day and change, but
Yeah.
it's pasted all over.
There also is like no airflow in there.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, it's just
I just
stale.
hold my nose and open up the door to where the body is.
Also, make a Constitution check since you are not with.
smells like home.
All of them. All of us.
Oh,
No, just him. You're very familiar with death. The smells of it. Not
This just smells like the office.
Yeah.
Like
it's just
someone,
another day for us.
someone of the wild, someone that grew up where you grew up, but for you, it's like oh, you step
I'm used
in
to the lovely open ocean smells.
this waft of death, awful
Yeah.
excrement. It's
Very
horrible.
dank down here.
And you step in and go. It gives you pause.
I don't want to throw up and leave evidence.
You do manage to swallow it down, but you're on the borderline.
Are you alright?
Yep, just not used to this. I'm kind of holding up like a cloth or something
Yeah.
like.
Get like a scarf or something.
Yeah.
Just be like,
Just tie your beard across your nose.
Yes, swirl my mustache and just plug my nostrils.
nice.
Just don't try to taste it.
Nice.
I just it's gonna get worse from here on. As I go to open up the door to where the mashed body
the
is.
bookshelf.
Yeah.
So you
I take
So
out
open
like,
up.
my flask of vodka and just like dip a bit in a rag and give it to you. Hold under your nose. Thank you.
it's strong.
Just
Yeah.
like well, it's just
But it's
vodka,
better-
but
better
like it's
than-
improvement.
Better than death.
Yeah.
All right. So you pull out the book that you pulled last time,
Yep.
and the small door slides to the side. And yep, it's pretty bad in there. Are you going in, or are you holding out there?
If you want, you can always just like go upstairs and just
Well,
you
actually,
could keep lookout.
yeah.
I will just double check prestidigitation if I
Make
can
it
do
make it
smells.
smell. I think you can.
Make it smell like
I don't know.
daffodils.
No idea.
Um,
Because you'd still have to get rid of like the source of the smell.
yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, okay. I'll keep watch upstairs.
Yeah. You can always just shut the barrel behind us, make sure no one comes in.
So are you going out the stairs, or like up to the house, or are you just waiting in the other? Up to you.
I don't want anyone to look in and see me.
Okay.
So I'll
You
chill
stand
out.
just like at the top of the stairs.
Yeah. Remember, it was a
Feeling
fair
solid.
way down, so you got a good few stairs to distance you from the smell.
You just
If that's
No,
what.
I'll chill in the little antechamber that's before the bookshelf room.
All right. So yeah, still quite a strong smell.
Yeah.
I might go take a whiz real quick. But yeah, discuss what you're
It does say
planning
you
to.
can create an instantaneous harm sensory special or an odd odor.
Oh,
So you could like you probably can't like get rid of the smell itself.
Well,
but
I
you
was-
could make yourself like a nice perfume.
That's what I
or
was.
something.
All I wanted
Yeah.
to do was like this. Every 6 seconds, this cloth is getting a new lavender.
You're just you've got like the can of like Lynx and you're just like
yeah, like lead 20. Like
yeah.
yeah. Okay, well I might do that and then I can come in.
Yeah.
yeah, sweet.
I'll say I literally
Yeah.
I read that and I just saw
Yeah,
like
just-
harm sensory effect like musical notes or something and I was like, oh, that's worthless. I didn't
So I
read
was like,
it.
oh, I thought it did do, but yeah, no, because so you can't get rid of smells, but you
Yeah.
can create one, and
Okay.
the duration is an hour.
Oh, beautiful.
So-
Okay.
Yeah,
You can
because
just-
you can cast it up to if you cast this spell multiple times, you can have up to 3 of its non-instantaneous effects active at a time, and you can dismiss such an effect as an action. So you could have 3 different smells going, but then if you cast a 4th one, then it goes.
Yeah. Well, I might just do that then. I'll just like lavender on the cloth and like just like my mouth and nose with it.
Yeah, fair.
Because then I can come in and see what's up with this safe because I don't want to miss that.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm allergic to lavender. So we've got the strap.
We've got the strap. So it turns out prestidigitation, I can create smells.
Pro strats.
So I'm gonna prestidigitation on the cloth, like a little handkerchief or whatever, scarf, make it smell like lavender, and just have that
Nice.
hugging my
Little
face
face
to
mask.
kind of help with the smell.
Alrighty, I'll allow it. So that definitely helps mask the smell.
Yeah.
So you head in.
Yep.
Going on
yeah,
with him?
I'll head in with
You're
him
like,
now.
okay, I need something stronger.
Yeah.
Hazmat suit.
Yeah, head in.
The
The
pile
body.
is under the bed where you attempted to hide it.
Yep, that's a source right there.
Let's hope no one can cast Zone of Truth in this town.
I guess then I'll walk up to the safe.
Crappy, yeah.
Pull out the tubes. Do
Yep.
what she said. Stick it on the thing and
So are you putting it on the front where all the things are, or are you putting it on like the side of it?
I guess the front or the side be thinner. If
Well,
it's
maybe the side. Just think
the side will be flat, but
Well-
I feel like the side would have thicker walls than the actual front.
The only, I mean, most chests are like the same size. The only thing I'm thinking is that if there are any traps, they're probably front
On the
facing.
front face, yeah, that's true.
Good point.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just
Like,
do it
there's
on the
probably not a massive difference in thickness,
Mm.
if any, from front to side.
yeah.
Like,
So I'll just go around the side then, plonk it in the middle, and then
Okie doke.
pull in the cylinders.
All right. I'll get you to roll an Arcana check, my boy.
Oh, advantage. Shit, 5.
Oh.
With advantage? Are they all helping me like the Power Rangers were just like one?
No, there is no advantage.
I couldn't have cast Enhance Ability on
It's a bit late for that.
Inspiration.
It's already
Should
happened.
have thought about that before you did it. But it just sort of like, it feels like it's working for a sec, and then it just like sparks a little and goes a bit limp. Like there was some tension in it,
Yeah.
and it's made like the tiniest slit in the thing, but that's about it.
So can we see inside through the slit?
You would have to
How big-
get
how-
a torch or a light. Like it's like a centimeter thick potentially.
Okay. But that is a gap. So can he cast a familiar inside the thing?
I can make something.
Because there is a gap now that he can see through.
I can make him appear, but he can't take anything.
Yeah, no, but
And bring
you
it
can
out.
look through his eyes
That's
and
true.
see what's inside of
That's
there.
true. I can make him appear in any space that I can see within 30 feet.
Yeah.
And then
So I can
walk through his eyes.
Yeah.
yeah. do that. Just one. I run up to the gap, and then he inside the thing,
And then you should be able to see
and then
through
I can
his
walk
eyes.
into him because dark vision, etc., owl, etc.
So, looking at it from the side, you would see there's like a probably a shelf. Looking at it from a cross section,
Is it big enough that it's big enough that owl would fit in there, right? Like it was a pretty
It was a
big
huge
wall safe.
safe.
it's
yeah.
a big safe.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So is it like a? So would he be able to do that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just want
Yeah.
to, and then try and Hermes in there.
So he inside, and you hear this little inside the safe. You see a small arcane flash through the slit, and then you just walk into his eyes, and there are a number of objects in there.
Can you look at the door and see if there's a way to open from the inside?
Ooh.
His head just turns 180.
He goes,
Yeah.
looking at the door. It's very plain from the inside. Make a perception check.
Which for the owl gets advantage and a +3,
Nice.
which is 14.
It does certainly appear to be trapped from the inside. You can see a number of different little mechanisms that probably don't serve any other function.
Fair. All right. I'll turn my attention away from that. Start looking at what's in here. What am I seeing? Is it gold pocket watches, letters?
So inside you can see there actually aren't that many things in this safe.
Mhm.
You can see one sort of sack that looks like it might have coin in it.
Mhm.
You see a bolt of fabric.
Okay.
You see a small circlet.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the other thing? And you see a small clay gong.
Do I see like, you know, the little...
It's
the thing
like
you
a
use?
tiny little...
Yeah, does it have like a matching stick with
Tiny-
like the thing to pick it up and bang it?
Oh, why not?
You know, the owl to pick it up in his beak and...
You can if you want.
I do.
Yeah. So it picks up this small clay implement and just goes
Little
dunk.
teeny tiny mallet.
And from inside the safe, you hear this resounding dong, like it reverberates inside.
Did
And-
enemies die?
Every 6 seconds, it repeats this gong.
Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop.
Get the bird quarter just holding
Dong!
it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Can he like just try and hold it against the wall with one of his little claws?
It still emits this very loud sound. After about a minute, it stops, so it chimes a good few times.
Okay. All right. Well, we know what the trap was for.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
Well, get the bird to like.
do we
pick off
just
some of
bail?
the-
Because that's every guard. Surely there's like.
Yeah, how loud are we talking? Like that's
It was
Loud enough to like reverberate in there,
Like
but
rattle.
But it's
But
also
that's like
contained inside the safe, underground, inside a house.
yep,
Yeah.
door's closed.
I don't think they'd be able to hear
Sure.
it outside.
Yeah. Or if they heard something, they'd be like, "Oh, that's a bit weird."
Would it be worth like flicking Hermes out to have a look and you walk through like unsummon, resummon, send him out,
Yeah,
real
yeah,
quick,
I can
and
see
just check.
Like, so he's gone from the safe. I go back up the stairs. Can I just look out a window or something?
Flying back up the stairs.
Oh, just me. Like, I just want to de-summon him, and
Yeah.
then I will walk back upstairs,
Oh, okay.
and then I just want to look out the window or something, and then have him appear on the other side, outside the house,
Okay.
and then just have him go up and do a circle.
Make a perception check.
Sure.
With an owl. You go, girl.
15.
Nice. You do see a torch with two figures sort of walking up the street that you're in.
Do they seem like, are they walking with purpose, briskly towards sort of thing, or do they seem like they're just kind of sort of meandering through the area, sort of looking around?
It doesn't seem urgent,
Okay.
so
Alright.
doing the rounds maybe.
Yep. Okay. Well, yeah, just have him fly back down near the window, and then I'll go back downstairs.
Okay. Obviously, once they're past, like
Yeah.
you're not like standing at the window going,
Yeah, sort of thing.
yes.
But
Yep,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. So yeah, I'll go back downstairs and say, yeah, no, that doesn't look like it alerted anyone specifically to my position.
You said that the crack in the safe was just like a centimeter, like super
Yeah.
thin. Is there anything in there that would be small enough to be passed back through?
how thick is a gold coin? Could we get it out and
I was thinking,
individually?
I was thinking, mate. That's what I was thinking. Mage hand, just point, like get the mage hand to just pick up stuff and like anything that's in there. Because like
The circlet maybe.
gold,
not.
like the bolt of fabric, obviously not. The circlet, I mean, it depends on the design of the circlet.
The
But
circlet wouldn't fit through.
but
The
like
gong wouldn't fit through.
the coin, bolt of fabric.
A bolt of
It's
fabric.
like a fairly
Yeah,
like
like you-
meter and a half, 2 meters long.
You feed the edge through, and then we just.
I mean, you can try it if you want.
Maybe.
I mean, could we try and see if the bird can like disarm like one of the traps or open up from the inside?
The only thing with that is that I have is if any of like if there was more than one trap, so if there's like some kind of it'll destroy everything in the safe or severely mess up what's in there. Like, we don't have to rush this. We're the only ones that know that this is here, sort of thing. Like, we can come back and try the
There
similar
might-
I also feel like it's only a matter of time though, as well. If like we have to kind of eventually produce some results.
We do eventually. But
Yeah.
they've already been here and searched here. They're not going to find it without us.
One thing, yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's we kind of have that. Like if we're being really pushed, we can just be like, oh, we found this secret place with a pile of mints and some ledgers.
Yeah.
That was the other thing that I'm really torn between. Is it better to just keep this secret, try and dispose of the body, try to crack the safe on our own, or just fully fess up? And because she said if it's, within reason and stuff, she'll kind of help us out, and it genuinely was self-defense.
Yeah.
Can we do this in character? I'd love to see it.
I mean,
This
all of
was
that,
breaking
but with a
again.
Russian,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of that, but with a Russian
Yeah,
accent.
yeah. Just like
Yeah,
I think the thing with coming clean though is how do we then explain to Sora, like, yeah, it was self-defense, he attacked us. And then after we killed him, we mashed him up into little...
I think that part we don't tell, we just say, oh, strange, eldritch, because I kill with spell make ghost black.
Yeah.
And it did.
Not
like,
to mention
literally
the,
it did. Like, it... I can't remember exactly
Definitely
what...
part of it.
He had the ring that killed him as well. So
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, you know,
Like, why did
we
you
don't.
do
The
this?
magic is weird sometimes. Sometimes
I
they
know.
just fall over dead. Sometimes mincemeat.
Do we want to fess up that it happened in the past, or do we want to fess up that we thought we'd swing by his house
That's what I'm
and discover the
thinking.
secret thing, and we killed him
Do the
tonight?
We wanted
Yeah.
to have another look. We were in the neighborhood.
the
saying,
only
"Hello."
issue is the smell.
That would give
Do you have
away.
incense?
That give away.
Well, I was going to
Yeah,
say.
but that just means it smells like rot and incense. Doesn't really mess.
You used some special necrotic magic that when it destroyed him, it also aged him terribly.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, you know.
Necrosis.
You are a death
I mean,
player.
how in depth into like a magical investigation of this man's corpse is Tesora going to go? She's looking for him, and
Although we may need to remove the patch under the bed after we take him out, because it looks like we just stuffed him under there and he rotted up the bed a bit. And just...
Yes.
or
He was attacking us from under the bed. He was hiding under a bed, shooting at us.
like a slight edit on that idea, we just move the bed to a different part of the room.
Oh, even better.
Because, you know, because we're
Yeah,
moving the blood
yeah,
stains around and
I
stuff.
mean, you can always
And we can
Press
press it
digitation
to
anyway.
clean it up.
Clean up the dust
Yeah.
and stuff so it looks natural.
That's, okay, I think that's the move. We tell her she get 80% of truth.
Yeah.
We won't be lying. We'll just be withholding some information.
We are telling her all true things.
There will be no deception involved.
Actively. Only passive
We are
deception.
telling her only true things. There are also other true things that she does not need to know.
We went down, we investigated, he tried to kill us.
And she still gets all the information she wants.
Exactly.
All right, so should we go to her house now? We'll quickly move the bed. We'll make
Should
it-
we leave the ledges where we found them? Or should we take the
I think-
ledges to
I
it?
think we take her and say we found the
This seemed important.
We've also got the note.
two.
do we divulge the note?
I think he might be
She might have any idea.
And he might have an inkling.
Final question. Do they need to find all the gold that is in this safe?
Well, gold.
That's what I'm saying. Like, instead of doing that tonight, maybe we go give the cylinders back to Kanuna. She recharges it tonight. Tomorrow night, perhaps we try again to try and get all the valuables out of the safe,
Oh,
and then we tell Tesora and so.
Putting it out there, the fridge has just.
oh, true.
It is fridge related.
Well, I don't know, but the fridge is doing that noise
noise.
again,
Yeah.
and it's just like I'm not saying it is, but
It might be the
Coincidence.
power.
Yeah, we'll get moved to that one.
Your power supply, how big is it?
On this one, I
Yeah.
don't know.
I will say about the whole like, oh, we do the recharge, we open the safe tomorrow night. That we
Or just in the
also,
morning.
we're also remembering like, Ostran wants us to go do this thing,
Well, he wants
Well,
an answer
I mean-
from it. We still told him.
but
we
he
would
summon.
need
He
time
said he's
to
summoning the
Yeah,
God.
He'll
Like,
summon
I'm saying-
him if we say whatever.
he said he was going to talk to him. He's not going to summon him.
He'll summon him only if we're
Mm.
going to go through with it. So he doesn't bring him here, and then because he said he can't just whip him back.
Well, I mean, irrespective of whether or not the guide is there tomorrow and we need to meet him or anything like that, we can do that in
We
the
can
daytime
do
sort
that.
of thing. I don't want to break back in here during the daytime either.
We've got enough time.
I want to come back to open the safe tomorrow night.
We can go to Kanuna, see how long it'll take her to fix the zippy zap, come back, open the safe, and then
Yeah, if she says
Spill the beans to
because she might say, if she says, "Oh, will take me week to make another safe cracker
Yeah,
or
it
something,"
only
well,
took
that's our answer for us.
it took her like 12 hours to make that one. So all she has to do
you
is
know, it needs more. You know, oh, I might have to wait to get, like if she
She
can't do it in day, that's our answer.
she did say that she made multiple and she tested them out, which means she probably could whip them up pretty quickly.
See, we'll see.
one way to find out.
But yeah, we'll just go back to Kanuna now. We'll say, yeah, this one,
It started working, but it ran out of juice.
yeah, and
Made a little
see
sliver.
how long it'll take to fix. If it'll take a few hours, we'll come back. I guess tomorrow, crack of dawn, come back and do it, and then go tell to Sora.
Second question. If this all goes to plan, we break into the safe, we go tell to Sora. What do we then tell her when we show her the room and she says, "Why have a safe if there's a giant hole in the side?"
Whoever killed him broke into the
But
safe.
aren't we coming clean that we killed him?
We
See what I like?
we had a device which can open things, so we just wanted to see.
So we helped ourselves to all
No,
his
no.
valuables.
No,
There were no
we were
valuables.
investigating.
There was no gold.
That's where we found the ledgers.
There was no. No.
No, we're not
Found
lying
that
about
in.
anything.
They found that in the bookcase. We just everything.
No, but that's a good point. We could say we found the
No.
journals, the ledgers in the safe as part of evidence,
The least
and leave like the
deception-
bag of gold in there.
It
And
wouldn't. The ledges wouldn't have fit through a centimetre wide crack.
Oh no,
No, but
we
we-
get it back
if we-
fully.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
But-
go through it.
Either way,
Yeah.
we can just see what was in there, and then we'll be like, oh yeah, these things. If it's nothing that we need ourselves, we can just use it as evidence because we opened it to investigate for it because we had something that could investigate it.
And that is true.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
She might take it.
So we'll do that.
We've got a game plan.
I think so.
Let's get your war paint on, boys.
Dip into the goop.
Anybody want gold tooth?
There are 2 gold teeth in there.
I'll just grab one.
Proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
I've
hand
got one of his fingers.
That's not so recognisable, but the gold
But it's
teeth.
also it's in a bag with a bunch of other
Yeah.
fingers.
Oh, shit. Sure.
Putrefying
I've got it in here somewhere.
slurry.
No,
Alright,
I take the
so-
meat off them. That's like
Oh, okay, you got the
like
box. Okay.
Knuckles.
Yeah.
They come down and do the autopsy and like put the body back together. Like there's a finger missing.
They could put that body back together. it'd be
Meanwhile,
very
Kincaid,
Yeah, me
like
too.
cut to Kincaid playing Knucklebone somewhere.
Yeah, you need
lucky
three.
Knucklebone.
Come on, Lucky Grim.
So I reckon we should head out, lock everything behind us, and head over to
Come back.
Kanuna Matatas.
Come back tomorrow, spill the beans.
Or whenever Kanuna can do it by.
You haven't actually asked her last name.
Kanuna Matatas.
It's not Matata.
Can it be, please?
All right. So you're going to hers first,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll go Kanunas.
Okay.
It is only like 3 houses down.
Yeah.
and you're lighting a thing out in the street.
I mean, we're just gonna.
Well, maybe
Yeah, but when you're out in the dark.
Yeah, true.
I'll get us to maybe like cross the street from the lieutenant's house and then light it up.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Easy squeezy. Obviously, you're not going out and being like
Yeah.
you're looking before you go. That's fine. Yep. So you knock and she's sort of.
Kanuna.
Oh, it's only gone for like 20 minutes.
How was dinner?
Delightful.
I handed the thing and so it worked, but only about a centimeter, and then it
Ran out of juice.
fizzled out. How long would it take you to replace the zippy zapper?
We'll whip up another one or whatever.
Perhaps I would need a stronger incantation. I would need to make a new piece, and I would need. I don't know that I'd have the funds to make another tonight. I would need to procure some goods.
Do you think you could snap up another one with this quality, just so we can, do another centimeter?
No, this one is spent. This one use. I could probably use the handle, but I would need to re-enchant.
Do you have some of the prototypes still lying around?
No. They are spent, same as this. This one is as good as any other. It
So-
would take some time, probably 6 hours, 8.
What materials would you need?
I'd need some reagents and arcane materials, components to re-enchant, but I could get some once the market opens, or Ostran might have someone.
If we come back maybe tomorrow, like afternoon, sort of, you reckon?
Options would be closed by now, wouldn't it?
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's like 9.
Yeah, something like that. I think
Yep.
it was like 8:30ish when we went around there before.
Yep.
So we couldn't do a late night cold stash.
Got a 24-hour can.
Yeah.
So yeah, not tonight. It would,
So tomorrow night, ideally, as sort of deal.
yeah, give me some time. Also, I need to sleep.
Hmm.
A centimeter.
Yeah, so it only opened up a little bit and then it fizzled out.
Need much stronger. This is going to get costly. Okay. I'll use the 50 from Ostran. I'll use that. Because that sounds promising. Should have more coming.
Yeah, I was going to say, using the 50 from Ostran, it's then going to set behind the
thing
the proper
is
business.
maybe don't do that.
Unless we want to just, replenish those funds with what we find in the safe.
Yeah, but if it doesn't work again,
If we
Then-
get terribly unlucky, we're out 50 good gold.
It was 50 gold each from
Australian to accept this other job.
yeah. So we could accept the job, give Kanuna some of the gold to get the stuff, and then go do that job, and then hopefully by the time we get back,
I think that's a good
it'll be all good.
idea. I think if we are starting to invest our own money in her stuff, bigger cut of profits.
Well, I mean, hey,
Is that the
I mean,
moment?
profits in general.
The moment you
Yeah.
have
We've
zero
we've already invested 20 of our gold.
Something. But that was for something that we wanted
yeah.
specifically.
No, this
No,
was
but that
50, wasn't it?
This Ostran's was 50.
No,
So
no.
Ostran
this-
didn't know before
what we
we-
paid for the safecracker was 50.
Was
You
it
got
50?
you guys all pulled
Oh
together.
yeah,
50.
we paid 50 gold.
We paid 50 for the first safecracker for that
Yeah.
1 centimeter.
Maybe I think maybe we like go back to Bruce Boulder and assume we've kind of having we'll come and see you tomorrow. We're having this conversation
Yeah.
back there, and then I think that's something we talk about with Kanuna. Like we've shown you that we can market your stuff pretty effectively. We're happy to kind of chip in money towards the R&D.
How much
we
have
want to
you
start
guys
getting a cut of the profits. I've only got like 10 gold.
I have 9 gold.
I've got 19,
I have like 6 silver.
including the one you stole.
10 silver.
Nice.
Although
So
Ostran did say when he said if he gets this exclusively, he'd cut us in. So that's also another factor.
so
The other thing is as well,
between us,
I just don't know if this safe is worth it.
well, the safe cracking thing, what the other part of it that I'm thinking is
In character.
the other part of it that I am thinking is that if we can get the gold out of the safe, Rudy said to me, the mage hand, owl, we don't worry about the rest, but do you know who would maybe pay money for skeleton key to get in anywhere? The police. You know where, Sora? You think she wouldn't pay for this? Oh, bandit hideout has big door. Portal through door.
Yes.
We don't, I mean, gong, don't care. Fabric, what am I, Taylor? Circlet, maybe, but cut losses, get gold.
I kind of agree. I don't know if it's worth all this invested money and time and risk of exposure of our crimes in just to get open this safe.
we could produce
Maybe,
police supplies.
maybe that is, go
Yeah.
to, so
Run back
get
in.
gold,
mage hand.
get gold. Then, hey Sora, we went to do a bit more looking, found secret place, attack, kill,
Explode.
explode.
Decay.
Hey, there's safe. We had thing from Kenuna that we tried that did not work, but maybe if you get another one, you can open safe. This is what we found. Ledgers, blah blah.
Yeah. That'll work.
Alright, and then when someone. Should we just tell all that to Sora in a letter, or should we request a meeting sort of thing? Because all
Probably
I'm
better
thinking
keep it
is,
out of writing.
Yeah.
This feels like in
No paper
person,
trail.
and also we want to show her ledgers, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
Because she
We
might.
want to bring her to the place.
what I'm mostly thinking nitty-gritty detail here is one person knows all these details and all that sort of stuff, and then you enhance ability charisma on them, sort of thing, because there is going to be a little bit of deception in here. If we fail any of that, then maybe she's
I already-
she's
I
spelled
don't-
once.
You're her cousin.
I've got a rapport with her. I can keep it casual.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We sent him in to do the
Cast
talking.
enhance ability on
I don't know if you can buy the
just
inspiration
really.
yourself. I don't know.
No.
No. Okay.
Maybe
It's got to be someone
you
else.
can.
Not
I thought you
yet.
could cast it on yourself,
But,
just not as part of the check. I know that like law bards can just do it as a nothing, like whenever they do a check. But I thought you could do it on yourself. I could be wrong.
as a bonus action, a creature other than yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
But I have, like, I'm a smuggler. I have expertise in perception.
You're very charismatic, and
yeah.
I'll enhance ability.
But yeah, basically,
If I
one
had to
person
put-
should be doing the
If I
talking.
had to put a number
Stack.
value on my deception, it would be a +7. That's all I'm saying.
Alright.
In the realm of
Yeah, look,
the
yeah.
world.
I guess we'll go back now, sneak Mage Hand out the gold through the coin slot,
and then we can just do the whole thing clean tomorrow.
Or even we can go
we
through
could
it
just
now.
go see Sora now.
Take a gold tooth
For
as
sure.
proof.
Yeah.
Like the gold tooth
I've
you've
got the
got?
gold tooth on
Yeah.
me.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Oh,
reckon let's
alright.
go do that. So we'll head back.
Okay.
Or maybe we're having this conversation like outside Canudas while we're right there to save us a trip to the ballroom.
Yeah. You didn't say you left,
Yeah.
so I
We,
assume
we
you
had that
got
whole conversation just standing in her like on her porch,
So we do like
just
a
sitting
little,
on the veranda, like and she's just sitting in there like, are they still here?
I can hear voices at the front, but they're not talking to me.
there's like a little Scooby Doo montage running back through, going down.
A guard patrol has gone past twice. Like,
Yeah.
still
It's like an Ocean's 11 like flashback kind of thing, but it's like as we're talking
Yeah.
to Sora and like
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all perfectly montaged.
Oh dear. Okay.
So should I quickly write a note, give to Hermes, send it to Sora, and tell
No,
him
we're not leaving paper trails.
Yeah.
to set up a meeting?
We're not.
No, because
Okay,
we know.
yeah,
So
fuck it.
no, that's right. Last time when she gave us this, she said,
I believe
oh,
she
gosh.
gave you a location.
yeah, she said, where was it? Go to the alley at the back of the marketplace. West, left, second door is the back of her house, and we knock 3 times.
Yeah.
Easy.
All right.
And
Alright,
that's
so
on diligent
extinguish.
note-taking.
Good.
Extinguish.
Beautiful.
Scooby Doo back in.
All right. So did you lock it when you left?
Yeah.
Get those lockpicks back out.
Quick fingers, Varys, on the case.
I'll give you advantage as well because
Okay.
you're
You
familiar
opened
with
it,
this lock.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 24.
Yeah,
Easy squeezy. You're like, click, click, done.
Right.
You
Door
just
behind.
made
barrel.
at this yeah, like right, yeah. A wax copy.
Beauty. Yep. Head in. Barrel.
Door, barrel.
Barrel.
Downstairs. Block nose.
Who's there? Oh, that's just dumb enough. So you head down the
It's like in
stairs.
Shaun of the Dead when they're going through
Yeah,
the scenarios.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Sorry, Phil.
And you head downstairs. The familiar.
Yeah.
You get your little lavender scarf back
Mage
on.
hand. The coins. Doop, doop, doop.
So while the mage hand's in there, you can sort of just see the side of the sack. It's a little bit tricky to finagle it around, but you manage to.
I was picturing just opening the sack and just feeding them
Yeah.
through. It's like a
Yeah,
like
but
when you
it's
win,
like an
like when
arcade
you win the
machine.
slot machine. It's just
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah, can I summon Hermes in there and have him help out?
Oh, it's like you can do it. It just takes a little bit of fiddling around with it because it's
A little
like
bit of
wedged
finesse.
into the shelf a bit.
Also, don't take all the coins out of the purse because if there's an empty coin purse, it might be a bit weird. So leave
Can we
like
fit
5
the
or 10
coin
in there.
person through the door?
once it's empty and it's just like a flat,
Oh,
like little leather
maybe.
pouch. Could we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
we
that's
can
probably better then.
get it through, yeah.
Yeah, because an empty like wallet,
Yeah.
a wallet that is suspiciously got no cards or cash in it.
So yeah, you do manage to, overturn it a bit and wriggle it around so that the opening is close to the hole, and make a general dexterity check with your mage hand.
Also, did we discuss like a communal
Dicks.
inventory?
I think we said
Nice.
50% communal,
Yeah.
and then the other 50% split.
Right.
Nice. 15 's plenty. Managed to, open it up. It's not all gold pieces. It's actually all silver pieces, which are slightly thinner than gold. And so you slot out, just catching. It takes a bit of time too. You end up with 159 silver pieces.
Jesus, that would have taken a while to get all out.
Yeah. It was a fairly full sack of coin.
Okay, so
what's
50% into communal.
Well, I was
So
going to say, so we got the leather the bag out of that too. Okay.
Sweet, a bag.
Yeah. So should we leave 80 in that, and if I can, open the thingy, just chuck that in there, and have this bag be the communal does,
sure.
and just keep it in there?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
The only thing with that is then we can't access it whenever we want it.
Yeah, like that sort of thing. But just for
So
convenience'
keeping-
sake, right?
It means
very
I like that.
We can have a better idea later.
Yeah,
So that's-
at the moment,
Leave
communal.
the communal in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So,
communal
yeah.
has 80
So-
silver in it.
And
So
we each
we'll
get
put
20.
80 in there. We'll put 80 in there. So let me.
Can we just double check in the purse that there's no like paper or anything in there with any
Yeah,
notes?
there's nothing in there.
Okay. Does a 12 open it?
No.
Well, we can next
Try
time we open it. We can
But
throw it in.
yeah, just an idea for where to put the communal parts.
Yeah.
Anyone want to volunteer to take 19 silver instead of 20?
Yeah, sure. I'm
So
already up by one.
with that Arcana check, I'll give
do
you this.
Nothing.
It appears to. It doesn't feel arcane after you've used it once. It feels you're not feeling the same connection.
Right.
So you would deduce potentially it's one a day.
Right.
All right, so everyone add 20 silver. That Varus adds 19, and then there's 80 silver in the communal pouch.
If you guys want one, we just grab community one.
Hey,
that'd be great.
Go for it.
That'd be great.
Well, it's very key. The book boy.
Yeah,
Yep.
secretary.
Keep the
Yeah,
ledger.
yeah. Secretary and treasurer.
Yeah.
This is we're straight up running a business.
I'm kind of about it, honestly.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I do
wealthy
have-
adventurers probably get along a lot easier.
Yeah.
Money helps. All right.
I have a homebrew commerce domain if we
So
So
All for good markets.
you got the cash.
that's one of the features is called the invisible hand of the market.
Oh, nice.
That's
You
all.
cast Bisbee's hand.
Yeah. You also get discounts with your ABN.
Okay. What is you've gotten all the cash money.
Yeah.
What's
Yep.
the next step?
We're heading back out,
Heading
shutting
to the secret.
what
Yeah,
is
we'll shut it all
behind us,
behind us again.
and then head beyond the marketplace. Or turn on light. Head towards the marketplace to
Yeah,
go to the
reignite your
secret
lantern.
door.
Yep.
And I'll do the
Yep. And it does
Oh,
take
do
a
you wanna-
second.
quickly enhance ability me.
Okay.
That's what I was just marking my spells.
Enhance
Well-
ability.
I was just thinking because how long does it last?
An hour, I think.
Oh, now.
Whack. Oh, beautiful.
What are you enhancing, by the way?
Endurance. He looks sickly.
He does. That constitution.
Charisma.
Okay. Heal.
That smell was just really
Yeah.
him.
I'll
and
just
it
help.
was so
I will help.
his constant retching noise was just so distracting.
Here, shut.
Shut up. Charisma.
Yes. So you feel this sort of just confidence.
Yeah.
Courage. And you knock on the door, 3 sharp knocks.
Yep.
And then leave it. And you sort of hear some bolts and latches on the inside. Oh. Come in, quick.
Yep.
You all sort of file in. It's a fairly. For a small space, she's made it look comfortable, at least. Don't have 4 chairs. Sorry.
That's right.
I just
Just
hold out my hand with the gold fang, or
Yeah.
gold tooth.
And
We'll
she
say,
reaches out.
unfortunately, we found your lieutenant.
We have good news and bad.
Yeah.
Do you want the Aladdin news or the Aladdin news?
Okay, so you're doing the talking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, we weren't too tired yet. We'd been on the road all day. We'd been resting. We decided we'd go check out his home as he directed us.
From his mouth.
Yes, unfortunately. We
And she
We-
like.
yeah. Sorry. Yes. We thought his home looked a bit too bare. And through investigations found
Not the
a
same.
we found a secret basement.
Sneaky.
we can show
I
you,
always
but
had a feeling.
yeah, you'll need a handkerchief. I can make it smell like lavender. You'll understand. Anyway, we poked around. We discovered some ledgers that appear to have strange numbers and it appears business transactions.
She's sort of like.
And I'll get Kincaid to produce those too.
She looks like she was in her bedclothes, so she's
Yeah.
like plaiting her hair up.
Yeah.
Taking out the curlers.
Yeah.
We then discovered a further secret room inside the secret basement where he was.
I knew it.
And
I had a feeling, but
when confronted, he said he wasn't going to let us leave with the information we'd found and attacked us. Cursed our friend Kincaid here to attack us. And so we
formidable, they nearly died.
Yeah.
Make a deception check. You barely even hit them. But I'm going to give you advantage because in your mind, you're like, they were dead.
In reality, turn the torch off.
Yeah.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Not bad. He couldn't even.
13. In my mind.
Moving on, unfortunately, well, it was kind of came down to either us or him, and
hold that thought. He mind controlled.
yes, he possessed some dark magics. He had some sort of
It was a raven.
that was fiendish in nature and also attacked us. And
I killed it with a spear.
Wait, is it white?
Was it? Yes.
Yeah.
History check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. A spy of his, maybe it would seem connected to him.
Maybe I
But as soon as I killed it, it just into nothing.
Yeah.
He did exceptional to keep it separate from him.
Mm.
But I've seen that bird.
But yes.
Amelia's never that far. Monsters.
Yeah.
Oh, that's disquieting.
And
And
yes.
she begins donning her armor like
Yes.
Privacy, please, you lot, you're fine.
And about the smell as well, we should warn you, it's some sort of curse he placed on himself or some sort of spy's last, I don't know, death wish or whatever, but it was a violent death and it is a horrible smell, like an instant decay. They're like to ensure there's no revival or something of the like.
Well, this is dark. Well, can you show me?
Of course, yes. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, just
Grab a coat. It's cold out.
it's always cold.
so she sort of dons her guard gear,
Gets her hammer and shield and
straps the shield to her back and is comfort
Yeah.
to hold the hammer.
And when we're getting close to his house, I'll prestidigitation like 2 bits of cloth with lavender and hand one to her and say you might need this. I certainly did.
Okay, thank you.
Did we lock the door on the way out? I don't think we.
I did.
We'll just assume you did.
I rolled a 10.
You locked to lock the door. You
lock the
don't.
door away.
You don't need to
Lock the
roll.
lock.
Yeah, you just lock it from the inside. That's fine.
No, and then pull it shut.
Yeah.
No, just because we're already in there, so and we were going to come back, so would we?
We don't want anyone disturbing it.
Yeah,
Just on the off chance
either
that
way, man.
someone comes
Yeah.
in another place or whatever.
Sasora probably has a key, or she won't mind us just breaking in or kicking it down.
Open it. That's fine. If this is as dire as you make it sound.
Still have familiarity with the lock.
Unlock the door.
The,
20s.
She's like, yeah, please take your time. Like, okay, up to you.
You have
And then
nimble
I'll-
hands.
Practiced.
Yeah, and I'll kind of, I'll talk up a bit. Like it took us a bit of investigating, but
You want to see
we
the
found,
magic?
yeah,
And I turn the barrel around.
It's so simple.
Mm.
We never thought it just holds water, like splashes a bit of the water up. We looked everywhere. Obviously not hard enough. And then you hear a little.
just us.
Just ask kids sit down.
What's
There's some, I think some
Oh,
homeless,
absolutely.
homeless children all there
oh,
live in the alley.
Holly.
Okay.
no, Nori, you can. It's okay. We'll be gone soon. Just stay
Yeah,
in there.
practice
Stay
sleep.
safe. Okay. so many times.
And you.
Does she not question the kids living under this dude's house? Though?
No,
Well, she might have had
it's
him when she was
beside the house.
Yeah,
So
in
it's,
that little like.
it's in like a
fence
little
line almost.
courtyard
Yeah.
section almost.
Yeah.
But they've made a little
Yeah,
hidey hole.
like a proper courtyard and alley sort of.
Yeah.
And they've just made a little nest in there.
Just a little bit.
And I'll
Guards,
remind her about the.
We're aware of these two. We tolerate them because, I mean, they don't do.
They're good cheats.
They gotta steal to survive. So, okay. I mean, I've been to crime scenes. It's fine.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. I forget you're probably more familiar with this than I am, but.
Yes, is not unfamiliar.
That's a long way.
Hello.
And then
Hello. Hello.
This is a big operation, I think, going on. Larger than maybe you thought.
he's been here for how long? Gotta be a few years, maybe. Oh, he's had time. He's well dug in. This goes underneath the next house. Ah, that makes sense. They never found a new tenant for the next house.
Maybe we should check in there as well in case he was using that
We
as well.
didn't look in there. We just...
Yeah, we just
You,
came
you
to
did
access.
actually. You did look
We
in
did
the
look
house.
in there last
I
time and we
fast
couldn't
forwarded
see
it.
anything.
There's nothing in there,
Oh,
right?
I was,
It was empty. We
Yeah,
couldn't
it's
get
when we were trying to find the
It's
kid.
abandoned.
Oh, that's right. We'll
Yep.
try and get
I
it
just
right away.
saved the time.
Yeah, right, okay.
Um,
Alright, well, yeah, we'll lead you down.
Please.
I'll say don't touch any door handles. There was one that was.
Oh, we disarmed it.
Oh, did we? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he took out the
Let's
trap.
still stay
Oh,
vigilant.
Yeah.
There were
He-
traps.
Strikes me as a paranoid sort
Mm.
to have all these hidey holes within
Serious character.
hidey holes.
Certainly.
I don't know for nothing.
Well, I'm glad you found it.
Kept it in for a time.
He's been on the guard for years. Okay. Yes. And so you
make your way down the stairs, footsteps and torches just sort of echoing, leaving a smoky residue as it drifts back up. And you get to the bottom and the door is disarmed. So you turn it the other way, open it up. Oh, it's not very nice. Bit dingy.
Pretty grim.
It's a bit nasty.
Very grim.
Oh, you always were soft. But that is pretty intense. That's not fresh. Where is that coming from?
Behind that bookshelf.
I'll just go and pull the book to
Yeah. Tilt
open
the
it up.
book and then slide it across and layers upon layers. Wow. Okay. I'm so glad you found this. It was right under our nose, almost literally.
And
Wow.
that's
Okay.
him.
That's Grindus right there.
Roll an intimidation check. Because he's now a paste. And she hasn't seen you do any work.
Is it? Wait, we don't know that. She doesn't think it's me. We said that it
Didn't you
was.
tell?
I said it was like maybe a curse for
Yeah.
or like
Oh,
some sort of-
he's selling it,
some sort
selling
of
it as
device.
like we don't know that, but we think it's maybe from the ring.
Yeah,
We don't
I
really
maybe
know.
know.
Oh, he's saying like his little death thing that caused
Yeah.
him, like
Yeah.
his
So
Yeah.
he can't be revived. He can't be
necrosis thing.
kept
Yeah.
during
Gotcha.
tortured rances.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know.
It wasn't
the
your
specifics
necrotic
of-
magic.
Yeah,
Mm.
we don't know the specifics
Sorry,
of the ring.
take that
but we
back.
think that's what it is.
Yep, my mistake. Yeah, she sort of. Someone did a number on that one.
Range magic.
Is his bones like liquefied almost?
Like splinters.
Took us all by surprise, very much so.
Yeah.
Took us all by surprise.
when he died, it was just like this glow, and then he was gone.
Dark magics are afoot in Stonebreak.
Do you know what caused it?
Well, we suspect maybe this ring. I had a little look at
Put it
looking
into
at
a
it's
gloved
definitely
hand, and
magical.
she sort of like gets her hair out of her face a bit. I don't think I've seen one of these before. Do you see the markings on the inside?
Yeah, what was it? It was marked with a B.
BB.
BB.
Yeah.
Marked
And you can't start doing the bottom.
yeah. And it was the
we got that it was like
what was
the
it? Sorry, yeah.
suicide kind of.
ring of endings.
Well,
Yeah, that's the one.
self-death
BB
saves,
on
but
Ring of
we were
Endings.
also, like, later on, didn't we realise we were not supposed to have figured that out from a start?
No, that's
But then we retconned
it's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah. We did figure that out, but then retconned it so that you like heirloom things
Yeah.
and pearls so
Yeah.
that it made sense.
Yeah, it's all good. All good in the hood.
Yeah.
So when his HP reached 0, he had no death saves. It was just
Yeah.
yeah.
But then we're also saying
Adding
maybe
this
it had
smidge
something
on
to do
that.
with the explosion, or maybe that was something else entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't really discern, unfortunately.
We just don't know.
Yeah.
That's graphic. So when he died, he really died.
Do we?
There's
That's-
no chance of bringing
that
him
is a-
back for questioning.
Fail safe.
Extremely dead.
I just like poke it with the hammer to make it jiggle. There's no bringing that back.
That speaks to the severity of whoever
And the nature of their work.
and
Yes.
what they're into. Yeah.
Do you know
Wow.
anybody who he was in possible contact with the initial S in their name?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, there was also this
There was a note.
this letter amongst
found.
the ledgers we thought might be important. Meeting someone
Ledgers. You found.
an unsent letter.
We already told her about the ledgers.
Yeah.
We talked
we-
about the
the
ledgers,
house.
but not the
Yeah,
letter.
We said that.
We talked about
Oh.
the ledgers at
Oh,
the
did
house.
ya?
I showed
Sorry.
them. I showed them to her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
lots
missed
has
that.
happened. An unsent letter addressed to a to an S, and I'll show it to her.
Yes.
Something about showing an item of great value, maybe something within this safe here.
That's very vague, but it
Yeah.
seems coded or something of the like.
I think.
Doesn't it?
this-
I think it does.
What was that? Sorry.
It sounds coded or
Well, it's
Yeah.
definitely somewhat secretive, so
Subtle,
people can't
yeah.
discern whatever they
Yeah.
mean.
is it reads like a love letter or something, but it's
I think there is
interesting.
code in there.
Mm.
If we
But it
hold
doesn't
up
mention.
to
It doesn't
fire,
mention a special.
But it smell like lemon.
Maybe there's. Yeah, they use deer urine as a secret.
You sniff it and it smells like mulched
Corpse.
person.
Interesting.
People jam.
Mm.
People.
A nice human preserve. It, and the ledgers. Can I look at
Yes,
them?
I get them out of my bag.
And she sort of flicks through them.
Our accounts manager was
Hey,
Any headway
Take a
or
look. I couldn't get specifics. One is
It appears like
list of
business dealings.
transactions.
okay?
but big enough that they're significant transactions.
Yeah, ledger, dates and values, like money values and dates. I could not get much more of it from that. It's in a weird code. And I kind of like explained to her like this symbol is this and that's about
Try and
as far as I got.
describe
I
the-
think this is something along these lines, but I haven't got to the bottom of it. Like,
Oh, that makes sense. Yes.
I'm not expert in code,
No,
but I think that's the gist of it.
It looks like, thinking about it, we've had like thievery and robbery coming in and out of town occasionally. These could be dates of robberies, maybe.
If he
Maybe you
was
can cross-reference with your own, reports and see the
Absolutely.
dates match up.
I think we thought a similar vein, but also some of those numbers seem a bit too big to just be pickpockets and robberies.
If these are just pickpockets
Yeah.
and stuff, either people here are wandering around with a lot of gold in their pockets, or
A
they
lot,
are robbing big things.
a lot does come through this town. That's why we have so many guards. It's possible. Something to chase up for me anyway. I leave that with me. I'll see if I can make a connection.
Corruption and robbery, and then Ostran's delivery that we seems
Maybe
just seems coincidence.
Maybe that's some of the big numbers tipping off big merchant
link.
caravans.
Well, I mean, in all of Stonebreak, like, who would you rob besides Ostran?
Sorry, yes. Just saw recently we
Sorry.
caravan guards for Ostran and ambushed along the road, and they took off with something quite valuable. We're not too sure what, but
That's what we were doing. We
Mm.
had already agreed to be caravan guards for
And that's-
him before we met you.
he
When-
has asked us to,
That's why you disappeared.
And
yeah,
Okay.
to try and retrieve
That makes
it.
sense.
it seems, and we are not sure, but we have reason to believe that the caravan was attacked specifically and tipped off about a specific item that they stole.
Yeah,
It just seems coincidence that
maybe.
we are looking into
yeah.
information leaks and corruption for you. Someone tips off someone about something valuable Ostran is taking. It,
Corruption might
maybe
be-
it's just coincidence, but
Sounds a stretch. Ostran has a lot of renown in the town.
Could be nothing, but
Everything
Could
sort
be
of runs through
coincidence,
Ostentines.
at the very least, your lieutenant was very deep in the corruption.
You don't have a little hideout like this if you're not doing something dodgy. Have you gotten that open? Points over towards the safe in the corner.
It looks way too complex for us. We managed to get a little kind of eye slit in the side, but it's very difficult to see in, and yeah.
Not much help there, sorry.
and she invest in the striking.
Yeah, we've maybe we also do some work for Kanuna in town. You've probably heard of her. She might have some sort of invention tool we could use if you want to get it open, but we could give that a go if you want.
We might have to send away for somebody.
Well, we can try that first to
Is-
save you sending out someone.
One of her devices is what made little.
Oh, there's a.
Yeah.
She
So
sort of
maybe
like
we can get it
inspects
a
the
bit
little.
bigger.
Yeah, we tried to. We thought we'd have a look into it for you, but we
See if there's
They
more
can't
mechanisms
do
or
much
something,
with it.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
we ask her for the money to buy for it because we are.
She did very.
That's like a whisper.
Yeah. That's fine.
wait not here.
Yeah. While she's like distracted with the safe, you walk up and whisper it in his ear. So that,
Her to fund your police investigation. We're not paying for the police to do their own investigation.
Yeah, I mean, these.
leave it with me. I'll sort how to get in here. Maybe there's proof. Why would you have a great whopping safe down here if it wasn't for something?
Yeah.
Just be careful. I don't know if you look carefully through, you can see traps.
You'll
Oh.
need a professional.
Have a see if you look from if you look from this angle,
Yeah.
you see there's like a
Shine a
blade there.
light through.
It's like- yeah, exactly.
Poison dart there.
Look from
there.
this angle, it's like looking at clouds. See if that's the head and
Yeah.
that's the.
She. Aye.
And you saw our man Varys is quite good with locks, and even he wouldn't attempt this. It's
I'm
very complex.
glad you didn't. If it's got mechanisms inside, we'll get someone from Ishara.
We just don't understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, better to leave it be, especially if what he's up to it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suck to have that.
Yeah. Bad way to go.
Not
Entirely
ideal.
his own fault.
Okay. So you've told
Yes, sorry.
nobody about this place.
You are the only one who's aware of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
look, I think maybe the kids in the alley might have heard us, opening a giant secret,
That'll be fine.
but
They don't
otherwise,
tell. Is the other tooth in there?
It's somewhere in there.
yeah,
If you want it from the
I'll just dig into the mush and like
point to the bloody mess.
yeah, this where you're after.
My own proof. Someone. He's recognizable. Those teeth.
Yeah.
And she slips him into a little satchel she's got. Okay.
I know it's like some progress on the investigation, but
That's
we are also terribly sorry that your lieutenant turned out to not be so great.
the thing I'm more concerned with is that lieutenant Grindus, he dealt with a lot of the guards, so this could be... That's why they're missing. He's died or disappeared.
They've gone.
And they've
gone running.
Gone to ground.
Do you have the names of all these?
Oh, I'd need to check. We've
Yeah.
got a list somewhere.
Would you be able to get us something like samples of something, like their uniform or something, something that they might still have on them?
Let me see the lists, and then we can go from there.
I
can
like,
track them down.
Really briefly explain
Yeah.
locate objects.
There you go.
I assume they have spellcast,
Yeah.
course, but
I understand magic. We can do that ourselves.
Okay.
Don't worry yourself.
And Tesoro, if
That could
if
be
you're feeling
all
a bit paranoid yourself, don't hesitate to send note to Dagbedir that you know they'll send some loyal men that you can trust
Aye.
down to help
true.
if
I
it
hadn't
runs a
thought
bit
of that.
deeper than we think.
I've only been in this post 2 months. Last captain went missing. Good grief. This guy's probably real.
Yeah, you watch your back.
We know why.
This explains so much.
Your old captain probably done with
The-
mobs to spend it with.
I
If this guy had anything to do with nodding at the jam.
yeah. That makes a lot of sense. She did. Oh, she may have stumbled upon something of the whatever this is.
Was
BB.
putting her nose in places
The
that
herring.
they did not like, and the herring
It
shoals.
was made to seem like an accident. We didn't look much further, but I always had a funny feeling.
Plausible theory.
Mm.
Hard to know for sure,
Interesting.
but makes
And
sense.
especially if there are quite a lot of Anvil involved, they could have gotten to the crime scene.
Yeah, who
Yeah.
better to cover up crime scene than crime scene investigators?
Mm.
They could have definitely tampered with everything and just made it look how they wanted it to look.
Oh, I don't get paid enough for this.
Funny you should say that.
Wait, did we talk about a reward with that?
Yeah, she was just like, oh, not being in jail.
Yeah.
But you know,
No, but I feel like we actually discussed
I don't remember discussing terms with you.
Yeah, no.
Kincaid tried to, and she wasn't about it.
yeah, okay, maybe
That
maybe
sounded
that's
maybe-
alright.
I don't
Then-
think we'd, yeah.
Maybe
Agree
that's
on
the
recompense of anything.
next. Whilst we're still doing that, maybe this is the time to reopen negotiations.
Well, yeah, I mean, if this is going to get more dangerous
We are
for
literally
us,
private
You
contractors.
sort of like
for-
huddle up.
Excuse me, we need a family meeting. It's like,
Yeah, I don't think we had actually.
I tried to, but
Actually,
she wasn't.
yeah.
You are better negotiator, but surely
Mm.
it is like, you know, we're private contract. I
Yeah.
don't know if you have private investigators that sometimes police use for work.
Look, I mean,
It's the same thing. We are, if they want us to work, we are happy to investigate. We appreciate not being in jail, but at the
Yeah.
same time, this is more than we
obviously
signed up for.
and I think
I was
You know,
mind control.
yeah. Look, Tesoro, I think obviously we're happy to
Control.
help out and your family, and we want you to be safe, and we want Stonebreak to be free from corruption. But we might have now painted a target on our backs to a very dangerous and very well-rooted group. Is there anything that could be done, either in a form of maybe just a small payment to help us out, or some other benefit to us, that because
This is
we're a bit scared now.
valuable information. Roll a persuasion check, and I'll give you advantage.
Last out of
Because of
character have it
enhanceability.
Oh,
because of enhanceability.
well, you're
yeah.
gonna have it anyway.
Oh my gosh, a 1 and a 4
Jeez.
for a total of 9.
So, I mean,
She doesn't want to face.
well, we'll find out.
I rolled the 2. The dice come
We
through.
sure are cousins.
You see that moment pass, they're like, cousin, you know.
We solved it in like
This
half an hour.
a little bit of favourable treatment, probably the least
Yeah.
corrupt thing going on in Stonebreak.
this makes a lot of trouble for us all. Makes me feel unsafe about the Anvils, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, like I said, don't hesitate to send a letter up to Dagriu.
I might maybe something faster than a letter. Interesting. Yes.
And the players would love to catch one.
I could potentially sort something out. Do you ever need to go across the bay over the basin? Sorry.
Not immediately, but
Not this second, but
I think that was something we talked about. The original plan was after Ashara, wasn't it?
After Ashara.
Or is Ashara across
No,
the
I
basin?
think going across
Ashara's
the basin was part of what Ostran said for the Books of Slate, right?
I mean, look, it's something that might happen down the road. Yeah, not.
I
Or
could.
maybe
Not
just be Channing
immediately.
Tatum's show.
Well,
but we
we-
appreciate something a little more concrete in the here and
Yeah.
Well, not
We-
here and now.
don't particularly have much in the way of a fund to pay for information, but I could sort some things out with the guard, potential free transport or
Supplies.
supplies, across the basin,
Poss-
shipping.
Possible. Do you have a material like either compensate us or be able to provide maybe some material components for spells? Some that would be super useful, but I don't have the money to buy for components. If you have like an armory or something that
And evidence lock up.
You know what I could do? There are 4 less guards showing up. 5 now.
Pay us a wage.
I could pay you their wage off
That
that
off
would
the
be-
books.
anything
we
helps.
do have other.
Just in.
Can we have film? Just can we talk about it? So I like idea, but we have other jobs.
Oh,
maybe like on a casual,
We're
like
not
you know,
committing to patrolling or anything. We're being paid
just a
off
casual.
the side to assist with this investigation at whatever hours that is convenient.
Mm.
Well, not necessarily convenient just for us, but we're going to, stick
Yeah,
on this.
God have our hourly rate.
Yeah.
We bill her for our time based on that.
Yeah, I think to sort of basically our concern is that Ostran would like us to venture out of Stonebreak again, maybe for a few days
Fine.
soon. So,
I could-
as long as that wouldn't disrupt anything,
No,
we would be most appreciated.
Take that.
I could pay you as you work. I mean, with Grindis gone, hopefully less crime would mean we'd need less guards. I could put aside that money for you.
Well, what about Brutus's wages?
That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
His and
Yeah.
the 4.
That would
Missing.
be very much appreciated, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much is that? Like just so we know how much
It's 5 silver a day
each.
each.
So times 5. But 4 guards plus 4 guards are missing plus Grinders. So 5.
Or are you
I-
saying it
5
works
silver.
out to be 5 silver each a day?
No,
I-
he gets paid 5. So
I could be okay. I'll lay it out.
Um,
The lieutenant will need to be replaced.
Mm.
Obviously, looks over at the mush.
Yeah.
He's not a lieutenant thing at the moment.
That
Or ever again.
that money is earmarked for
Or
Payment,
a
but-
loyal replacement.
the 4 others. I could just replace. You could be honorary Anvils.
Like casual.
Yeah.
Like when you do
Private
casual.
investigation.
investigators. Yes. That would be most beneficial. Yeah, we are quite light on funds.
So you take
13K
20 gold, 20 gold a day.
That's still
20
nothing.
silver.
We got it.
Yes.
So that's 2 gold a day.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That like covers room and food.
Yeah.
And then anything else we get is on top.
That's what the paying wage is for.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we have the joint next door as a a lodging for us as well? Since no one lives there,
You could potentially have this one.
going on both
I don't see it.
2 and 2.
It's been unused for however long, and this
Might
one
be
is.
nice to have a base of operation.
This
Yeah.
one is obviously going to be
Something like
unused.
all built in.
Yeah, I reckon this will be a good base.
Oh, it'd take a lot of cleaning.
You may want to redecorate
Mm.
down here, but
Do you
I mean,
want to
look,
help
that'd be
us
great.
scoop this sludge out?
No, no, I'm trying.
She's a captain. There,
That's below my pay grade.
she spent her years cleaning up crime scenes.
So, how's that?
So
Sounds
20,
cool.
20 silver a day.
That
Wage.
we do work for.
That would-
When you
That-
not
on
just
the
not
days
just
we
every
work.
day, even when we're not doing stuff specifically for her.
correct.
On the
And
days.
And the 2 houses
You
for
can-
lodgings.
temporarily use them as often as you need. I don't
Yeah.
think anyone's going to want to move in here.
Yeah.
So
Especially this
especially
one.
if this story gets up.
What?
There was
this
one
will
bed
not
in
get out?
each, right?
We
There
can buy
was
furniture.
a bed-
That's fine.
There was a couple of.
There were
beds,
3
yeah.
total.
Okay, so we'll just need one more bed.
I don't need a bed.
I
Yeah,
only need a rug
Oh,
on the floor.
I sleep on my shelf.
yeah,
Alright, cool.
Pegs.
yeah, and you meditate. So
Yeah, I can just do
Alright,
that
cool.
anywhere.
So we got a winning.
okay, so I'm writing out the terms. 20
Alright.
silver
And-
per day on the days we work, and the 2 lodgings.
And the 2 lodgings, I'll leave them as closed as a crime scene, and just hope they drop off the books or
Yeah.
something you've done. You've broken open something that's been bothering me for.
Yeah, and who knows? Eventually down the road, we can make it something more formal and pay our taxes
Get the
and
deed
all
or
of that.
something.
We'll
Yeah.
probably
Of
be
course.
gone a couple of days, hopefully,
Yeah.
after this, and then when we're back, we'll
Once-
get back onto this.
Once we get to the end of this matter, make sure there's no one else in this town. Absolutely. We'll do it by the books, of course.
Right.
I think that's more than fair.
That
For
is very
what you've
good.
done.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive help to us.
And what did it feel like when he...
To be mind controlled. It was sort of just like my thoughts were not my own. Like, you know, when you're fighting, you go, oh, you see enemy, I go fight the enemy in battle, is what it's like. But then all of a sudden, the people who are normally who are my friends, were enemies.
So it completely shifted your perception of everything.
Instead,
That's
I went,
he
oh,
took swings
I
at
will
us,
go,
yeah.
I will go attack.
He couldn't see us, but he tried to
I
kill us.
will go attack Grindis, and then all of a sudden, like, oh no, Grindis is friend. Why would I attack him? They are the enemies.
But how easy would that make it to sway people to what you want them to do?
Very easy, but it,
He was-
it wore off pretty quickly.
Okay. He was
It
always
wasn't permanent.
silver-tongued. He could persuade anybody, so
Very charismatic.
That maybe,
Charm the pants off a table.
yeah.
two charm... It's too late for this.
Weird saying
Just-
where you come from. Charm the pants off the table.
Anyway,
It's more like it's common isn't his first language,
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
idioms don't
Yeah.
translate
Not
perfectly.
directly,
Like
Yeah.
he probably meant to say like charm the legs off a table or something, but like
pets.
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, you can stay here if...
I think maybe until we get this smell out, we might go to the
I'm
store.
staying down here for the night.
I might,
It doesn't bother me.
yeah,
I might go
I-
next door and
just smells like work. Freaking probably the whole place, like
Yeah.
the keep that he's from, smells like this.
Oddly,
Yeah.
Thuridon slept in like animal carcasses,
Inside.
like Bear Grylls, you know.
Staying
Going
warm.
full
Yeah.
Thornton.
Yeah.
I will come back when I've found someone to get through that safe.
We do have someone who could very well
yeah,
help.
we can maybe handle that through Kanuna if you'd like to not worry about that, and because
Sure.
I know you've got a lot on your plate.
Plenty, thank you.
Yeah.
Only thing would be for her to make the vice, to crack it. Like, she needs materials. Are you okay to reimburse us for it if we have receipts?
Yeah.
Yeah, look,
Or if you
I
can
know-
provide the materials.
I know there's a lot going on for you right now. Even if you're okay with us taking jobs and leaving town with Ostran, we can
Oh, you're
we can
free
cover that cost.
to go.
I don't want to add more to your plate.
No, I'll use my person. Something legitimate, just in case. Right, I'm getting out of this room. And she starts walking up the stairs. I'll be back. I'll be in touch if you need anything. You know where I am.
Thank you. And just starts like walking up the stairs. For a long
wait,
time.
she went. And did she take it before?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want
Just,
it?
yeah, sure. Beauty.
One
Did
prop
she
down.
take the ledges as well?
No, actually, yeah, she would have.
Did she? Yeah.
Yeah, just to pour over them, basically.
The ring as well, maybe? The BB ring?
Yeah, she took so.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
And the teeth.
And it's
I just know to mark that off.
I
Yeah,
was
that's
considering
what it's- that's
pulling
what I-
one out of the plant and then there you go. Cleaned it for you.
It's like,
That's
All right.
taking them out of the.
yeah, that's fine. Okay. What would you like to do with your night?
I'm gonna go next door and sleep there.
Upstairs.
No, to the second house that
Oh,
we also
okay.
got.
I'm gonna just sleep down here.
Yeah,
In the
tuck it.
sludge room.
Yep. All right.
Large room.
Upstairs. So it's just a one-story house or a two-story house? Like,
Upstairs is a one. It's a slummy
The
area.
only two-story houses are the manor and the greystones, I think.
right,
Yep.
right.
Most of
Well,
them.
yeah.
Well, also
I'd say
floors,
upstairs
I
in
feel like
terms
it's-
of basement.
Yeah, just find a room with
Yep.
a door that I can close and
Yeah,
start
yeah.
making a
So
home.
you've got the inner sanctum where the safe is and the paste. There's a bed in there. There's the antechamber. There's a bed in there.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a bed in there.
Kincaid's probably going to shotgun that with the bookshelves and a
Shotgun.
bookshelves and a big writing desk is
Yeah.
very easy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
True.
And then there's a bed upstairs in this sparse sort of living room.
Yeah.
And then there's next door, which is empty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just roll out a bedroll.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if I have a bedroll.
You probably would. We'll assume that
Well,
you can borrow
we
one.
could shift a bed.
Yeah, we can just
if you
bring
want
a bed
one.
over.
Oh, yeah, I'll
Because
take
I won't
the-
be using the bed that's
I'll-
in the study.
Yeah, I'll just
Wait,
take
he's
a
not going to be
blanket
using a
for
bed
it.
anyway.
No.
No.
He's going to be sleeping on the floor in the study. He's going to be just meditating
Yeah, we've got
upstairs.
two
So you
beds
can take the
in
bed
the
upstairs.
Okay, yeah, I'll sleep on the bed upstairs in
And
the same
I'll just
house.
take the bed in the sludge room.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll probably. I think Kincaid will stay up.
Sludge room.
Your arms hanging off the bed, and it's just like.
No, it's like, yeah,
You know when you put
when
like
you put
hot
the
water.
yeah.
Except
A
it's
bowl of
Warm
water.
innards.
Oh, I just missed myself.
not again.
Kincaid, did you know that when you pee in a dream, you pee in real life?
What? Oh, is that why Shell is wet?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, thank you.
He's full of
Anything
making
else you'd like to
circles in
do,
the
or
sludge.
just gonna get a rest?
Kincaid probably stays up for a little bit and just like tidies up the study because I slept for like most of the day.
True.
So like we've had a lot on, so he's still probably like tired. But
You're rested for most of the day,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you've got a bit of energy.
stay up for
Cool.
I don't know, just like half. Is it like can I find like a room or something and just like go out? He's probably I very much think he's like the kind of person that like has his own filing system, so like go through the books and like puts them.
Re-alphabetize.
Yeah, like.
In order of decrepit.
Would you also clean the sludge? Or the
Yeah, that's your room.
You're asleep. You're asleep in there. You hear loud bestial
Yeah, it
snores coming.
goes through like doesn't like where the desk is, so you just hear like he like drags it across to like a bit that he likes better. He's like that's nicer. Like oh, they've got the got like a little to-do list of like oh they've got like the shitty stationery like 100 GSM paper. That's not gonna work.
That's going in the bin.
Yeah, like
Do we have like a map of Falador? You like put it above the desk.
I think he's probably gonna do.
Yeah.
that.
I was going to say, I have a case, map, or scroll as part of my diplomat's pack, so maybe.
I've got because I've
Map
got
of the area.
I've got like a cartographer's kit. Is there stuff in the desk like quills and ink and that sort of thing?
Yeah, there are some writing supplies.
Refill your stuff.
Yeah, I'll he'd 100% purloin or just like organise all of that.
Yep.
This is all ours now.
Probably keep some of that there and probably put some of it in his like cartographers.
Well, this is your base of
Calligraphers,
operations. You
yeah,
can leave.
Sorry, calligraphers supplies. Get
Yep.
the brewers supplies out and start setting up a little still in the corner.
Just for some nighttime boiling. So, you sleep through. You get the strangest feeling of you, Kincaid. The strangest feeling of being watched, and it sort of wakes you in the middle of the night. And you look around.
Just you see like the eyes in the shell.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, you know that weird tickle when you feel like you're being watched, but
Can I make like a perception check or something? Or
Go for it.
just, it. Yeah, it's just a sensation.
yeah, just a feeling, but
7.
I'm sleepy.
It passes pretty quick, but the rest of you get a fairly good sleep and arise in the morning. What would you like to do?
Because we completed this little quest and found the things and stuff.
Yes, you do.
Oh, beauty. I'm going to ask every long rest.
No, that one was. I was just waiting till you finished the quest.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
in the
I
middle
thought
of
that was
so close.
We're like, yeah. Well, we're very like multitasking kind of.
Plus, you had the encounter like being attacked while you were defending the thing.
Yeah, the
You
caravan and that,
defended
and then defending
Broadaxe.
and
Yeah.
turned in a quest. I think that's a milestone. But obviously, let's. Oh, yeah, do it now. It's 9 now.
Yeah, I was just going to do it on D&D Beyond
Yeah.
and reprint my character sheet and blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah.
I think that's better.
That's what I was going to
So,
That's easier.
so we don't get. We can get some more D&D in now.
Yeah, is detect magic? Can I just use
There
it
you
in
go.
a general like area, or is it?
So yeah, basically what it is like you have like
just
I think it's like a
sense kind of-
20-foot dome around you.
detect magic.
Yeah, like is it just?
Yeah, so you can. I was
see.
going to say because I can do that, but I can ritual cast it, so it won't use up spell.
They're within 30 feet from you.
Yeah.
but it's just magic.
Yeah.
Magic gives
Sense
off
magic.
like, yeah, a
It's
ping.
there, and
you can
it,
look at it deeper.
it doesn't go through every barrier. It's blocked by a foot of stone, an inch of metal, a
Because
thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood.
I kind of wanted to use detect magic just in case there was something magical inside the safe
Oh,
or just in the area.
I was
in
very
general.
much planning to do that because
Yeah, especially
I
this
can
is now
ritual,
our base.
I can ritual cast it, so I don't use up a
You're gonna
spell
burn up a
slot.
spell
So,
slot. Yeah, that's good.
but also I can do it like I'd probably do that as I'm cleaning, like just
Yeah.
part of like looking in the nooks and crannies to see what I missed.
Because just again, because there was that bracelet or whatever it was inside the
The circlet.
circlet. So
gotta
like
be
if that's like magical or something, maybe that's what he was talking about in the notes.
There isn't a level up button, is there?
Level.
You just go into
manage.
character build.
You have to go
Manage
to edit.
character.
don't you?
Yeah, you just go into the edit.
And Ty, just a question too for as part of components go.
Yeah.
So I know we said the pearl my mum gave me when I left was
Other
the
pearl.
100 GP pearl that I use for identifying.
Mhm.
Is the little gem that it's transformed into still count as a component for that spell?
No.
No, okay. Yep.
It has
Just thought I'd
completely
ask, yeah.
changed.
Yep.
I'll get you all to roll your hit dice now. Because I want to see them.
Oh gosh.
I wanna see what
I'm
numbers.
doing the.
You're taking
I'm doing
half.
+2 in wisdom. Because level 4. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
an
we get-
ASI.
Yeah.
Just do we get 2 points to go to
Yeah,
stats? Yeah.
Yeah, so you can either do
One-
1
yeah.
by 2 or
Yeah.
2 by 1.
Because that'll affect your con
God, yeah.
potentially.
Well, that'll affect the number of spells.
I like
like,
that.
All right.
Okay.
So make it dramatic. We're rolling up for health.
Rolling for HP, boys.
So is that like a...
You roll your hit die and add your con, and that's how much your health
Yeah,
increases
your
by.
maximum.
Okay.
5
5
plus
on a D8.
1.
Yep. So plus your con mod, so you got 6 health. Nice.
Mine's D10.
Yeah, yours is a
Nice.
D10
It's a
plus
2D10.
plus nothing.
Are you a D8?
No,
It's just that's
Nice.
you have as many
D8.
hit dice as you have levels. So.
yeah.
5 as well.
I'm not mad about
So
that.
I just roll.
Nice.
That's 5 plus... nothing.
5.
You
Nice.
can have between 1 and 6.
What do you
Just
mean?
so he knows which dice to choose.
4.
4.
All right, D10.
That's 6.
6 plus your con mod.
Plus 4. 10.
Gee.
Nice.
Getting a nice tanky. So that's 44.
That's what we like to see.
Pretty good. Hey.
I love the rolling of health in person because everyone
How
gets
do you
to.
how do you add rolled health on?
So you gotta go into like character order, and then
Mine already says max hit points.
if you go manage HP, like so I'm in that.
See, I reckon we do this
Yeah.
next
go
time.
Yeah.
All right.
The only reason I want to is because it affects a lot of like
Spells.
spells.
Yeah.
Well, more spells. So like my spell attack. So because our proficiency modifier goes up by 1
Oh, does it?
at.
4.
At 5th level, doesn't it?
Oh no, sorry, at 5th level. No, that's right. It's I get spells. I can prepare more spells.
Yeah. And the ASI is pretty cool too. But
Yeah. So it's
Well,
I learn a new cantrip, and I can prepare more spells.
All right.
So I will.
So I'm gonna go
guidance.
So let's get the ball rolling for the next day though.
yeah, so we
Yeah,
wanted to. So Kanuna's going to work on it during the day. So we want to go to Ostran and talk to him about the guide, and also give him Kanuna's letter saying, "Hey, I like the sounds of
She's
this.
on
Let's
board.
talk and hash out the details."
Mhm.
Cool.
Definitely.
Is there a kitchen
Or
in the house we're in?
There'll be a little kitchenette, surely.
yeah, a kitchenette. Like it's a house that was lived in.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there
So
is-
I'll try and find whatever ingredients I can and cook up a little breakfast.
There's
for
not
everyone.
really food,
Okay.
as he didn't really live
Yeah. True.
there that much. Yeah, there are some old like potatoes and stuff, like long-lasting things, but
Yeah.
nothing fresh.
Look, I'll
You
cook
can-
up a little crappy breakfast for everyone to come upstairs to.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, real quick as well. Sorry, I was mucking around trying to get the level up done.
That's all right. So, are you going? Where are you going first?
Ostran.
You're in Ostran first.
We're going to go visit him first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
After a little bite at home base.
Okie doke. Would you like to do anything with your additional 4 hours?
I would like to look around
Forgot about that.
the house for like a bucket or a garden trough or something along those lines.
You could. There was a bucket at the water barrel,
Awesome. I want that.
like it's just a scoop.
Go out, just a little bit outside the borders of town, sort of thing, just into the forest for some nice fertile soil and that sort of thing. Maybe at the base of a tree, dig it up, put it in the bucket, bring it back.
Okay. During the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. So just ensure torch.
Yeah, I can do that.
But yeah, you're all good.
I'll do that, and then back to the house.
Go and get some lovely soil from out under the trees.
Yeah, some nice, and I'll probably actually look on the ground for like dying, rotting sort of wood,
Okay.
like just bits of tree branches or bark
Yep.
and that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
that's fallen off. I
plenty
want to
on
mix
the
that into
forest
the
floor.
soil, sort of thing.
Mhm.
Take it back, go downstairs,
Mm-hmm.
so we're underground. Pretty sure that works, and then plant the choppy shroom
Oh.
into that
That you didn't eat.
that I didn't eat.
Okay. Yep.
I want to put it in
not a
there.
bad idea.
So I know that you grow fungi using dead wood and that sort of thing. And sprinkle a little bit of water on it, and then just put it in the corner,
Okay.
and just sort of
Get
kind of
that.
leave that. And then I would also like to search around for another bucket garden trough thing.
An illegal
Uh,
coffee operation.
Not really any other.
like a grocery store.
There's like one cup. That's about all.
I'm looking to start something in the garden.
Okay. Cool. And a underdark sort of garden.
Well, actually, while I'm out
Yeah, mine's
in the
not the
woods, can I
greatest.
start foraging for
It's
plants
not-
and that
I'm
sort of
just
thing? I
so
want to
sorry.
start eating them to try and figure out effects and that sort of thing. Effectively, what I'm looking for is poisons.
Mechanical
Poisons, allergy-inducing things, that sort of nature. I'm
Okay.
looking for plants with negative effects.
Yeah. Not so much up in the, because you're up on a plateau, like up in the mountains. There's not that much that you find. Make a survival check. See what you can find.
Well, that's fine. I've got a lot of
I
other
did
numbers.
4 minus 2.
It's fairly slim.
Nothing up here.
Fairly
Slim
slim pickings.
That's all right. But,
Um,
I would like to
18
start
on my
trying to
intelligence.
Yep, find
grow
some.
things,
All right. Cool. Good to know though.
Yeah. Yeah.
So off to Ostrans. You
Yes.
sort of
Yeah.
chuck your choppy into that little pot
Are
and see
they
what happens.
Did I
boiled
get-
potatoes upstairs?
Did I get anything off from detect magic? Like when I was going around.
Did you ritual cast it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just like as I spent the I don't know, half an hour or whatever.
Yep.
Um,
In the safe, definitely.
So just in the safe.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. When I first wake up, I prepared. Detect evil and good. So I will cast that.
Okay.
So that's action. Concentration after 10 minutes. For the duration, if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. And similarly, if there is a place or object within 30 feet of you that's been magically consecrated or desecrated. And I'll kind of just go around,
Yeah.
into each room
Good
and
one, yeah.
stuff. Do that with detect magic, and then do the same.
Yep.
With detect evil and good. Both of them last 10 minutes, so I'll just kind of wander around
Yeah.
both houses.
Well, yeah.
Just
you,
checking that there's not a ghost in the
no,
walls or
you,
something.
you don't get a sense of anything desecrated. You don't ping off anything untoward.
Cool. And I will also cast Find Traps.
Okay.
So then that's just you sense the presence of any trap within range that is, that I can see. Trap for the purpose of the spell, anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect that I consider harmful or undesirable.
Yep.
That was specifically it would sense an alarm spell, a glyph of warding, a mechanical trap, but it might not reveal a natural weakness. So it's something that was harmful that was specifically intended to be such by its creator. So it wouldn't be like, well, that floorboard's weaker, you might fall through it. You know what I mean? Like,
I got you.
Careful, there's a rusty nail.
Like, you might get some
OHS nightmare, guys.
So you definitely get a ping on the traps in the safe. Yeah.
And the door will be disarmed.
It's no longer
not a trap anymore.
Okay, yeah.
It's fully disarmed.
120 feet, so
No, there's nothing
trap
else.
or anything.
The rest of the house is safe. Good.
Just make an investigation check while you're walking around.
Oh. 5. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Nothing else that you can. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's pretty normal.
Yeah. I went over the place with blah 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 blah. Everything seems safe. We already know about the magic and the traps in the safe.
Oh, there's magic in the safe.
There's some of the items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Not like the gold.
We did assume.
Well, because I can see they glow, so I would have gone stuck.
Yeah.
Looked at it is the safe itself glowing, or looked in there and been like, oh, it's the gold.
It actually wouldn't penetrate the safe, I believe, in the.
Because there's a crack.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what
It
I mean.
wouldn't normally.
that's
Because you
it.
cut it open a bit, it actually doesn't go through solid lead.
It doesnnhin go through lead or it's
5
like an
foot of
inch of metal
Yeah,
or something.
something like that.
Yeah, inch. So it can't go through lead, like a thin sheet of lead, or an inch of common metal. So if it's less thick than an inch, it could go through it.
Yeah.
If it's an inch or thicker, it couldn't.
Yep.
But yeah, sticking my eye up to the thing.
Yeah, it's
At
coming
all
from
of-
in there.
All of them, I'd be able to see which one.
All of them.
All
All of the
gong,
objects in there.
circlet, and the little clay
Bolt
thing.
of cloth.
Oh, the cloth. That's right.
The cloth is magical. That's interesting.
I was thinking it might just be like a valuable silk or something.
You get a
Magic.
definite.
Well, I say that to
Ping.
everyone.
Do you reckon we've damaged, with that little crack, the structural integrity of it enough to just break it open?
Try and get a crowbar or something.
It's
Put a
lead
1
and
centimeter
metal.
in a plate of steel.
But
Smash a bar.
that's enough to pop a crowbar in and
And then
otherwise
bend
heal
metal
that.
using your raw physical strength.
We are
Well,
very
I've got-
strong.
But the crowbar will bend.
I've got 20 strength now. So,
20.
yeah.
He had 19 or something.
I had 19. I
Yeah.
just used my level up to put 1 in strength and 1 in dex, so now I don't have -1 initiative.
Nice.
So your judgment would be it's solid. It's a solid safe, good thick, whatever it's made of, lead potentially.
Worth thick. Worth going back to Kanuna.
Yeah.
It's worth
Yeah.
scrapping for the cash after too.
So you head upstairs for a beautiful breakfast of boiled,
Roast.
Potato.
Old roast potatoes.
delightful. They hold up potatoes. That's why they're good.
It's bludgeon in the pot.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to, but you're cleaning it.
Okay, I'm back.
It's a good brain. It's a bit of vicious.
Oh, it's such a moist sugo as well.
Yeah, you gotta really put the.
You got to lisp it good.
If you don't spray all over everything in
You're
front
not
of you, you're
Belgian.
not doing it right.
I think we should eat you, Mr. Stinky Man.
Oh man,
Oh,
those people have to be canon.
Miss them. All right. So
It didn't start out there. It just
Going-
went so
I know.
Yeah. Gone fast.
that's the
I was
beauty.
just like, oh yeah, he's a little weird, but then it's just no, full cannibal, just
Oh, he was
over
alive.
0 to 100 in the first
Yeah,
session.
one
It's
session.
The cannibal of the bard.
All right.
That's
So
a cannibal belt bag.
Belch in the bag.
I need like a boss. Belch in the bag.
We're not getting anywhere this day, are we? So, you go to speak with Ostran. It's bright and sunny. A little blustery, but warmer than it was yesterday. And it is now Vard. And yeah, you head over and go in to see him. He's
So that's the last 7 months.
We enter Yurd tomorrow.
Yeah.
tomorrow is the
Creepy.
first of Yurdis.
Is there festivals? Like, would there be a festival tonight?
No. One closer to on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
The day of Yurd.
That's right. It's like
Yeah,
a, it's like a
It's
link,
the
right?
21st, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because each month is
20.
20.
Mm.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Yurdis
At least
is
18.
21.
Yeah.
So,
Ostran, old buddy, old pal. Good morning.
yes, you've had some time to think it over.
We have, and we also have a letter from Kanuna. She is very excited by your prospects and wishes to, hash out the details with you a bit further.
Wonderful. And he tucks it into like a breast pocket. That's wonderful news.
Mm.
I will definitely negotiate terms to get you remunerated for bringing this to me, because this will be, assuming it all works out, it's all a risk, but
Yeah, and she has also taken note of your concerns and will continue fine-tuning.
We passed on the feedback and specifics to be hashed out, but she's certainly interested, at least in theory.
yeah. And he's picking apart some like breakfast meat and flicks a little back to his pup. And the other matter, are you?
We've got the time. Well,
Yeah.
We've got the freedom independence to go and
Yes.
can't go as we please from Stonebreak.
Mm. Also last night that business that we said was quite pressing and was in town, we made some leeway in that will now free up some time to
Oh,
do the job for
Self-Christian's
you.
head way that
fantastic.
We can go into Glendale.
All right.
still
Is that
still
verbal confirmation? You are all.
Could we just talk
Blood
to the
pack.
guy first, and then we're fairly set on this?
Yeah, look, I think it's almost it's too much money to pass up.
Yeah, only thing would be if we use expensive spell components reimbursed. Like as part of mission expenses.
As
Doesn't have to be upfront, we have them, but if we use them, reimbursed.
well, if I pay you your money up front, how would that sound? That way
All
you
of
could.
it.
The full up front.
400 up front.
That would definitely go a long way
Yeah.
in preparing spell components for sure.
Let's 75 up front,
75
25
up front.
on success.
75 up front, 25 on return, and you cover half of components.
No, the 75 should cover,
But then I'm paying money for your mission.
and it's because of you losing my goods that you're on this mission. in the
Because of
first
your
place.
post security and allowing people
You
to
are my
know.
security.
You're right. Because of your informants who are very trustworthy. Because of the people that you organised this with, or whoever was in the know, who clearly set up the heist pulled by the shaded.
What about them?
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, that's the point he was making. Like,
So something completely out of my purview that acted without my knowledge. That's what you want me to pay for.
Look, we'll be happy with the 75 up front. What, 15 on
25.
25 on
Yeah.
completion? Can't do maths. And perhaps you could just
chuck
let
into
us
those
borrow some horses for the journey.
Sounds fair.
Because your horses are trained like no other.
They are fantastic steeds.
Bit of flattery.
Love you.
Love
your work. This is why you are negotiator.
Yes, you should let him do the talking.
It's like he's a bard or something.
Okay, I will go and perform. Well, I will bring your guide here. Be with you in a moment. And he steps into a side room. Probably 2 minutes pass, and you hear two voices. And as they step out, one is Ostran, fairly high cheekbones, male, ponytail, very regal bearing. The other looks a lot like Thurden, a female half-orc. Very rugged, I would use the word to describe. And she looks lean and fit, like she knows what she's doing. This is your hunter. Her name is Haruk. And she will track the location of what you are after.
Does she bear their mark?
She may be able to get you passage away from trouble with those that live within the Green Sea. You are to protect her because she is your safety vest. She's your way out of the forests and your way in and your survival within. And just please, she is a dear friend of mine. Haruk, any questions? And she sort of... Nah, I reckon these lot. Big boy.
Oh, big boy.
Now, if Thurden sees it, does like a lady in red play in his head, or
It's up to you.
should I roll?
It's your call.
And kind of looking her over, she looks like she could
I
handle
rolled
this.
19.
Did
Then
you decide if it's below?
Yeah.
this is your call.
I guess that means she's extremely attractive. Well, like the
I
scene in
guess so.
Dodgeball when Owen sees Fran at
Yeah.
I
the
was thinking
Look,
Top Gun.
take my breath out.
she's not entirely, well, from an aesthetic point of view, she's not attractive. Like the sort of lower tusks of half-orc folk. Long, straight. Actually, it's not that long, her hair. Yours is probably longer. Fairly muscular and looks like she's lived in the wilds, potentially. Like, not super well kept. But she sort of... And, you lot will protect me, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I know the way through. Hopefully we can get to it in a few days.
Where I would go, obviously in Gondola, cave, keep, castle.
Wherever. It won't be in Wolfpine. It's, it'll
Wherever
be...
the tracks leader.
Yeah,
We'll
wherever.
just find
I'll
tracks
follow
and then follow it. Do okay.
Should we go to the ambush site and then set out from there?
Yeah, imagine
That would be a good start, yeah.
We can show you kind of where they took off from, and I'm sure you'll find some.
Do we know it was the
Needlebark tribe, I think.
Needlebark tribe? Do you know anything? We captured one of them, interrogated him.
It, no matter. Doesn't really matter.
But like,
He bit his own
how
time off.
many do they have a base of operations?
It's very... what you don't understand is it's very fluid in there. There's no real way of keeping track unless you live with them.
What's the Green Sea?
And,
Yeah, what's on that proverbial ship?
yeah, get supplies. We might be able to forage in there, but you look like you're alright with the dark. It gets pretty dark as well. Make sure you got sources of light if you can't see. Yeah, you can't track by the stars. Don't count on that. I'll lead you where we need to go. But yeah, look, should be fun. I haven't taken any freshies into the sea before.
Any advice?
There'll be a lot of advice on the way. Just listen to me. That's the main thing. Because if you don't, you'll probably die. Just go in knowing that. All right.
Yeah, fair.
Radio Sheila.
Don't touch anything. It's Harak. Thank you.
Is that HARUK?
I went double R, but sure. We probably won't go into the deeps, but if we have to, we have to. And that'll be a whole different ball game. So
Sounds good.
get prepared. We'll leave in, 30 minutes? There's no sense wasting time.
We need to just quickly buy some supplies from the marketplace.
That's what the 30 minutes is for.
How quickly you shop?
Wait, they just hand out for the 75 gold.
Yeah.
Ostran.
So we all happy to do the 50-50.
Yeah.
So that's 100.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to split this in half and then split the next one in half.
I'll take the 50 gold communal stuff to Canunas because I don't have to buy anything really. Or were we not going to use our?
Oh yeah, because
Were we going to use our money for that, or?
But also
that's why I was trying to get the police to fund it, because that's like hiring mercenaries and making them pay for their own
Yeah,
bullets.
but Tesora's taking care of the safe cracking thing, so
Yeah,
we don't need to
get-
fund the creation of a new.
Yeah.
Did Tesora say she was going to deal with it?
She said
Yeah,
she
it's
would
all
get a
a bit of
professional in from.
So we don't need to
Shara.
throw 50 gold that way. That's all
Yeah, yeah.
fine for now.
Mm.
So yeah. So
Yeah, cool. Then don't worry about it.
All right.
Okay, so 100 and 150 gold has gone in. So there's 158 gold in there now. So there's 80 silver plus 150 gold.
And then
So
150
we all
divided by
have
4.
now 37.5 gold on us.
Yep.
Okay.
37.5 stays on you. 37.5 goes into the fund,
Yeah,
and then you
sweet.
would get. So that's 37 and 5 silver.
Yeah.
Easy. Cool. So you head into the marketplace, I assume?
Yep.
Peepo's capering around, hawking his pies. Peepo's pies! Anyone need a traveller?
Do you think is Harak with us, or is she staying at Ostran?
No, she's prepared.
Okay. I was thinking about. I was going to ask her if we
You
were going to
can,
go through Broadaxe.
Retroactively.
Are we going to go through Broadaxe?
Not if
We're
you're
just gonna
going
go-
from
we're
the
going
point
from
where
the-
you're going to
I
be.
was just thinking if we were going to go through Broadaxe, we would pick up a pie faggy.
I mean,
We can pick one up, but then it'd just be like sitting in my pocket for weeks.
Hero
Probably
brought you-
wouldn't care, but like the fresher the better.
Yeah.
So
Alright, so I want 7 days worth of rations, 50 foot of rope, 5 small bags, and a pair of leather gloves. How much?
Okay. So the gloves would probably be
there's prices for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if
Like
you
if
can,
you just go,
if you can look
if
up
you-
prices,
if you
easy
go into
squeezy.
the player's handbook, there's leather gloves. I don't think there's a price for, but
Yeah.
We'll say
rations,
quality
rope,
wise,
rations, rope, all
depends.
of that jazz.
Well,
There's so. What did you want?
A week's worth of rations, 50 foot of rope,
Hang
and
on.
5 small bags.
Rations is
5 gold. Sorry,
5 silver
5
for a
silver
day.
each.
Yeah,
Yeah,
5 silver for a day.
So it's
So 2.5 gold.
35.
2.5 gold for 5 days.
20
Well, yeah, 35 silver.
oh yeah, there's only
Yeah,
5
leather.
days.
for 7. Yeah.
Yeah, because isn't it 5-day weeks? Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's where the
Yeah.
gotcha.
You wanted rope.
Yep.
Gold. 1 gold for rope.
Cool.
And
I'm
what
going
else?
to buy 10 rations, if that's right as well.
Yeah. There's plenty
what,
of
5
supply.
Yeah, we have 5 silver.
cut it in half.
Yeah, so how much do you want for the 5 small bags and then...
Hang on, there's prices
Oh,
for bags.
small bag, okay. Just like little pouch things, just for carrying individual components and stuff.
Yep.
Fine.
There is trade goods, lifestyle expenses, food and lodgings,
Can I
services.
Buy like 5 javelins. Would there be someone selling javelins?
Yep.
I think they're
5
half a
silver
gold each as well.
5 silver each.
Yeah, you'd go to what was her name? I've got her name somewhere. The blacksmith
20
guild,
crossbow bolts as well.
Gildry, I think. Was that her name? The one that gold knuckle bones
Yeah.
for
Oh,
him
yes,
and
yeah.
repaired
She
your
didn't
shield.
gold knuckle bones for me. She doesn't do fine work.
Oh, true.
I had to go to
But
some.
yeah, she'd have some.
But yeah, I'll go buy 5 javelins.
Yep.
Container, here we
Easy.
go. Pouch is what you were looking for.
Yeah.
A pouch is 5 silver.
No. Oops, yeah,
And-
another 2.5.
2.5.
It holds
That's fine. Don't worry
Stuff.
about this.
6
Uh,
pounds of gear, or 1/5 of a cubic foot.
Oh yes, that's
If you
a
really just
useful.
want a picture.
Can I get that in metric?
Don't worry
Foot's
about
30
it.
centimeters, so
Carry the L.
That's like 6 cubic centimeters.
I don't care. You can cram some stuff in there. I'll tell you when it's full. Leather gloves, I'd say, depending on quality, 1 to 2 gold.
Yeah, 2 gold.
Yep.
2 gold. I want some
Good
half
quality.
decent
Good
ones.
pair. Yep.
Yeah, ones with no gaps in them because I want to be
Oh,
handling
these
stuff
will
with
be
it.
prime, beautiful,
Alright,
soft
yeah,
leather.
So, yeah, so basically I just spent 7.5. That's fine.
Yep. Cool.
That's all.
I'm just gonna buy 3 javelins. Get a few more.
Noise. The blacksmith sort of like.
We're all like running.
Have some.
That's all right.
We're all sprinting all over the
You
place.
buy like the one sheaf of javelins that she's got. That's okay. Thank you.
Alright, rations, javelins. I don't think I'd need anything else.
I'm gonna get.
You need,
If
like,
someone
extra
saying
torches or
lantern and
anything?
oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a bullseye lantern and.
Peepo's sort of defeated.
Actually, no. I'm gonna get a.
Peepo's pies.
I buy 1 pie of people.
It'll be like
Roll.
5 copper.
Oil slabs.
Roll on the peepo pie table
Yeah.
to see
You
what
can't
flavour.
say to shit your pants.
Roll D20.
And then oil. Is there wasn't anyone selling like paper and parchment stuff, is there?
Make an investigation check.
I was hoping it was like on the edge, and I was like 18 or 2, 18 or 2, 3.
Nope. Not today. Not in the market anyway.
So what pies has Peepo got today?
Oh, you're a customer. Excellent. We've got. Well, it's always a surprise. That's why we do Peepo's pies. Surprise every day.
What's in it?
It's a
I have
surprise.
No idea.
So you bite in. It's peppery, but
Like pepper steak.
pretty delicious.
Works for me then.
Not normal beef.
I'll
sort
buy
of
a
steak.
second pie.
Yeah. Oh, excellent! Peepo's pies. You see these guys? They want these pies. And then holds one out to you.
I'll buy 3.
Woo! 3.
It's good to have people.
Sure. And then he sort of like stacks 3 up for you.
Yeah, then I'll take 1. I'll eat it, and then I will.
Your one is more like a rosemary sort of flavour, not peppery.
The lamb and rosemary.
They're all different.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the other 2, I'll just say I'll be back in a sec, guys, and walk up to the house, knock and see if the kids are there.
Okay. Yep. You knock, and they shuffle out because you did get up fairly early. One of them peeks their head out. Oh, hey,
Peepo's pies.
breakfast. We've got breakfast, Holly. And thank you.
Flipping the silver.
What? Breakfast and money.
More pies.
Are you? Hold on. Before you. Are you living here?
Yeah, we're
No.
gonna be living here now.
Do we want to let them sleep inside when we're not here?
Or in the next one over.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if they want to sleep inside.
We've got the this one and the one next door. Did you want to? No one's staying in the one next door. We're all staying in this
Well,
one here.
it's kind of cozy in here. Okay.
Okay.
But does it
Up
have,
to you if you want the big beds and
Does
the
that-
space in there.
does
Or
it
if it's
have a
raining,
bed?
yeah.
It's got 2 beds. Yeah, the one next.
I mean, the
Or
kids
was it
can
empty
share
of
one.
furniture?
No, I think you had 2 beds, right?
one is completely empty. The one that like the cellar is sort of underneath.
Has the furniture.
His one has furniture.
Yeah.
The one that he lived in.
The one that would, because remember
With the
it was
rain
like the
barrel.
vacant lot next door. It's been vacant for ages.
Yeah. So did the
Yeah,
vacant
so-
lot have beds or
No,
not?
it's got no furniture.
So it's just the home base that's got beds, but we can let them in there. Like,
You
So-
could take the bed from
Yeah, I could just drag it across.
Yourself.
Yeah,
You have 20 strength.
a bed.
a bed. Yeah.
if I had a bed?
Yeah. Yeah, you wanna
can
go?
shed this bed in here. This house can be all yours.
And they like start pulling out all their ratty old blankets and stuff and shift over.
A whole house?
Whole house.
Ah.
Holly, do you want that side or this side?
And they start like dividing up. Like they only take up a little corner wherever you tuck the
Yeah.
bed, but I mean they're chuffed to have somewhere.
Thank you.
It's all good.
Eat this now. Is that okay?
You can eat it whenever you want.
I can save
Yeah,
some.
you can save some if you
And
want.
they sort of like start pulling their pies apart and saving some for later. But yeah, so you head back. Anyone else doing any other?
Yeah, I was just gonna have a quick look around. Is anyone selling? It's a 2-person tent. Costs 2 gold.
Roll an investigation check. See if you can find someone with outdoor gear.
Investigation 13.
It's a 4-person tent, like a big one, or a swag, like a single person roll.
I'll take the swag.
Alright.
Probably easy to carry.
Yeah, so it'd be a little bit less than 2. We'll say
1.5.
1 gold.
You a jolly
One,
swag, man.
I sure in.
Yup. Beautiful.
I'm all ready then.
Yep, I bought a bullseye lantern, 10 flasks of oil, and 3 cans of rations. Well, they're just like little.
Oh yeah.
You know,
true.
like well, it's for a lantern,
Yeah,
so like
yeah,
it's just like
a top up.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I assumed they're in my head.
Right. That makes
I'll
sense.
read you the full thing
No,
about them.
that's fine. All good. I was just like, that's a lot of oil, but I forget you can't see in the dark.
Oil.
Beauty. All right, so you got all your supplies, got your gear. Do you all have a sleeping thing? You got something to sleep in?
Yeah,
Have a swag.
I got a bedroll, but
You don't really
I
sleep.
just cross my legs and sit down.
Bed.
I've got a bedroll, but spent like 6 years just sleeping under the stars
Yeah,
anyway.
you'd
So
be fine. No stars,
They
but
are a bit bigger than that. Holds a pint, so it's probably almost exactly
half a litre.
you know like
Yep.
that. So just 10 of them.
That's fine.
Jeez, nice. We can always
That's
use
what
it
I
to
think.
And you can
set
yeah
something
you can
fire too.
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
can do that.
Okay. Ordered.
But also yeah, because I got a bullseye lantern.
Nice,
Cool.
yeah. So now, if something happens to my Len,
Well,
Well,
and
I've
also-
got a spare one too.
easy.
All right, so you head back to Ostran's.
Yeah.
Takes you probably 20 odd minutes. You lot are faster than I thought you'd be.
that's what she said. Yeah.
Who?
Oh, no.
she has a genuine laugh at that. Anyway, at least you got a sense of humour.
Yeah, ready to go.
Ready to set out? Ostran, you said you'd saddle up some horsies. Let's make it. And so you all saddle up and ride on out. Setting out into the clear day. You head down. We'll just fast forward.
Yeah.
Head out of the plateau. You see that beautiful vista again on the edge of the plateau before you start descending. You head downward. Can I get you all to make an animal handling check just for flavour?
6.
18.
5.
7.
Oh, jeez. So you're not horse riders, and horses are fairly willful if given their head. So
My poor horse can probably barely carry.
Varys, you're fine.
Of noble blood, he's ridden a horse before.
He's ridden many a horsey.
Many an animal.
The rest of you, though, your wildness kind of like, you can see it's like nostrils flaring while you ride. Like, it's a little unsettled by how wild you kind of are. Like, it's almost like a predatory thing. But they're well trained. And Ostran gave them a command to ride, so ride they do. Yours is more just holding on, because it's quite bumpy. And yeah, yours is more sitting in a saddle made for people, being the size that you are. You got a bigger horse.
Yeah, it's like, didn't I have Clyde the
Clydesdale.
Clydesdale? Is it Clyde the Clydesdale again?
Nah, it would be, because not
There's
that many
not that
draft
many.
horses are.
Yeah. Horse can carry.
You don't
Yeah,
have,
so-
you have the Shetland pony then, yeah?
Yeah, you'd be on a stubby little thing. And yours is like, again, having not ridden, your ass hurts from
Yeah.
sitting in a saddle.
This is not what I do.
But it's certainly faster than
Same as walking.
You'd think
Especially
you've
me.
never played croquet before.
Varys is just like,
Running around
One
on a
hand
pure
on the
white
rein.
stallion.
ha, his beautiful hair flowing in the wind.
Like a little polo hammer
Yeah.
at the ready.
Brilliant shot. And yeah, you make it down slow over the bridge and head down onto the haft. And then you get to about where you think it might have been. Maybe make a survival or an intelligence check. I'll give you advantage, whoever's doing it.
I've
got +1, so
You
I've
got
got
+5.
Okay, so hold up.
One dice.
One and one. So
that's right.
whoever's giving advantage, just so you both feel included.
14.
10.
Okay. So a 14, you find about where it all went down. There is
I think there's a tooth of the guy whose jaw knocked off.
remnants of cart
Well,
and
fallen tree.
tree.
Yeah.
Yep. They haven't cleared that in half a day yet.
Yeah.
But you do see some people starting to like chop the tree into pieces that they can move easily. And you set off your horses, grab your packs and stuff. And the horses, like you give them a sharp smack on the butt and they return back to Ostran, so they ride back. They know where home is. But Haruk is sort of... Smell that, boys?
Smelled like bullshit.
Adventure.
That's more like it. It'll...
Shit.
It's going to get different in here. And you begin to walk into the forest, and the first thing you notice is it's still. It's very like placid in there. It's very calm.
Like not even like trees blowing or anything. Just
Like the treetops are 20 meters up,
Yeah.
but it's pretty dense already. And you could understand why she said you can't navigate by starlight. And as you walk into the darkness, it is fairly dim lighting in there. You walk in single file with Haruk in the lead, following her silhouette. Tree trunks all around you, and we'll leave the session there for the evening.
We hold on to him like an old man, just like helping him cross the road.
Yeah, we can only move as fast.
Who is very slow.
And blind. In the
You,
darkness.
Sif,
You got your ball,
lit a torch or lantern, yeah.
But thank you guys for watching. I forgot to say thank you to Midnight Malaise for the BGM and to Battlefield Accessories. Well, we didn't use any accessories, but they're our sponsors.
They're waiting.
So go check them out. And thank you to all of you that stuck around and watched. Sorry about any technical issues. We're still teething, but it's getting there. But until next time, look after yourselves. Look after each other. But most importantly, spread happiness. Done.
Just done.
No herb.
Avoid the herb.
No
And I'll level up.
Dirt, not herb.
Yeah. Oh, I just put my dice into my pencil case.
Oh no.
I'm not logged in. I can't use my emotes.
And thanks for the raid.
Yeah.
Thanks for the raid.
Thanks for the raid.
Bye guys.
Bye. That's well summed up by Wildfire. Collaborative storytelling governed by a couple of books worth of rules.
Yeah.